Am I audible? Yes, I think it's. Mhm. The future depends on what we do in the present. A quote by Mahatma Gandhi ji, father of our country. A warm good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you on third Energy Security and Climate Change Conference scheduled to be held today and tomorrow at the Scope Convention Center, Lodi Road, New Delhi. It has been jointly organized by Global Counter Terrorism Council, GCTC, and the Global Energy Environment Council, GEEC. The conference is aligned with India's roadmap to COP30 Brazil and the Net Zero 2070 vision under the overarching theme securing India's energy future, powering growth towards Viksit Bharat 2047. The ESCC 2025 represents a significant milestone in India's pursuit of sustainable growth and energy independence. Guided by the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the conference seeks to reinforce India's unwavering commitment to securing its energy future while advancing environmental responsibility, technological innovation, and inclusive development. It serves as a premier platform for dialogue among government representatives, industry leaders, financial institutions, academics, and civil society to deliberate on strategies that align with India's net zero emissions target by 2070 and the goal of achieving 50% power generation from renewables by 2030. The deliberations will focus on advancing the vision of the National Green Hydrogen Mission, the Mission Life, Lifestyle for Environmental Initiative, and India's preparation for COP30. ESCCC 2025 aims to catalyze a 360-degree roadmap for transforming the entire energy ecosystem by ensuring reliability, affordability, sustainability, and the strategic resilience. The global context underscores a period of profound transformation in the energy sector driven by the Paris Agreement, net zero pledges, and rapid technological innovation. However, geopolitical tensions such as the Russia Ukraine conflict, OPEC production shifts, Red Sea shipping disruptions highlight the urgent need for resilient and diversified energy systems. India's energy transition imperatives include developing a diverse energy mix, promoting green fuels, securing critical minerals and storage systems, advancing smart grids and digital infrastructure, and mobilizing climate finance. The conference will emphasize the integration of climate, security, and economic growth, promoting cross sectoral collaboration among ministries, PSUs, and industries. ESCCC 2025 evolves from being an annual event into a policy accelerator and partnership platform, fostering structured dialogues and long term collaborations. Key thematic tracks include energy governance, innovation, finance, technology, global cooperation, and EV ecosystem development. Expected outcomes encompass the Viksit Bharat Energy Vision 2047 Declaration, the Energy Outlook 2047 Report, actionable policy briefs for COP30, and strengthen frameworks for government industry programs. In essence, the ESCCC 2025 stands as a formal reaffirmation of India's leadership in global climate action and sustainable energy transition, symbolizing development without destruction and growth without exclusion. As delegates, ambassadors, PSU heads, and ministry officials join us, I'll start with the partners of GCTC. We have sector partners HMEL and bronze partners HSPC and NTPC. Knowledge partners with GCTC are Power Grid, Oil India, NEEPCO, Enert, and we do have our co-partners as NDIM, Shadow Infosys, and FSU. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also delighted to share that today's proceeding of Third Energy Security and Climate Change Conference is being telecast live for a wider audience. The live coverage is available on our official platforms. We have Twitter handle at X, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. Please also join us at official hashtag Energy Security 2025. As they say, knowledge grows by sharing. Let's together amplify the voices shaping India's sustainable future. Let us now commence this important gathering with a few moments of national pride. Kindly rise for the national anthem of India. जाने गाने माने Thank you. Please be seated. Leadership is not about the next election, it's about the next generation. To formally set the tone for this conference, I have the honor of inviting Rear Admiral Dr. Sanatan Kulshresthaji, former Director General, Naval Armament Inspection, Indian Navy, to deliver welcome remarks. Sir is also Executive Council member of GCTC. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. And I see a lot of energy in this room. Every board is having energy, and I'm sure energy is there in the auditorium. How is the energy, friends? I didn't hear you. How is the energy? Okay. Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, eminent dignitaries who are going to participate and who are already here, and fellow architects of India's future. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all today on behalf of the Global Counter-Terrorism Council and its vertical, the Global Environment Energy Council, to the third edition of the Energy Conclave. The theme for this year's Energy Conclave is Securing India's Energy Future Powering Growth Towards Viksit Bharat 2047. As has been detailed by my previous speaker, all the contents of the conference and the heads, I will not go into all those details. I'll talk of something else. India is at a critical juncture in its historical trajectory. As we look towards 2047, commemorating a century of independence, we are unified by the vision of Viksit Bharat, a nation characterized by development, prosperity, and self-sufficiency. This vision is not merely an aspirational ideal, but also complex engineering challenge, as energy is the fundamental requirement for achieving a $30 trillion economy and ensuring prosperity for all citizens. Developed nations, as you are aware, require reliable power, clean air, and energy independence. Today, I wish to outline the strategic approach India is adopting to address what I term as the triple imperative of our energy security: security, sustainability, and affordability. Securing our energy future requires inclusive growth and ensuring that benefits of development permeate every region of our country. To comprehend the magnitude of our task, we must consider quantitative projections. As the economy expands, energy demand is anticipated to increase significantly. Current forecasts indicate that India's primary energy demand is expected to nearly triple by 2047, potentially reaching 28,000 terawatt hours. This substantial growth is to be driven by rapid industrialization, urbanization, and an increase in per capita energy consumption. To meet this demand, while also honoring our global climate commitments, that is net zero by 2070, we must balance three critical, crucial, and often conflicting objectives, namely eliminating our dependence on unpredictable global imports, which currently constitute a significant portion of our crude oil and natural gas requirements, ensuring that the cost of power remains sufficiently low to drive economic competitiveness and provide rightful access to the most impoverished citizens. And lastly, decarbonizing our energy mix at an unprecedented pace and scale. India's strategy is constructed around these imperatives and depends on four strategic pillars. The first and foremost vital pillar is the rapid expansion of clean and non fossil energy sources. India is not merely participating in an energy transition, it is leading it. We have already surpassed a significant milestone by achieving over 200 gigawatt of installed non fossil fuel capacity, positioning us on track to meet our ambitious 2030 target of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity. This transformation is substantial, and the vision for 2047 includes an installed capacity of over 1,200 gigawatts of solar and 400 gigawatts of wind power. Initiatives such as PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana enable every household to become an energy producer, transforming rooftop solar energy into a widespread movement. Achieving Viksit Bharat necessitates a 40-fold increase in non-fossil fuel supply by 2047. This demands relentless execution, from large-scale solar parks to harnessing the vast offshore wind potential. While renewable energy sources are essential, their inconsistency, because since sun does not always shine and the wind does not always blow, presents a significant challenge to grid stability. This leads us to the second pillar, grid modernization and storage. Energy storage is a critical component in bridging the gap between generation of clean energy and the provision of a continuous power supply. We are making significant investments in battery energy storage systems, BESS, technology to store excess solar, wind, and power energy. With the target of approximately 47 gigawatt by 2032 and a larger capacity anticipated by 2047. This initiative is pivotal in ensuring immediate grid stability. Further, by capitalizing on geological advantages, we aim to expand the pump storage project capacity from the current levels to approximately 116 gigawatt by 2047, thereby ensuring large-scale long-term energy reliability. Additionally, we are expanding our transmission network, which plans to add over 190,000 circuit kilometers of lines to establish essential green energy corridors for transporting power from remote generation sites to demand centers across the country. The third pillar addresses the hard-to-abate sectors such as steel, cement, fertilizers, and heavy transportation, which are not easily electrified. The solution lies in National Green Hydrogen Mission, NGHM. Green hydrogen produced by splitting water using renewable electricity is a zero-emission fuel essential for achieving energy independence. We aim to produce 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen by 2030, with further expansion by 2047. By becoming a global leader in green hydrogen, we are not only reducing carbon emissions in domestic industries, but also positioning India as an exporter of clean energy, significantly enhancing our energy security and creating a new economic driver. Our fourth pillar ensures a solid foundation by recognizing that nuclear power is a zero-emission baseload source that can operate continuously, complementing renewable energy sources. We have a clear vision to increase our nuclear capacity from the current 8.8 gigawatts to 100 gigawatts by 2047. This will involve deploying indigenous large reactors and pioneering the use of advanced small modular reactors. appreciating that coal will remain necessary for energy sufficiency in the short to medium term. We are investing in carbon capture, utilization, and storage (CCUS) technologies to manage emissions and ensure a responsible transition. Our focus on biofuels, including the ambitious E20 ethanol blending target by 2025 and the promotion of compressed biogas, provides energy security in transportation and addresses the challenge of agricultural waste management. The journey to Viksit Bharat is challenging, but each challenge presents an opportunity for indigenous innovation and investment. Transitioning to sustainable energy demands investment amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Stable policies and a conducive business environment are crucial to attract both local and global investments. To achieve genuine energy self-sufficiency, a robust domestic manufacturing base for solar cells, modules, batteries, and electrolyzers must be established. The transition to a green economy will result in creation of millions of new green jobs. It is imperative to take proactive measures to invest in retaining the workforce, encompassing roles from technicians responsible for solar panel installation to engineers managing smart grids. The optimal approach involves integrated, risk-aware policymaking and genuine collaboration among the government, industry, academia, and the citizens. Before I conclude, I wish to touch upon two innovative and futuristic concepts for generating renewable energy on Earth with the aim of overcoming the limitations of current terrestrial systems. Space-based solar power, SPSP, is the concept of harvesting solar energy in space and transmitting it to Earth. This technology is considered a potential source of clean, renewable, and uninterrupted energy to meet global demand. Next is radiative cooling energy harvesting, RCEH, refers to technologies that leverage the natural phenomena of radiative cooling, the process by which an object spontaneously emits thermal infrared radiation to the coldness of outer space to generate usable energy. This approach exploits cold universe, that is at a temperature of about 3000 Kelvin, as a vast universal heat sink, even when the ambient air temperature is much warmer. I am certain you all will hear many such concepts over the next 2 days. Securing India's energy future transcends mere economic strategy. It is a nation-building endeavor. This entails creating a future in which every Indian has access to clean, affordable, and reliable energy. By vigorously pursuing our renewable energy objectives, modernizing our grid, leading the green hydrogen mission, and establishing a robust foundation with nuclear and strategic fuels, we are not merely transitioning, we are transforming. The energy we secure today will power the industries, schools, hospitals, and homes of a developed India. Let us commit to these collective efforts to illuminate the path for the next 100 years by making the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 a tangible reality. I have no doubts that the eminent speakers and panelists for this conference are going to discuss the issues as per the agenda with utmost professionalism and in turn would enlighten us profoundly. I have finished. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring opening remarks. I haven't introduced myself. Everyone is curious to know about me. So a brief sentence about me. I'm Dr. Kavita Singh, working as assistant professor in Delhi University. And I'm from Department of Environmental Studies. Happy to be part of this conference. So next, One Earth, One Family, One Future. As our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has correctly cited, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. So we now move on to our special plenary on global partnership for a sustainable energy future. This session explores India's leadership role as it heads towards COP30, focusing on renewable cooperation, climate finance, and climate conflict energy nexus. Now, I welcome the session chair, Mr. Jatendra Chima, Principal Chambers of J. Chima Advocates in Salta. Sir, please come. Along with Sir, I will call upon our esteemed speakers, His Excellency Ramus Eliberg Gustafsson, Ambassador of Denmark to India, Her Excellency Laltiana Ekoji, Ambassador of Seychelles of India. Kindly excuse if my pronunciation went wrong. Please, please. I will request Mr. Chima to take over the session. Thank you.
So good morning. We are at 10:20 right now, and I think the next session is at 11 o'clock. We welcome you all to this session. What I'll do is we will give each of the speakers 10 minutes, including myself, to speak. And then I think we'll leave about 10 minutes in the end if you have any questions to ask. May I invite Her Excellency, Ambassador of Seychelles to India, Ambassador Akosh, to come and if you want to give the speech here or you want to go to the stage. Wherever you're comfortable.
Hello. Now. Yeah. It's okay now, no? Yeah. Yeah. It's okay now. Yeah. Excellency, and all organizers, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First of all, it's a great pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting Seychelles to be here because we're going to talk about a topic that is very important, especially for small island developing states like Seychelles. So I would like to thank you for that. Small island nations, as we know, face unique challenges such as limited land size, vulnerability to climate change impacts, and dependence on imported fossil fuels for energy generation. However, they have also possessed valuable resources such as abundant renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and ocean energy. Thus, these small island nations play a crucial leadership role in advancing sustainable and climate resilient energy systems through international collaboration, blue economy linkages, and South-South partnerships. Through international collaboration, small island nations can benefit from knowledge sharing, technical assistance, and financial support to develop and implement sustainable energy solutions. For example, the Seeds Lighthouse Initiative, established by the UN Secretary General, which is aimed to support seeds in transitioning to sustainable energy systems through partnerships with governments, international organizations, and private sector entities. Blue economy refers to the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods, and environmental protection. So blue economy linkages are also crucial for small island nations to harness the potential of their maritime resources for sustainable energy development. Small island nations as well can leverage their marine resources for renewable energy generation, such as offshore wind farms, tidal energy, and ocean thermal energy conversion. Moreover, South-South cooperation partnerships play a key role in fostering collaboration among developing countries to address common challenges and achieve sustainable development goals. We can exchange best practices, technologies, and expertise with other developing countries to accelerate the transition of renewable energy and enhance climate resilience. Now, this in mind, let's take Seychelles as a prime example of small island nation that is leading the way in advancing sustainable and climate resilient energy systems. With a strong commitment to renewable energy and sustainability, Seychelles has made significant progress in transitioning to clean energy sources and reducing its reliance on imported fossil fuels. One of the key initiatives in Seychelles is the development solar power projects, which has helped to diversify the country's energy mix and in its effort to reduce carbon emissions. The government has also set ambitious targets to achieve 100% renewable energy generation by 2030, in 5 years, with a focus on solar, wind, and marine energy technologies. And now with the new government in place, they have indicated the solar energy, another source of energy, it's the nuclear energy as well. So Seychelles is also actively promoting blue economy linkages by harnessing its maritime resources for sustainable energy development. The country has great potential for offshore wind and tidal energy production, as well as for marine-based renewable energy technologies, such as ocean thermal energy conversion. Through international collaboration, Seychelles has forged partnerships with organizations such as the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and the GEF, Global Environment Facility, to access funding and technical expertise for sustainable energy projects. These partnerships have helped Seychelles to overcome barriers to renewable energy development, such as high upfront costs and limited technical capacity. South-South partnerships as well are also a key component of Seychelles' sustainable energy strategy, as the country collaborates with other small island nations and developing countries to share knowledge and best practices in renewable energy. By learning from each other's experiences and successes, Seychelles and its partners can accelerate the transition to clean energy and build climate resilience. Overall, Seychelles serves as a shining example of a small island nation that is taking proactive steps to advance sustainable and climate resilient energy systems. Through leadership, innovation, collaboration, Seychelles is paving the way for a more sustainable future for itself and other small island nations around the world. Climate change is a global crisis that requires a collective response. So let's put hands together and act as one to face the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. The reason I invited Ambassador from Seychelles to speak first, let me share something which happened earlier on this year. I was invited to speak at the Commonwealth Lawyers Association meeting in Malta. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I deal with the subject of climate change. We were at a session, and there was a lawyer sitting from the Caribbean in the audience. And she told me that her island is actually sinking. And there is the country has actually made an 8-feet wall around the entire coast. And she says, I'm 8 feet below the sea level in that island, and I don't know when the water will actually flow over that wall into my home, and this island will extinguish. I also say this in the context that after the ICJ advisory opinion has come on climate change, while it is advisory in nature, I think it has a lot of potential for interstate litigation. And at least I can't disclose the name, but there is already a group of countries which are planning to sue another group of countries. I'm privy to that. But these things are happening. These are realities on Mother Earth. And therefore, energy security and climate change needs to go hand in hand. We understand that without energy security, we won't be able to accelerate the development pace that we are looking for. But also that needs to be sort of balanced with sustainable development. So I will, with that, on that note, I'll invite our next speaker, Ambassador from Denmark, His Excellency Rasmus Christian.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to join this very timely session. I'm certainly very pleased to be here and look forward to the discussion. As you all know, we are just a few days away from the start of the COP30 in Belém in Brazil, and the COPs. I've spent quite a bit of time attending COPs during my career. Normally, I would define it as 3 weeks of neon light and bad coffee. But it is still one of the key multilateral platforms we have for discussing and deciding on what we do with the problem of climate change. And there's no doubt that it is today at a critical juncture. And let me maybe start by saying just a few words about let's call it the geopolitical moment we're in, because it matters actually greatly how we navigate it if we still want to deliver on the Paris Agreement and in fact also the Sustainable Development Goals. Needless to say, the geopolitical landscape is increasingly fragmented. We see a lot more great power competition than we've done in the past. There are trade disruptions. There's also technological race going on that is intensified and increasingly disruptive. But at the same time, our fates have never been more intertwined. Climate change does not respect borders, and it in fact amplifies some of the vulnerabilities and also security challenges that we would otherwise be facing, and maybe we can come back to that. And it shapes geopolitics itself. Not least the question of access to critical minerals, clean technology, supply chains, and green finance. All these issues are an integral part today of strategic dialogues. So the climate agenda is no longer, as it may were 30 years ago or 20 years ago, a niche technical matter. It is really part and parcel of foreign policy, of security policy, and something, if you don't get it right, will also balance or influence the trust, I think, among nations. Let me say a few words about the bilateral relationship between India and Denmark, specifically on climate change and the green transition, because I think it's a good model for how sustainability can be woven into foreign policy. Denmark and India established a green strategic partnership back in 2020, and I think it's a unique flagship framework for delivering on both the climate considerations and also economic priorities. It brings together government agencies, research institutions, and also the private sector from both countries, where the aim is really to accelerate our cooperation in areas such as renewable energy, in water, in green shipping, but also sustainable food and agricultural production. So there's an overall umbrella of climate here. So the name Green Strategic Partnership to me has real meaning. It's green because it does cover these areas related to climate and sustainability. It's strategic because it has real importance to both our countries, India and Denmark, and it contributes to our mutual strategic priorities. And finally, perhaps most importantly, the cooperation is a partnership. So we decide on the programs, the priorities, the specific cooperation together, and both parties benefit from it. And it also has a diplomatic dimension because it embodies really how two, in many ways, especially in this area, two like-minded nations can turn climate ambition into strategic competition, not competition, but cooperation. But also, importantly, demonstrating how green and growth are really not competing objectives, but actually reinforcing each other. We're entering a new phase in our partnership where we aim to further upgrade it, so broadening the scope, but also deepen its ambition, especially within areas such as energy. Finally, let me get back to the COP. As I said, the COP process, despite its many imperfections, and I really think there are a lot of imperfections, but it's still the only universal platform we have to keep the Paris Agreement alive. As you know, back in Dubai a few years ago at COP28, we completed the first global stocktake, which confirmed what the science has long warned us, namely that the world is off track. Global emissions continue to rise, and our adaptation efforts are still insufficient. And just transition is not really just yet. So that makes the COP in Brazil this month important. It also coincides, in fact, with the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement, and all countries are expected to submit their updated NDCs ahead of the COP. Several countries, including India, is still to present it. I know it will in a few days. The EU also a bit of a laggard here, only agreed on its NDC yesterday. It's a package of both a 90% emissions reduction target in 2040 that was agreed yesterday in Brussels, and a specific NDC for 2035 of a emissions reduction range of somewhere between 66 and 72%. It could have been even better, but I think it's still a very ambitious contribution from the European Union, where Denmark currently holds a rotating presidency, and hopefully it can also give some impetus together with India's NDC when it's presented to the negotiations in Brazil, because we really need it. The United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, presented also its GAP report, its so-called GAP report, the other day. And I think that just further underlines the urgency. The conclusion is that the world will warm somewhere between 2.3 and 2.5 degrees if all NDCs are fully implemented in their most extensive way. If we just implement the existing sort of green policies, we'll end up with 2.8 degrees warming. It's slightly better than last year, where I think the same number was 3.1 degrees. But it's a bit of it should not really give rise to complacency, because a little bit of that 0.3 degree improvement is actually just methodological changes. And then when the full impact of the US withdrawal from the Paris Agreement takes place, that will cost us another 0.1, 0.2 degrees. And basically that means that nothing has happened since last year. So again, it really underlines the urgency. Looking ahead, I think India's intention to host the COP 2033 in 2028 sends a good and clear message, and would also reflect in many ways a growing leadership by India of the global south, and also shaping the climate agenda. India, of course, back in Glasgow at COP26, Prime Minister Modi announced a number of climate pledges, the Panchamrit. Most importantly, of course, the net zero target by 2070, but also a number of very ambitious domestic ambitions and actions that we also had outlined here at the introductory speech, including, of course, the goal of achieving 50% of energy capacity from renewables, which I think impressively was reached 5 years ahead of time. So it also sometimes shows not just India, but shows the world that sometimes we can also outperform our sometimes a little bit modest ambitions, but that may sound like conservative. Actually, we outperform them, and that gives a little hope that we can get back on track. And India is also pioneering a number of global coalitions. The International Solar Alliance, which had its assembly here in Delhi last week. Denmark is also a contributor. I think it's a very good example. So Denmark is proud to partner with India in the green transition, and under this India-Danish energy partnership, we're certainly working very hard to together on energy planning, integration of renewables, etc., but also to include new areas, green hydrogen, biogas, energy efficiency into the partnership. To conclude, because climate challenge is really, the biggest test of human solidarity and foresight, I think our response really needs to match that challenge. We will remain, Denmark, a strong partner for India and for the rest of the world. And hopefully Denmark and India, through our green strategic partnership and through our cooperation in multilateral forums like the COP30, can also show the rest of the world that we have an opportunity here and that cooperation still works despite all the setbacks and challenges. And that should give a little optimism for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Denmark actually hosted COP in 2009. That was a climate change, UNFCCC climate change. So they have ample of experience of how these negotiations happen. So over to me now, my part of the 10 minutes. Let me go to the dais and I'll sort of get my... So once again, thank you to organizers for inviting me to this morning session. I think a couple of things that we have to keep at the back of our mind. We are at the 10th anniversary of the Paris Accord when we go to Belém in Brazil in a few days for COP30. So that's number one. Number two is that India is going to host COP33 in 3 years' time. And therefore, what builds in Brazil as an agenda is something that India will have to grow on. So I think I've always shared this at other forums in Terry and other places that I think an agenda needs to be set now in Brazil on which we should build these building blocks, because it's year on year sort of developments that are happening. And that will set the course for the global south. Let me also share some good news. Somebody shared this morning a clip from the Hindu, and there is a Scottish chemist. His name is David Macmillan. And he has said that he has the chemists around the world who are working with him are finding a very quick solution to climate change by organocatalysis. So I won't expand on that. There's an article on that in the Hindu. And therefore, I think all of you can sort of possibly read in greater detail. So the theme that defines our gathering today is of our collective future. But it also is a moral compass for our civilization. So being a lawyer, I can tell you 3 advisory opinions have come over the last 1.5 years. The ITLOS advisory opinion, which was basically triggered by small island states, the Inter-American Tribunal's opinion, and lately in July, the International Court of Justice has rendered its opinion on duty of state on climate change. What are the obligations of a nation state towards adverse effects of climate change? So the law is set. We already have a contract in place. What is missing in this whole game? The missing piece is the action. The climate action is the missing piece. And therefore, let me quote from Bhagavad Gita. It says, Yuga Karmasu Kaushalam, which means excellence in action is yoga. In context of global energy transition, this verse is not merely a spiritual counsel. It is a call to act wisely. decisively and cooperatively. It reminds us that true excellence lies not in isolated innovation, but in collective coordination, not in dominance, but in balance. The vision of India from G20 to COP 33 or for 30, which is imminent, that energy is the dharma. India's journey towards COP 33 reflects this dharmic philosophy, balancing growth with responsibility and sovereignty with solidarity. During our G20 presidency, our Prime Minister's vision of one earth, one family, one future underscored that sustainability cannot be achieved in silos. The Vasudev Kutumbakam ethos calls upon us to see the planet as one household, where energy security for one cannot come at the expense of another. India's leadership in South-South cooperation is a testimony to this initiative. Initiatives like the International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure are not geopolitical tools, they are moral imperatives translated into action. Through these, India is helping nations in Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Islands leapfrog towards clean energy without compromising development. So let us now look at what's happening globally on this issue. The European Union, under its Green Deal, seeks carbon neutrality by 2050. A remarkable target, yet one strained by energy dependence exposed during the Ukraine crisis. The Middle East, once synonymous with oil wealth, is now redefining its identity from Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 to UAE's Net Zero 2050 strategy. Across Africa, nations like Kenya and Morocco are leading in renewable grid innovations, yet struggle with climate finance accessibility. These experiences reveal a common thread that the energy transition cannot be sustained by technology alone. It demands trust, transparency, and tailored cooperation. India's model stands out for this very reason. It is pragmatic and inclusive, as our foreign minister says, rightly says, and I quote, every country will try to ensure the best deal to cushion high energy prices, and India is doing exactly that, and I unquote. India's approach of not succumbing to geopolitical pressures over Russian oil imports was not defiance, but discernment. We are not partisan in global conflicts. We are purposeful in national and planetary welfare. Just as Lord Krishna advised Arjuna to act with awareness of Swadharma, India is acting in alignment with her global dharma to balance economic need with ethical responsibility. For much of modern history, energy has been currency of power, as we have seen various places, South America, the Middle East, and the other nations. Nations competed for oil wells and pipelines, and conflicts often followed the contours of fossil wealth. But the 21st century demands a different equation, one built on energy solidarity rather than energy sovereignty. The transition to renewables offers not merely a technological shift, but a civilizational shift, from extraction to cooperation, from zero-sum geopolitics to shared prosperity. India's call for one earth, one family, one future encapsulates this philosophy, a message that the planet's security cannot be segmented into national compartments. India's COP 30 vision and rise of South-South cooperation, as India will assume leadership at COP 33, our priorities reflect broader rebalancing in global climate governance. The global South, seen as a recipient of solutions, is now becoming a generator of innovations. The International Solar Alliance, co-founded by India and France, already unites more than 120 nations. It stands as a proof that solar diplomacy can transcend geography. Similarly, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure brings together countries from Asia, Africa, and Pacific to build climate resilient futures. You would not imagine the amount of infrastructure loss that happens due to climate change events. There are huge costs involved in that. We don't realize, we just see that an event, a climatic event has happened, but there's a huge cost. And I think in terms of sort of framing our own policy in India, I think we need to factor that in, that how do we reduce the happening of these climate change events? I mean, we've just seen over the last 3 months what has happened. Therefore, I mean, I'm not elaborate on that. I will move very quickly. We are already at 10:48. I'm aware of the time. So what are the expectations? So I'm going to skip a lot of stuff. So what is the expectation from the Brazil COP 30? Somebody asked me, we already know that one big nation has sort of said that they do not wish to participate in the climate negotiations any further. So what is the expectation from countries from across the globe at Belém? Expectation is actually enshrined in Brazil's flag. So if you see the Brazil's flag, there are 3 words written on that flag. The words written is Ordem e Progresso. Okay. And for those of you who may not understand this, it means order and progress. So our expectation from COP 30 at Belém, Brazil, which is going to happen in a few days, is actually to bring order to the global energy and climate understanding and to progress further on the subject. Thank you very much for your attention. So we leave the floor for questions. We have 10 minutes. We still have 10 minutes from this session. If anybody has any questions.
I have one question.
Yes, please.
Firstly, I
Please
would like
point out, please
I
give
have
your
a
name.
question to His Excellency, Ambassador of Denmark.
Sure.
First of all, I would like to say that a very good session in the sense we have been, able to know what India's roadmap is and what the other countries, Seychelles and Denmark are doing in this regard with their various initiatives towards the environment sustainability. My question to His Excellency is that under the present bilateral framework between India and Denmark, what lessons can India actually learn from Denmark's various initiatives, specifically with regard to sustainable development and climate and clean energy? I would like to have your opinion on that, sir. What are the lessons that India can learn from Denmark and how this bilateral framework between India and Denmark can actually further incorporate these various dynamics?
Thank you so much. It's a good question. First of all, let me say that I think, needless to say, in all forms of international cooperation, we can share experiences, we can inspire each other. But needless to say, the journey that Denmark has gone through, especially when it comes to the energy transition, there are a lot of experiences that can be maybe taken on by others, but of course, it would always have to be tailored to the local context. So you cannot just transform them or transfer them one to one. But I think the journey, and let me just spend 1 minute on that. What is it that Denmark can maybe inspire other countries to think about? And then we can zoom in specifically what that entails for India. But I think there are a couple of lessons for Denmark. First of all, our energy transition has been actually surprisingly fast. When people talk about Denmark, they would say, "Oh, but you've been working on this stuff for 50, 60 years, so it's no wonder that you have reached a certain point." Where, for example, if you look at our power sector, we now have more than 70% alone just comes from wind, and we will be fully decarbonized in just a few years. But I think that the real point here is that if you just go back to the year 2000, so 25 years ago, almost 95% of our electricity came from fossil fuels, mainly coal at the time. So within a span of just 25 years, we've actually managed to get to the point where we're very close to have the whole power sector decarbonized, mainly coming from wind, but also solar and other forms of renewables. So that's number one. Number two, some people have been skeptical when it comes to renewables, like, okay, how reliable is it actually? Will it endanger the stability of the energy system, in the sense that, at least in Denmark, most of our renewables are fluctuating, intermittent renewables. So it's wind and it's solar. And of course, we don't have wind and solar at all times. And I've been to other places in the world where people say, but if you get beyond, say, 10, 15% of intermittent renewables in your grids, it becomes unstable. You cannot manage it. In Denmark, as I said, we have now more than 70% wind, and we still have a reliability of 99.9% in our power system. So basically, there is no outage in the Danish system. And that, I can come back to the technicalities. I also have my energy advisor here. There's a lot of technical stuff that goes on behind the scenes and behind those numbers in how you manage and how you stabilize a grid with so much such a high percentage of intermittent power. The final and the third point I just want to mention in terms of what is the Danish journey also has to do with cost. So I think we will never succeed globally if we cannot make renewables the cheapest option. Unfortunately, we are already there, but that was not the case when Denmark started this journey in the 1990s or even before that. At that time, it was very expensive, and it was much more expensive than any alternatives. Today in Denmark, wind, solar, and other forms of renewables are much cheaper than any fossil alternative. And that's the same here in India, and I think that's fantastic. Solar is by far the cheapest energy form you have available in India today. So we have to do it in a cost-efficient manner, just the individual technologies, but also the system as a whole. And specifically what Denmark perhaps can offer India, and that's one of the things we're working on, is also to, because you already done it for solar, so it's a box ticks, it's just about scaling up further. But there are other technologies coming into play here, and one of the technologies where Denmark has shown that we can do it in a cost-efficient manner is offshore wind, because that gives you a lot of potential. But also there, we need to get the cost curve down, and we're working on that together with the Indian government. Thank you.
We can take one more question.
I have a question.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just point
Sure.
to which panelist are you?
To the Danish ambassador.
Yeah.
I'm Anup Singh from Center for Energy Regulation at Indian Institute of Technology at Kanpur. We have been following the journey which Denmark also took, and of course a number of European countries. But there's one clear difference between what they could afford, if I can put it this way, is because the income levels are already high. The consumers were, of course, much more educated and sensitized to the problems of climate change. Now, we face, of course, the dilemma when we think it's our duty still to contribute towards that larger goal. But the cost still remains at one of those impediments, specifically where you have a significant size of the population, which till recently didn't have access to electricity. And even now, they don't have reliable electricity. So although we are trying to sort of, use the fact that we need more RE and then we can push, solar to the rural households, to the rooftop. But the cost remains an impediment, specifically when one has to address the reliability of the grid, because of the variability associated, specifically during the monsoon season. I know, of course, a number of efforts need to be done. One of them is...
So kindly pose the question because we're running out of time.
So one of the things is that the cost has come down in your case, but how is it that while having an expensive source of power, which is offshore wind, as compared to other sources, say hydro could have been, which is there, how is it that the economy is able to bear that high cost and consumers are also able to sort of accept it with a smile? This must have happened over a number of decades, of course.
Yes, two very quick replies to that. As I said, we are fortunate in a situation now where renewables are generally also worldwide especially solar, onshore wind, and above all these are cheaper than the fossil alternatives. So I'm honestly, I don't no longer buy into this argument about that it's a question of whether it's affordable or not. Renewables are certainly affordable, and they're more affordable than the alternative. There are of course issues associated with more has to do with how you structure it, because there are higher capex costs in terms of investing in renewables than other technologies. But let's say the total cost of energy for renewables are cheaper. And also, I think it's important to keep in mind that in Europe, actually, this Denmark included, this didn't start as a climate project or as an environmental project. It started as a matter of energy security, because we started this journey in the 1970s during the first oil crisis, where we were heavily reliant on the import of oil. And then we suddenly realized when we couldn't get it that we were in trouble, right? And of course, I would say the Russia-Ukraine war has given further impetus to this. So Europe has managed to cut down its import of gas from Russia from 70% to very, very little today. If you take Denmark as an example, again, what has happened since 2022, biogas is a good example of that. Because before the war in Ukraine and where we could import gas, biogas constitutes just a few percent of the Danish gas consumption. Today it's 40%. Next year it will be 60%. So it's also about ramping these things up, and you can actually do it very quickly in a cost-efficient manner. And offshore wind, yes, it's slightly more expensive than an onshore wind, but it also has other benefits. But still, if you compare offshore wind with nuclear, for example, or a number of other more expensive renewable technologies, it compares extremely well. So again, it's difficult to compare. But you also need, in any case, for a country like India, same for Denmark, a diverse mix of sources. Back to the balancing and how they can complement each other. You cannot have only solar in India, for example. You will need other energy forms to complement it. That's the necessity, right? And there, wind will play a role. Nuclear probably also. And they come with different cost trajectory, but they should all be cheaper than fossil fuels.
So I thank the audience for their attention, and my two co-panelists on the stage as well for their time this morning. Thank you once again. Thank you all of our attendees online. And once again, thank you to the organizers for inviting us for this morning's panel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will request all the participants and dignitaries to come for a group photograph. Only for speakers? Okay. Photographs of our first panel group. Please. Thank you, Excellencies and Session Chair, for your insightful perspective on how international cooperation can power global peace and energy equity. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. As said by Robert Swan, we now begin the inaugural session on energy security and climate leadership for Viksit Bharat 2047. This discussion will outline India's integrated roadmap for energy independence, PSU leadership, and policy synergy. We are honored to have with us our distinguished speakers, Mr. Anil Razdan, former Secretary, Power Government of India. Mr. Alok Pati, IAS, former Secretary, Coal, Government of India. Lieutenant General Dr. Kamaljeet Singh, PVSM, AVSM, and BA, former Western Army Commander, Indian Army. Sir, I'll request you to kindly come on the dais, please. I'll request the organizers of GCTC, and our esteemed guest for lightning. Excellencies, kindly come and join for Dr. Paramita Datta. Kindly join this session. Anchoring, please.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दन दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दन दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीप नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपब्रह्मरूप
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can start. Sir, a small request. Kindly adhere to the time. 10 minutes per speaker, please. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Jai Hind, everybody. I am General Gctc-Geec. So many of you would be wondering as to what has an army general got to do with an energy security conference. But all of us, when we look back into history, we would realize that there are great games which are taking place. And why are these global great games or geopolitical contestations taking place in the vast deserts of Middle East, or what we should call as West Asia? Why is it happening over there? Why is it that a country which is maybe smaller than even our capital, Qatar, has a voice which is larger than UP, Bihar, all India and so many countries combined? How is it this? So the obvious answer is that world till it invents something beyond oil, is still basing its geopolitics or geostrategy around oil. It's not as if it's going to be always there. But wherever it is heading, it is leading to another set of contestation. Rare earths. Now the new flavor is rare earth. जैसे कहते हैं ना कि बुखार आता है दिल्ली में, एक टाइम पे चाउमीन का आया था, आबा का आया, दलजीत दोसांझ का आया, अब रेयर अर्थ का बुखार आया. Now everybody is talking of rare earths. But rare earths for what? To create batteries and devices which will power weapon systems. See, many of us live with this belief. If I was to ask you this question, who invented internet? इंटरनेट का इन्वेंशन कैसे हुआ, आविष्कार कैसे हुआ, इंटरनेट क्यों आया, किसको इस बीमारी की जरूरत पड़ी? Just want to ask this question to you. Anybody? You are all very sound academicians. Do guide me. Why did we need an internet? How did it come? किसने ये किया, किसने ये बीमारी फैलाई जो आज हम सबको लाइफ में वो है? Anybody, sir? Take your chance. Maybe Aditya will give you a small prize also if you give the correct answer. Huh? Anybody? Now you'll be surprised to know it was ARPA, which was Army Research Project Agency, which later became Defense Advanced Research Project Agency of USA, who felt the need. They used to have local area networks, जैसे कि स्पोक बिल्डिंग में है, आगे हो सकता है. Then they went into wide area networks. But then they realized that we need an internet. So my core point in saying this is that the first need for anything invariably does not come from civil field. It comes from desire to subdue other, control the world. Everybody wants controllership. You ever heard of that famous song, Tara Jhagda hai Chaudhar da, na koi andar tha. Nobody is in this game to do welfare to people. It is to exercise control. So how is control exercised? By power, by geopolitics. And for that you need weapon systems and devices which need to be given energy. That's why defense forces have a huge, big role, or are the raison d'être for this contestation of all energies. आप देखिए इसको इस तरीके से देखिए. और अभी सिचुएशन ये है, you have to have right alliances. Unless you have them, you are impacted. Your strategic autonomy is impacted. Your capability, we'll come to basics a little later, but let me say that your very concept of independence, autonomy, non-alignment, plurilateralism, multilateralism, whatever you say is impacted by the fact that whether you can have energy or not. And that energy is required, and it cannot be stored for too long or too much. India did not, I am not letting out any secret, it's in media also. India did not have a concept of strategic reserves and strategic storage. Earlier, the strategic reserves were held. We have very eminent guru of ours, जिनसे हमने एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी सीखी है, राजदान साहब. पहले हम ऐसे करते थे कि हम आर्मी वाले बता देते थे, एक होता था कंटिन्यूड गारंटीड रिजर्व. तो हम ऑयल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनीज को बोल देते थे कि आप हमारे लिए 30 डेज का स्टॉक रखोगे या 40 डेज का गारंटीड रिजर्व होगा. बट नाउ दीज आर कमर्शियल एंटिटीज. द डे you go to them, they might tell you, sorry, मेरे पास 30 नहीं है अभी. I have, due to some operational reasons, logistics, I am down to 20. So then your capability gets limited. So India has now gone into a concept of creating its own strategic storage. Read about them. It's on Google. It's an interesting subject. It is about having deep caves, and there are ocean bed storages also being thought of. So India has also moved into this, and I am glad to inform you that we have credible strategic reserve for our armed forces. You can have a small round of applause for the government which has created this. Now, so it limits your capability to fight for how long? Like in 65 war, we were winning till the army chief told the Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri कि हमारे पास 4 दिन से ज्यादा का एमिनेशन नहीं है. वो वैसे गलत था, सच्ची में था, पर वो पैनिक में बोल दिया गया और उससे he went for ceasefire. The same thing was going to happen to Pakistan. Pakistan did not have enough storage when we were doing this Op Sindoor thing. Navy has effectively blockaded, or blockade तो आजकल नहीं कर सकते हैं. I would say isolated their oil handling berth. So if Port Bin Qasim and these facilities are isolated means tankers cannot approach it without interference. And when commercial tankers know there will be interference, can they come there? What will be the insurance cost for such a venture? Who will provide them insurance for that? So in those kind of situations, Pakistan was definitely looking at a contingency where they did not. They possibly had difficulty in that. So you would have heard of a company called as Burma Shell. The fact that we discovered our earlier petroleum reserves in Numaligarh and all, but Burma Shell was invested by Britishers because we were fighting major operations in Burma. का नाम ही Burma Shell दिया गया. No, it doesn't have a name like a. Later it has become Assam Oil and all, but it was created because Burma was part of British India till 1937. It needed to be, the war theatre was in Burma. They came up to Kohima, which is Nagaland, but then they were pushed back. So you would need to base these facilities. Today you have pipelines and all that is there. But you need to base these facilities with the perspective that you can safeguard them. See, today when Munir says and whispers reliance, it creates issues for us. So we recently, if you remember, we carried out a very major exercise in the area of Kutch and all. So security, you all know that Saudi Arabian oil refineries have been targeted. And today it's possible with drones and all. And let us even look at nuclear energy, which is probably the answer to a lot of problems of energy security. But if you look at Ukrainian war, Zaporozhye, I can't pronounce it so well, there is a nuclear power station there where both sides were fighting. I don't know, it is the Orthodox Church, the God sitting, who's the master, this thing, his mercy, that we didn't release any radioactivity like what happened in Chernobyl. So today, there is a concern that power stations which are there need to be shielded, need to have protocols. Wars will rage around them. Wars are hybrid. They are not classical wars. And you can't isolate them unless you have a set of protocols and confidence building measures. And their security also. You know, I have visited a lot of installations in India. Which is the place which has got best security in installation? Take a guess. तो बड़ा इजी सा सवाल है यार. इंडिया में आधी चीजों का जवाब है रिलायंस. Reliance refinery in Jamnagar is the most better than armed forces installation in protection. I have personally studied that. They have a concept of Reliance Mitras. All villagers around that are friends of Reliance. They have stake in that refinery. नौकरी में, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में, हर महीने उनके मुखियाओं की पार्टी होती है, शराब पिलाते हैं उनको, डांस दिखाते हैं, सब चलता है. But they don't allow any jihadi to come there. It's so close to Pakistan border. So it and Mukesh Ambani is not only banking on villagers, he has multiple layers of security, air defense protection, and all this is there. So our assets, first, I will quickly repeat few points for you to ingest. Firstly, my main point is all war and contestation in the world is a function of exercising control. To exercise control, you need to execute violence, and you need weapons, and you need control devices. All of them require energy. And that's why all this jamela around energy. Now, in order to build strategic autonomy, plurilateralism, multilateralism, whatever we call non-alignment, you need to have strategic reserves. And good to hear, to realize that India has done some, but you as vigilant technocrats must go into researches to find out which are cost-effective and good storage methods. The world is researching this. Is there somebody from Petroleum Research Institute? But take this thought to them. We have to work in this field and try and work it closer to where we have to fight Chinese. Some of these are on the coastal areas. Let us study the Chinese model and find out Chinese kahan rakhte hain. Because long logistic line is also vulnerable. So we have to look at these things. Other thing that I hinted at is that there will be, see, we used to have clash of civilizations, cultures clash, you know. Then somebody said clash of corridors. Now it is today all about connectivity and corridors. Earlier we used to have Silk Roads, there was Golden Road, but today it is all about BRI, Belt Road and Initiative, connectivity. And India is also trying to have international transportation corridor through Bandar Abbas. We are also working at Chabahar. We are also trying to do IMEEC. Go through Middle East and this. But China is far ahead of us. So there is, these corridors are not only the corridors of conventional roads and rails. Today they also include pipelines. They also include digital connectivity. Would you, हम लोग बोलते हैं BRI फेल हो गया, BRI फेल हो गया, लेकिन सिंदूर के अंदर जो डेटा फ्लो हुआ in Kashgar, in China, Xinjiang province, there is a military headquarters. From there, there is a direct optical fiber cable which comes to Pindi, Rawalpindi. Data can flow. So you need digital connectivity, you need pipeline connectivity. How many of you have heard of how did Taliban come about? तालिबान आई क्यों? क्या सोचा गया तालिबान के बारे में? आप पढ़ते हैं इतना सब. आपने टापी के बारे में पढ़ा है? टापी, हाँ, Anybody, please tell me what is full form of TAPI. Please, I find you very attentive. आप बता सकते हैं, please? I am, हाँ जी. पंजाबी में कहते हैं जेड़ा बोले वही कुंडा खोले. उसका रिफाइंड फॉर्म है जेड़ा गर्दन हिलाए वही कुंडा खोले. हाँ हाँ. Yes, sir. That was the TAPI pipeline which was proposed. It didn't work out. But now there is a thought of reviving it, leaving India out. And it was thought that Taliban will throw out Russians. That time they were called Mujahideen. They'll throw out Russians and then they will safeguard this pipeline. They will become the pipeline police of TAPI. That was the concept. It is written in the book. Do read that. Don't only read your oil manuals and all this. Must read some geopolitics books also, which are related to energy security. Read about TAPI. It'll educate you on that. So, I'll come back to my theme that you would need to develop connectivities. Like you can't have Burma shell option. Numaligarh refinery is nearly, uski kya productivity reh gayi hai. So you need to have strategic storages across Siliguri corridor to fight China in Arunachal and all, because Siliguri corridor is very narrow and Bangladesh doesn't allow. So you need to have strategic storage there. You need to also look at some possibilities of alternate security in those areas like Ladakh, wind, geothermal. Is it possible? How much? Even if it is little, it will at least help domestic consumption to be looked after and not, sort of this thing. Let me quickly look at my notes once again. Innovation, I highlighted. Operational autonomy and our resilience today is a function of people sitting in front of it. Technology, technocrats. Give yourself a clap, please. अपने लिए एक बार ताली बजाओ. See, there were drones, so India could do whatever it did. There were missiles, so India could do whatever it could. So if you will ensure energy security by innovative methods, don't be surprised. आपने कोविड में सुना था क्या था? हेल्थ योद्धा. सुना था हेल्थ योद्धा? पहले होता था योद्धा होता था महाभारत में, फिर आर्मी वाले को योद्धा कहते थे. कोविड में कौन से योद्धा बन गए? हेल्थ योद्धा, डॉक्टर एंड सैनिटेशन योद्धा, शंटी जैसे जिन्होंने क्रीमेशन किया. इन टाइम्स टू कम देयर बी एनर्जी योद्धा, people like you who will provide energy, storages, deliverable without vulnerability in areas where armed forces have to apply it. We are partners. If I have to be a successful Yoddha, I need an energy Yoddha too. Yes or no? So on this note, I hope I have done some justice to my subject. I have to run away because I am called up somewhere. There is something I am doing about Zorawar tank, light tank. So I have been called up to go for a meeting there. But if there are any questions related to my portion, you can ask one odd question with permission from Rajdhan sir. आज सवेरे से ना राजदान साहब ने मुझे पूरी छुट्टी दे रखी है. पर मैंने फिर आप में से अगर किसी का भी क्वेश्चन हो, आप प्लीज पूछ सकते. एनी क्वेश्चन यू वांट टू आस्क. इफ यू विल नॉट आस्क, पता क्या होगा, मुझे लगेगा कि सारा ऊपर से निकल गया है. तो प्लीज अगर कोई क्वेश्चन हो पूछिए प्लीज.
Transfer.
About this copy and all that you mentioned, strategic reserves, accidentally, I was the founder director of that company. Because we had tried.
Please give him a
No, sir, it's all right.
round of
All right.
applause, sir.
I didn't do anything. The government put me there. That's all. And this.
आप ना सवेरे से बोर हो गए होंगे. मैं आदित्य की परमिशन के साथ और सर की परमिशन के साथ एक छोटा सा आपको फौजी किस्सा सुनाता हूँ. एक हमारे आर्मी के जनरल थे, वो साउथ इंडिया के थे. तो वो क्या करते थे, उनको ना शौक था हिंदी बोलने का. एवरीबडी अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी है, हाँ. तो हिंदी बोलने का शौक था, साउथ इंडिया के थे. वो कहता हम इधर कमांड पे आए, ब्लैक एलिफेंट डिवीजन का हमको कमांड दिए, हम बहुत बहुत कमांड किए, बहुत बहुत एक्सरसाइज होते, हमारा ट्रुप जाते एक्सरसाइज करते, हमने कुछ नहीं किया, सब आपने किया. एंड एवरीबडी वुड क्लैप. तो हम इधर गेम्स होते, परेड कराते, चैंपियनशिप में ले जाते टीमों को, और हमारा टीम जीतते, विक्टर हो जाते. हमने कुछ नहीं किया, सब आपने किया. लास्ट में ही सेज पर्सनल लेवल पे हमारा जिंदगी बदल जाता. हमारा कोई बच्चा नहीं होता, इधर हमारा बच्चा होता. हमने कुछ नहीं किया, सब आपने किया. Sorry, I thought
26 day you were talking about, sir?
One hour.
One armored. No, that was the one armored was the that was the dagger, because I had my army attachment with them, so I know. That's at Jammu that time, on that area. Anyway, extremely delighted to hear the general's strategic take on the whole oil and the energy situation. In fact, there are a lot of wars are energy wars. We are being asked to move towards solar, wind, etc. Well, His Excellency spoke about it a short while back. But what happens in all these transitions that we're talking about? Somewhere some strategic material comes in, or a strategic resource. And in recent months or years, you would have seen the role of rare earths and magnets. Now, somewhere China has been working far ahead. Of course, before the general leaves, I think my take on it is that he's not only, you see, he's not only, you see, looking at some of those, he's looking at trade in the future.
Yes.
He's opening up all the trade routes.
Yes.
And also swift movement of his men,
yes,
like the autobahns in
yes,
Germany at that point of time. But anyway, getting back to the situation that we were entrusted with today, energy security and climate leadership. Now, energy security for a, right, sir. Irani was there that time, the brigade commander.
तो सारे बच्चे हैं सर.
नहीं, बच्चे नहीं सर, मैं तो बच्चा था तब. So to जरूर, how can I stand in the way of the forge?
सर आप सेंटर में आप
नहीं सेंटर
आपका बच्चा हूं सर. मैं तो आज सारी
अरे नहीं
अंबाला डेज he was the from Ambala days. I have been his bacha. He's a Rana cadre. I know that. हम कैप्टन होते थे, सर वाज डायरेक्टर ऑफ दिस थिंग. So we were told यार अच्छे से स्नैक्स बनवा लो, राजदान साहब आ रहे.
But incidentally, I'll tell you about
बावर्ची को कहता था यार कबाब खाना मेरा.
That visit of the president. He had to present a guidon. So one of the officers told me, sir, Fauji, I mean, won't speak in Punjabi because the others won't understand. They were rehearsing for the president to come. and rehearsals carry on for weeks. We said, sir, ये तो आदमी अलग ही किस्म की है. ये तो खाली कुर्सी के ऊपर ही जाके सलाम रोज करते रहते 10-15 बार. And बिल्कुल. So anyway, that is it. They have to. Right, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think where the general left it, I think talking, you see, of energy security and climate leadership, where let's pick up the pieces from where the ambassador had left us. And that is Denmark being one of the countries which took the first step to Scandinavian countries to move towards renewable. And after the oil shock, they realized they must look at alternatives. Then, of course, came the study on global warming that we all know about. So, what is the way ahead? You see, we all know the scare that is before us. Global warming is coming faster than we thought it would come. And what seems to be happening really is that if the snows, worries me most is that if the snows are going to melt faster, weather changes are there, but there is a period after which, after the glacial melts, that a country like India may get water scarce. Because if the glacial sources of our perennial rivers get depleted faster than they have in the historical past, we would be much short of water. And we are also depleting our groundwater sources extremely fast. So what the general was saying, one side is somehow controlling those resources, but where are we being led? Now, this is where I think strategic and future thinking has to be done. And there, I feel, unfortunately, we in Bharat have fallen behind. We had a company, or rather have a company called the Indian Rare Earths Limited. It was perhaps its ancestors were older than what Chinese ever had in mind. But we were just happy in exporting some minerals out of it, which were useful in paint industry, etc., going in for foreign exchange earning rather than a strategic control of the whole situation. China, meanwhile, has taken control over these rare earths. And when you move on to EVs, solar technologies, etc., the renewable energy technologies, as we call them today, some of these rare earth elements play a very strategic part. So in one scenario, it was oil. In something else, it will be rare earth elements. So this is where I think when we talk of energy security, we have to keep in mind that security is not only your supplies of that element. We have plenty of sunshine, but how do you convert that into energy? Now that kind of strategic thinking, I think, has to be ingrained into a lot of policy making and implementation, as well as in the academic institutions, where apart from teaching the basics of the engineering aspects or whatever physical aspects, we've got to learn two other things. One is the strategic part of it, and the second is the financial part of it. Because without these two, there is not going to be sustainable progress in that direction. I will not say more on this at this point of time, What about climate leadership? Yes, we have these COP meetings, which we are, uh, they get a lot of media attention. Sometimes you see this tourism circuit meets in Delhi, sometimes it will meet in Brazil, somewhere something else. But what is the gain at the end of it? And how is the world moving? That is something which is worrisome. We've already breached a lot of barriers that we had put before us. And what is very obvious is that we are behind the clock. One area where we talk of storage is, that is, we're talking of pumped storage now. There was some unsuccessful experiments in India with pumped storage because I think we didn't go about it seriously. TERI was a pumped storage project when I was the Joint Secretary. It's only recently been commissioned finally because we were fighting about which technology to adopt in the pumped storage. And I remember going to Europe in that connection also. One was Japanese technology. So decision making has to be extremely swift, because if time is lost, the moment is lost. And you end up in a shortage in the future, as today we are realizing. But pumped storage today, people claim, of course, in peninsular India, besides the TERI project and some other projects, we have some encouraging statistics, which I thought I'll just share with you, that I could grab and take note of. We are luckily having a lot of DPRs under scrutiny right now. And these DPRs are running into tens of thousands of megawatts. But still, keeping our energy needs in mind, I think we have to look at alternatives. And water is a scarce commodity, which I think we will have to particularly keep track of. The other point that I wish to bring before you is nuclear. I feel that we are not moving as fast as we need to in nuclear technology. Because for baseload energy, Alok is there, my colleague, he knows about coal. We have to have coal. But if we are to move away from coal, what is the next one? It is nuclear. We're talking about, there's some strategic issues there which are to be tackled. We're talking about SMRs, modular reactors. But what is the size of a modular reactor that we're talking about? Today we're talking of 250 megawatt one. And that essentially goes back to your old design of Naroda and things like that, except you put a steel cladding over it. Where do you locate these reactors? In my view, the safest option would be the mining areas which are remote, certainly not in towns and cities. And who is going to control? There you come into the role of the institutions like AERB. Who is going to run these reactors even if private sector comes in? I'm just placing a few strategic issues before you. One thought is that Nuclear Power Corporation of India will manage all these. And during construction, of course, the AERB has to be the watchdog over all this. But who's going to run it? I read a statement somewhere that Nuclear Power Corporation of India supervision will run it. Are we training the army of people that is required, and is that organization being built to match the requirement that we are asking for? Now, coal, which my colleague will talk about. I can only say this much, that coal is not for burning alone. There are other uses. We've been talking about it, but only talking about it. It will continue to be our mainstay for a while, but I think we've got to move swiftly in finding alternate uses for coal which are economically beneficial. Now, India's role as a voice for Global South, yes, that is a strategic diplomatic role that India cannot afford to lose. We are the largest democracy in the world, but we also have huge needs of our own. And we've got to think beyond our borders. We have a huge technological force. We need to export this technological force in developing assets in other countries of the world. And beyond that, I think I made the suggestion to the International Solar Alliance that we should be training people from other parts of the world. And if India is meant to be their trainer, you develop a symbiotic link with that country where you go for training. Introduce them to your industry. Let your industry have a few scholarships, fellowships. That kind of a deeper relationship, a more strategic relationship, which is tying up finance, human resource development, technology. All this comes in strategic thinking. It's not within the narrow walls of an industry or a particular requirement of a particular domestic industry. I think I've said enough. Alok, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Razdan. You heard General K.J. speak eloquently and at length on matters relating to national security and how that is linked to energy requirements, energy security. He, of course, emphasized the fact that geopolitically the world changes are taking place and that it is impacting the energy scenario as well throughout the world. We've seen how the Ukraine war affected the supply of oil and also, in fact, supply of coal to some extent. Sudden panic reactions in European countries where they wanted to reopen their coal mines. Yet, those things are a witness to what can happen in this whole arena where we call energy. Now, I think Mr. Razdan touched upon various strategic issues with regard to what is needed in terms of the future. I would like to look at it more internally as far as our country is concerned. We are a developing nation, and we are hoping that by another 10 years, 20 years, maybe till about 2047, that we'd be a developed nation. What exactly would be the implications of that for energy requirements? It's a huge question. It's not very easy to answer. First of all, one has to set the barrier, because we are looking at a developed nation. What exactly would a developed nation, how do you really define it? Or how do you look at it as a nation, as the developed nations? The general way of looking at it is per capita income. If you look at developed nations, then we are today at the level of $2,250 or $2,300 per capita. But we're looking at developed nations, maybe we need 10 times more. If you're looking at middle income, just like China is about 5 to 6 times. There also is something to be set as a target. Most people believe that maybe it is much more practical to reach the middle income group rather than aim at the higher level. But when you look at middle income group, what exactly it is, we're talking of a 5-time increase in per capita income. You're looking at 5 times increase in per capita income. What would be the increase in energy requirement, per capita energy requirement? That requirement of energy will also probably be 5 to 6 times of today's level. Now look at only electricity for that reason. Leave aside the energy required for transport and other things. Electricity, 1300 kilowatts per capita is the consumption as of date. We are looking at 7,000 or 8,000 kilowatt per capita consumption, which is basically saying that your generation will have to be 5 times more. Now, what are the options that we have before us? Can we use green energy for a major portion of this? As Mr. Rajan very correctly said, there's a lot of strategic thinking to be done in that area. You can't just jump into it and say that solar will provide everything, or wind will provide, or hydro will provide. Any of these green energy levels, hydrogen for that region, can provide this. Each of them have their limitations, and each of them have their aspects of financial investment, which is something which has to be looked in very, very deeply. There was a euphoria at one stage in the mid, say 2016, 2017, that one could slowly kind of get away from coal-based power plants and move into renewables or nuclear and things like that. It's been almost 10 years. And I don't think the movement has been so great, except for solar. But one must realize that solar again is an intermittent power. It's not something that can very conveniently, easily replace your base loads. The idea of having storage is again strategic. It's important. Pump storage is a very good example, a very good alternative. But then, as Mr. Rajan really said, there are a number of DPRs that are under examination today for setting up pump storage plants. My own impression is that one must look at maybe looking at what is happening in the climate to be able to go a little south as far as these are concerned. One doesn't really know in the next 20 years what is going to be the condition of northern India, as Mr. Rajan said. Unless and until some deep thinking, some strategic thinking is immediately initiated to look at what will be the impact of temperature changes or rising of atmospheric temperature on the Himalayas. We're already seeing some very erratic kind of climatic behavior already. What may happen in the future, one doesn't know, but yes, we need to study it. We need to go deep into it in a scientific way and have a strategy. Going back to the issue of requirement, if you're looking at huge requirements, I think maybe one answer is that you really find alternatives in the use of coal itself. Either you have IGCCs that will reduce pollution, or you go in for sequestration and conversion of emitted carbon dioxide into some other chemical products, which is reducing the emissions to a large extent. Now, this is strategically which has been projected and has been talked about in various forums. That if you don't have an alternative, then perhaps move towards gasification, use the coal for producing gases, which can have both can be used, converted into fuel as well as burnt for energy in power stations. At the same time, it can also be used for conversion into chemicals. In fact, one really wonders why, with a huge coal reserve, India did not move into using coal as a source for chemical production. So China, for that reason, the mainstay of chemical production is coal. It was something which should have been and probably was required long time back. But today we have not been able to move much in that direction. We know that as far as chemicals are concerned, India is not very strong. We still import a lot. Now, as far as the power station is concerned, of course, various kind of suggestions have been given that why not use higher efficiency boilers with the same amount of coal, then to reduce the emissions or to keep it at a particular level. I think all this has to be deeply thought of, because if we are looking at 4 to 5 times increase in energy generation, electricity generation itself, leave aside other requirements, then this is a very important issue as far as security for the nation is concerned. Energy security, I'm talking about energy requirement. There is the aspect of what may happen geopolitically, ups and downs with regard to oil coming in or coal being imported or various things, or import of items which are critical for setting up solar plants or even wind, whether we make all these things in India is yet to be seen. Well, battery storage is another area which I think is a promising area. But there are limitations. I think so far, we have just reached about 3 to 4 hours of storage. We have not gone beyond that. When we look at storage of battery storages linked with solar plants, solar energy installations, and we are really looking at large battery storages which can be for much longer periods if you want really some kind of way of replacing the base load by solar.
Just, you see, you raised a very pertinent point. The new technologies, let's say AI is going to be the technology of the future. Now, AI is a huge energy guzzler.
Yes, it is. It is.
And what you need for storage there in those kinds of situations, and where are those locations going to be? And is our power generation going to be close to those sources? Because what little that I know of the subject, I'm told that, you see, AI centers are most likely to come up along the coastal region because of the optical fiber cable pipelines going globally. So what is our plan for that? Now, we've got to move into this kind of strategic thinking. It's become fashionable to compare ourselves, you see, with what China does or is doing. But I had occasion to remark something little controversial, but I think it was around the turn of the century when I went to China. And our grid was stronger than their electricity grid today. And they used to look upon us with awe. But interacting with young students, they wanted to question about religion, etc. What is our religion, etc., etc. My spouse asked them, what is your religion? Said, our religion is work. Now, how do you compete with a civilization who says my religion is work? And that is what I think we need to realize. That mindset has to be there, that we have to produce We've got to give results. We've got to toil, and we will not be surviving on promises, plans, and publicity. All P's. But what we need is basically work and commitment, whichever field you are doing. And I think we've overshot our time. We can only, I think, to be fair, give about 5-7 minutes to question. We owe it.
The floor is open for questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody?
Please introduce yourself and go ahead, sir. All
My
yours.
name is Girish. I am from HMEA. Just wanted to know in the past why we chose to have power plants, coal-based power plants, far away from the places where coal is actually available. So we were actually spending a lot of money or resources on transporting them to various places. And rather than that, had we actually concentrated on making grid more powerful, maybe those coal to chemical could have come.
You see, you raised a very pertinent question. In fact, I would, for Alok intervenes, since I handled transmission, I can only tell you that the power, electricity, as you know, is a concurrent circuit. And we were setting up our own power stations in the respective states. If you wanted to set up your own power, because electricity you had to distribute to the local circuit, there was no grid, as you mentioned, worth the name. The first north-south interconnector came after a plan of the hydro storage from the east to the north was envisaged. And that was when? This was the year 1998, as late as that. And after that, we've been trying to build these corridors extensively. But power continues to be a concurrent subject in which both the center and the states have to play a role. And the states are extremely jealous about their own rights and the right to produce power. Now, what was the other source? The other source was nuclear, which was in the control of the central government. And there was hydro. Now, we had some hydro stations, but then you see water again is a very controversial subject. So these divisions of respective jurisdictions were settled in the year 1950 when we were not aware of the importance of energy particularly and electricity in the overall national scenario. Would you like to add?
I think so. You really answered the question. When these plants are really set up, there was nothing envisaged as a national grid. It was only in a concept stage. We really have come up to the level when we are talking of a national grid. And today you can transfer power from one place to another. That's not an issue anymore. So that is why today you should have power plants next to the coal mines. There is no, but even then I would say that even there you need to still, even if the power stations are far away, try to reduce the cost of haulage. And the only answer to that is that you have to transport better coal, less weight. That's the only answer that we have. And
Alok mentioned about, you see, coal. Coal is not for burning alone. It has to be coal to chemicals. The earlier you see we think about it, the better it is. And that's the answer to this. Any other questions? We have our clock. We've run out of time.
You have a question.
And yes, so thank you very much. And
Can I?
Kirit Parekh is waiting. Some question? Okay.
Yeah, it's not a question basically, sir. It's not a question. All of us are talking about new energy sources. Renewable. Topic is energy security and climate change also. Both are related. When we are talking about new sources, recently, that is September 25, India's renewable contribution is around 51%, 51 to 52, and coal fossil fuel has gone down to 49.
That's
It's good.
installed capacity.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Not the
Not generation.
Okay.
not electricity.
Right. It's good. But now my concern is when we are going for renewable, we have to think about the wastage being generated and how we are going to control that. Because already in coal cases, ash is a big issue which we are taking care of. It's affecting our environment and our climate also. And as you said clearly, sir, that glaciers are melting, our groundwater sources are going down. For installing solar panels, trees are being cut. Forestation is decreasing. A tree takes around 20 to 30 years or even more to grow fully and work as a carbon sink.
Sir, I
So
just,
can you please?
sorry, just interrupt. We've got to, I think, revamp our thinking entirely. If solar is to be a way of life, we've got to relook at the building designs and all external fascia instead of these huge glass faces. They probably need to be converted into wired panels where electricity is being produced. A hall which we are sitting in, why couldn't we be sitting in a hall which had a little more sunlight? And, we utilize that effectively. It requires a whole revamp of thinking. But yes, at least once we decide that we're going to go that way, maybe our generation is to blame. The younger generation will come and give the solutions, because once climate changes drastically, they will be forced to come and think of solutions. Please, ma'am, sorry for having.
No, sir. Thank you, Anil Dan sir and Alok Bharti sir. It is the fourth time I'm listening to esteemed guest, and it is always a pleasure to take away some pointers to my home from their lectures. Thank you, sir. As we have seen, it was your deep insights on policy integration and leadership in the path to net zero. Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. Steve Jobs said it correctly. We will now begin plenary session 1 titled Powering Bharat at 2047, the PSU Roadmap to New Zero 2070. The session will highlight decarbonization strategies, smart grids, hydrogen integration, and renewable diversification. Now, I'll request Professor Kirit Parekh, former member, Planning Commission and Chair, IRADE, as our session chair. The key speakers I'll invite are Mr. K. Sanmuga Sundaram, Director, Projects NTPC Limited, Mr. Sandeep Batra, Executive Director, Planning NHPC Limited, and Professor Anup Singh, Department of Management Sciences, IIT Kanpur. Now I'll request Professor Kirit to take forward. Thank you. Sir, I would like to request you to wind up by 12:30, 40 or so. Thank you.
12:40.
Okay, 12:45. Okay. Kindly excuse.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
No, not in this. Thank you. Thank you.
I think energy security is a very important issue, particularly our recent experience of Trump tariffs, uh, EU's carbon tax, and of course, impact on even additional duty on Russian oil. And that's all this has shown us. And Chinese in tariff on rare earth. All this has made our whole problem of energy security very stark and very real and very immediate. And I think what we need to think about is what are the options we have and what is the role that public sector corporations can play in it. And I think as I look at it, we are currently highly dependent on coal. We are also importing some 85% of our oil consumption is based on imported oil, crude oil. Our domestic production of crude oil has more or less stagnated for the last 20 years, I should say, at this more or less the same level, around 35 million tons, whereas our consumption is now 150 million tons almost. So I think we have to recognize that we have to worry about finding resources that will substitute this or reduce the consumption of oil. Now, everybody knows we can use solar and wind, renewable energy for power, for electricity. But that is also a problem there. 1 megawatt of coal-based power plant, if you want to replace it by solar, you will have to invest in 4 megawatts of solar capacity. So that means it will require additional upfront resources. Though it's true that over time it would be, the long-term cap cost would be cheaper, but we will need upfront investable resources. So climate finance becomes very critical. And I think you have to do that. Nuclear is another issue where nuclear people, Mr. Radhan said, who will operate this? Well, in America, lots of it is operated by power sector, private plants. And I think we should really have private sector come into it because a nuclear power corporation has not been able to build plants within cost run and within time run. So I'm told recently a couple of plants have been done like built types like that, but we have to worry about it. SMR is a keyword that everyone throws around. One doesn't know what it means. And what is the reactor chain? Is the ability to contain radiation improved, or what is this? And this is a small reactor, but that's a small reactor we were making right in the front. Tarapur reactors were that. Rajasthan was that, and Madras MAPP was also like that. And I think we have to think about nuclear can be very important source for this, but we need to worry about how do you bring competition in it? How do we worry about PSU monopoly here? That nobody's from nuclear power corporations, so I can say, but nonetheless, I think we have to worry about it. And coal is an important thing. We have at IRADE, at my institute, Integrated Research and Action for Development, done many projections with different modeling exercise and so on, including for net zero 70 and also for particularly for the economy and net zero 50 or 60 for the power sector itself. And here I think we can, one thing one can see is that coal with CCUS is going to survive till the end, though it will increase significantly by up to 2040, but then it has to come down rapidly. So I think this is certainly one thing we have to keep in mind, that it's not that we're completely going to shut down coal. The generation in 2070 may be as much as the generation in 2020. But of course, a lot of us have to be carbon capture and storage type thing. The second thing I think is if you look at it the fossil fuel thing here. That's really, we have to worry about how to reduce that. I think we have taken a pledge for being 30% or 50% capacity of renewables, non-fossil capacity by 2030. I have no doubt that we will be able to meet that. Whether we will have 500 megawatt of or a gigawatt of non-fossil or not, I don't know. Certainly not coal, not renewables. But if you include, hydro and other things, it should be all right. Now, as far as the storage is concerned, we can think about pump storage is a very important resource that we have. We have not used it in the past effectively. In the Terry's Bahuguna Fast, a committee was set up and I was a member of that, and we went around all over the area talking to people, said, what is it that they have a problem? And most of them said, the amount of money we get compensation is fine, but we would like to have the Narmada project compensation this time. The second thing they said is, I got enough money for my house, but my neighbor with a smaller house got more money. So there was that kind of an issues were there. But by and large, nobody objected to having a plant and having a 1,000 megawatt of pump storage scheme. Of course, it was delayed. I don't know why the technology was such an important or a complicated issue. As a structural engineer, and I can tell you that technology is not very complex, and it could be really, there is nothing particularly new in that technology. But why a joint secretary has to go to London or Europe to decide on what that is something that Mr. Radhan can explain to us. But I think really my understanding is that pump storage is certainly possible. It doesn't require batteries. It doesn't require this. But still we'll need batteries. We still need batteries for electric vehicles, because one of the major way we can reduce oil consumption is by having a lot of electric vehicles. Of course, you can say people can walk, they can cycle, they can use public transport, and you can. But given the existing urban structure, this becomes a pipe dream in a sense. But if you are keen about building new cities in a way that transport needs are minimized, and you can do that, then it will be possible to reduce requirement for public transport like this. Everybody would like to have a car, and I think they should have it as long as they don't need to use it, because then, but they want the security of having a car, that middle of the night I have to go to an hospital, who will drive me, and so on. So I think people need that, and I think there is nothing wrong in having that, and so on. But I do believe that we should be able to find some ways. Of course, one can talk about hydrogen, and I can go on talking about these things for this, but I think I'm merely a chair, so I will invite the PSUs to say how they perceive the transition. How they're going to make, being a major coal company, how would NTPC is going to think about reducing its coal or changing the technology of coal plants or power plants that is building, and how is it going to diversify? Similarly, NHPC, as I said, has a very important role to play, and I'm sure that they will rise up to the occasion. And maybe, fortunately, we are also having some private sector plants to come and invite them to build pump storage schemes. Anup, a former student of mine, is doing very interesting work in the power sector, and I hope that he will throw some light on this. So the first person in the list is Mr.
Sundaram, sir, NTPC.
Mr. Sundaram.
most respected Parikh, respected Rajran sir, Anilji, and my dear colleagues and delegates. Power sector has been quite interesting for the past 5 years, and suddenly it has become a dynamic sector. If you go back, say 4 to 5 years, there was certain amount of thought, why this much of thermal? Then after 2022-23 power crisis, why not more thermal? Now the thinking is at least some thermal. While we are marching ahead in renewables, if you really see currently, as my colleague has rightly said, 50% is on capacity wise, 50-50 have achieved. Down 10 years, capacity wise, we'll be achieving say 70% renewable and 30% fossil fuel. If you talk of 2047, even may go down by 15 to 20%. The real issue here is the energy security. What is happening to the grid today? If you see, in the daytime, our grid controller is having a less amount of resource for unloading. And in the evening time, he has less amount of resources for loading. What happened in Rajasthan and of course in Spain has really brought the necessity of certain amount of inertia in the system, certain amount of base load in the system, which is right now being given by thermal and which can be only replaced by nuclear. But nuclear, as you all know, power is a concurrent subject. Nuclear have a long lead time, and of course, when you go to a state government or a customer at DISCOM, now everything is in terms of money, in terms of tariff. It will be difficult to sell a nuclear power to a state government who is already enjoying the benefits of, say, thermal power or RE power. That challenge remains to be attended. In the meantime, coming to NTPC, the way forward is, since nuclear is not going to reach that level of thermal like 230, 240 watt in next at least 30, 40 years, our target is 100 gigawatt nuclear by 2047. Even then, certain amount of base load will be definitely missing. So as rightly said, certain amount of coal will be here to stay. But how to make it less of, say, this carbon? There we are thinking of carbon capturing, biomass firing, coal gasification. So from the security point of view, certain amount of thermal shall be retained with all these options. Coming to renewables, a massive addition of renewables are taking place. However, as we said, this coming to the evening time, there is a lack of resources wherein the battery is coming up. Right now, people are planning batteries in RE stations in the evening time, wherein the connectivity is free, not easily available. And of course, recently, Power Ministry has come out with another innovating step of putting batteries in thermal power plants also, so that in the daytime, while the grid is trying to unload you, that power can be used to charge your batteries. So a lot of dynamic things are happening. And coming to public sector, you must have seen power initially it is more of a public sector. If I take a state government power station also as a PSU, like state PSU, if you see the contribution of PSU, adding central and state, it is 66% out of the 100%. Whereas in renewable, if you see it's a reverse. Private has more percentage. Of course, in nuclear right now it is 100-0. Even if when you're going to achieve 100 gigawatt, public sector will be sharing at least 70 to 75%. So power sector in thermal and nuclear, it is predominantly PSU based. And of course, in private, it has been seen predominantly it is private based. So under this condition, what we are doing NTPC, what NTPC is doing is we are trying to hit at the every component of the value chain of whether it is thermal or renewables. We are trying to, as we are said in thermal, we were talking of CO2 capturing. We are trying CO2 capturing. We have installed a CO2 to methanol plant at Vindhyachal of small capacity. We are trying to store CO2 in one of our mines. That also you're doing some pilot project. We are planning to convert CO2 into chemicals, methanol, ethanol, SAF, etc. and all. Coming to biomass. Biomass already in the country, at least 71 power plants are utilizing a biomass of around 30 lakhs of metric ton. NTPC plants, we have achieved 10 to 15% of biomass. Progressively, we are trying to increase. With torrefied biomass, even go up to 20 to 20%. We are even trying for going further up. So the aim is to keep certain amount of thermal with carbon capturing and biomass firing to reduce the emissions. And coming to renewables, the batteries we are talking, the batteries, the conventional lithium-ion battery, more of a short-term storage. We are planning to put pump storage also. Our group, as NTPC group, we are trying to add at least 15 gigawatt PSP. Then also we are trying certain amount of long-term storage on pilot basis. We are trying to have a CO2-based battery at our Kudiki plant around 160 megawatt hour. And also we are trying to have a vanadium battery, flow battery it's around the conceptual stage. This will really, sometimes what you say in as you move forward, like in this climate of winter, there will be fog around, but you keep on taking the journey. As you move forward, they will be further clear. This is exactly what is going to happen in the case of these batteries as well as green hydrogen and all. Hydrogen right now, you all know it's slightly costly. We have to definitely bring it down. There also, we are trying to go into, we have already started our hydrogen mobility buses for state transport, and we are running it Ladakh, and we are going to add more into Greater Noida and Bhubaneswar as well as Kandla Port. And then we are having this one military hydrogen-based power plant at Chusul. And hydrogen as a power, it looks like it is less convincing. And even as hydrogen as a mobility is also needs to be seen. We are planning to have a hydrogen Pudimadaka hydrogen hub, wherein we are planning to have green hydrogen, green ammonia, green chemicals and all. But that slightly, as I said, it will take some time. As we move forward, we'll be able to see further. So basically, it is PSUs have been driving thermal. We will be driving nuclear. We'll be actively participating renewable also. As NTPC, we are planning to add at least 60 gigawatt of RE by 2032. Then we are planning to further increase. But the country is going to, in the 2070, while net zero will be achieved, it all depends how much is the progress of nuclear capacity, so as to derive what will be the exact coal capacity at that time. Coal is here to stay at this instant because of more of energy security. And we are all working in this direction. So every point of this value chain we have been trying to attend, and we'll see how it move forward. Right now we have a big target of this achieving around 90% by renewable capacity by 2047, and 2070 maybe 95. So really thank you one and all for giving this opportunity to share with some of the faculty.
Thank you, Mr. Sanmukhsundaram. I think this is very encouraging that NTPC is working in the right variety of technologies, trying to anticipate that the days of coal are not numbered but limited in some sense, and that they should be prepared for it. And that's really a shining example of a PSU that has been looking at not only just today's thing, but also future. I think I would now request Shri Sandeep Batraji, who is from NHPC, to say how they are going to go about the issues posed by climate change and energy security.
Thank you, sir. Fortunately, I am much better placed. I come from a company which is 100% into renewable, so that aspect is taken care of. We are into hydro, we are into PSP, we are into solar, we are into wind, and is it okay? Okay. Rather, the challenge that I see is that if you are talking of Viksit Bharat, or as a developed nation, of course, we look at much more industrialization, much more urbanization. Apart from the EV load which will be there, the data centers and all kinds of electrification into industry. So one thing is certain, that our electricity demand is going to go up multifold. And how do we meet that? I understand the challenge that the demand will be so great that how can we take coal out of the picture? So, despite knowing fully well that, yes, coal happens to be the biggest polluter, but we don't have any option out. What we can do rather is that if we take energy sector as a whole, another challenge is that we are not producing our requirement of energy. We have to import it. If we see the energy basket, and as strategy, probably we should be thinking of going for electrification wherever possible. And from what background I'm saying is that technology has its own way of evolving and economy has its own pressures. The truth is that we fortunately means nobody knew that the solar panels will be so cheap that now we are talking that why not to have solar panels as building material, or thinking of having solar in the fields, agrovoltaics. So the technology is driving it. And we as a sunny country probably should be thinking of that how we can have manufacturing in solar. I come from hydro sector primarily, despite doing a little bit of solar and a little bit of wind. So, of course, I'll tell what the importance of hydro and PSP is in this mix. But yes, as a nation, probably we should be thinking of how we become energy secure by having our own manufacturing, bringing more of electricity into our energy basket, and being not dependent on outside markets for anything at all. For anything at all means why is China so bullish on solar? Means why did they have excess manufacturing power? Means the truth is that what is required right now, they have much more than that. And unfortunately, that creates a pressure that when the product is so cheap from there, how do I bring up my industry? And why did they do that? Because they knew that they are also dependent on for their energy. They want to develop. They have a big manufacturing base, and they have a lot of requirement of electricity. But they again are, despite having coal, but for many things they were dependent of. They want to have energy security. They are thinking into strategic terms. We being a sunny country, we probably lagged behind. We didn't see it coming. It is still time. We have not missed the bus. Probably we should be having our own manufacturing capacity for that. And this again is a happy situation that you have a technology which is cheap and which is environment friendly. So why not to go for it? If we are not going for it, means we are missing out somewhere. What we say is that sun comes in the daytime, in sunny hours when we don't have peak. We have to see that the another revolution which is going to come is battery. Again, I come from hydro and PSP background, but that again will be an inevitable progression of technology that probably we cannot stop. So how the grid, how the electricity sector developed, we came from the background of electromagnetism and thermal and hydro. At that time, photovoltaic was not there. If photovoltaic had been there in the beginning, our generation, our mix would have been different, our grids would have been different, our way of consumption would have been different. Now we have to reorient ourselves to make changes in our existing system in such a way that we change and we take advantage of technology which is cheaper, which is easily available, which is democratic, which will be available to almost all countries, all towns, all local rural centers. So we have to probably rethink, and in the same grid, hydro will always have a place because again, we are peaker plants. As Sundaram was saying that we need to have base power. That's why we cannot wish away coal. Either we replace it with nuclear or we have to have coal because we need base power. We need peak power. What we can think of is that we go for solar in a big way, we go for battery and PSP in a big way, we shift it to the evening hours, and that will be cheaper, that will be more sustainable technology. But at the same time, we have hydro to support peak. We also have PSP, which essentially what does it do? It converts solar or wind into a kind of hydropower. So it comes with all the attributes of hydropower. So because we need hydro in the mix, hydro in the grid for giving peak support or giving frequency regulation, voltage regulation, stability of grid, ramping up and ramping down when the solar is coming up or going out of the grid, the same attributes PSP also has. So we will need some PSP also, despite batteries becoming cheaper and more economic over the period, we will still need PSPs because of its attributes. And hydro for its attributes, we will always be there in the grid, but we are limited. Our capacity is limited, our potential is limited. We will reach after some time. If I'm thinking of the horizon of 2047 or 2070, we'll be reaching, we are right now around 50 gigawatt and our capacity is 133 gigawatt. So we'll be reaching that capacity one day. So we will not be able to expand further, but a lot of research is going on. The democratization of energy will happen. It will become more affordable. And when batteries come into picture with affordability, it will change the game. We'll be having a lot of solar and other renewables technologies. The reliance on that will go down and we'll be in a much happier, much better space, hopefully. I'm very optimistic and I look forward to that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Batra. What I was thinking of, can you elaborate a little bit more on off-river pump storage? Some people have estimated very large capacities in India scattered all over the country.
The moment you make it independent of a flowing river, means the opportunity and capacity is immense. Means all you need is elevation difference in close vicinity, and there again we are very well placed. Means the potential is much more than what we will need, because we have Deccan Plateau and we have Vindhyachals and we have thousands of sites where you can place your PSP. And yes, you should try to look for the most optimal. When you have thousands of sites, our endeavor as engineers, as technology people should be to identify the best sites which have sufficient elevation difference, which have not distance in plan for means making the water conductor very long, and go for the optimal site which is the most cost effective. And we will need a lot of PSP, and the potential is too much. The moment means we are free of the river. Earlier it was our constraint that we were thinking in terms of placing our PSPs on the rivers. Now you know it, that you can place it anywhere as long as the geography supports you. If you have a plateau, means if you have a flatter land at some elevation and you have a flatter ground available, and there are such thousands of sites, you can find it. And you have to put an impact of a PSP is much lesser as compared to any other technology.
Is NHPC building any?
We are, but as other speakers also said before me, that means if it's a safe technology, and comes up faster as compared to hydro, has its own challenges economically and that way. Private sector becomes active. Why private sector is there so much in solar? Because the risks are much less. So it's not even a rotating mass. So maintenance, they know that it will be once you put up the plant, very little maintenance is there, and for 25 years you have your PPAs, and it's very safe. So they are there. In PSP also, the challenges of hydro, which we face, are much lesser in PSP, despite being a hydro technology. So they know that we can bring them up fast, and there will be requirement of storage in the grid in future. So they are there mostly, but we are also being a hydro company, and PSP is essentially a form of hydro. So we already have that upper hand that we are here in this business for last 50 years. We have the expertise and capacity and finances. So we are also there, but yes, private has taken the lead over there.
Yeah, thank you. Now, may I invite Dr. Anup Singh give his talk?
Thank you, Professor Parekh. And thank you, organizers, for inviting me on this interesting topic, which is around energy security and climate change. And this session is addressed towards how can PSUs contribute towards the net zero vision that we have, right? So we all know we have been talking about that we have been quote unquote net zero target, but our INDC essentially, the way it is specified, it's our vision as of now. Right? So from vision to target, we have to move forward in that direction. Of course, if you look worldwide, about more than 120 countries have some plan in place in various forms of net zero, anywhere from maybe 2030s to 70s. We are perhaps the last one around that 70. And there are maybe about 1,200 plus companies internationally, which have their own respective net zero plans also. Now, these companies are, if you look at the overall, the population of the corporate structure across the world globally, this is nothing. This is not much which is happening. But why this is important? It's important because you may have a top-down approach where you have a vision or a target that you want to reach that target, but not everything can flow by force from the top or through the policy interventions, right? The preparedness has to begin also from the ground, how individuals will change it, how corporate entities will change it, essentially because they are all contributing to the carbon footprint in some sense, right? Agriculture has its own take, but look at the corporate world, which has its own, carbon footprint. The overall space of the, because, in the formal sector is roughly about contributing maybe about 50-55% to the GDP, roughly speaking. And the listed companies would be around, say, 7,000 plus. Out of that, PSUs would be, maybe 50 plus, which are listed PSUs. And most of these, I think, are the CPSUs only, amongst maybe about 370, 380 plus odd CPSUs that we have. There are at least a couple of news or information or the target which you find about how PSUs are planning their net zero. So one of them is SBI, which has actually put it in black and white, saying this is our overall plan, this is how we want to move forward. And interestingly, you also find mention of Coal India Limited, which says we have a net zero plan. It's really wrapped in a lot of jugglery of the language, if I may put it. Maybe you may want to check it. I tried myself to verify, is there any board resolution where they say we have a net zero plan? It doesn't exist anymore. Doesn't exist. In fact, their annual report chooses the words so nicely, trying to give an impression as if they have a net zero plan. But unfortunately, that's not I'll say not a good practice for a corporate entity, and let alone it's a PSU, to specify that we want to have they wrap it in as many words. If you search the Google, you will find Coal India Limited has a net zero plan. You just search it. It will throw, always. But the way the language has been, the large language models, they are trained like that. They will pick up and say, yes, of course, this entity also has. But it's not that Coal India is not important. Coal India is also very important. Well, it is contributing in some sense as an energy supplier to that. So we'll come to that question a bit later. But let's look at, say, SBI. Well, SBI, if you look at scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, through its own consumption of energy, well, it contributes very limited. DG sets are primarily right for backup generators. That's what they consume. They don't burn otherwise any kind of fossil fuel themselves. So that's the first scope that you find right there. Well, when do we plan to phase out those DG sets, which are itself very expensive now, and perhaps to a great extent, maybe the BSS, as it becomes cheaper and more reliable and has probably lesser concerns about recycling, they can replace it. So that's the one take of it. Other side is, of course, they have the purchase of electricity, and it can happen, by the way, too, in the context of any of the PSUs. So when you purchase electricity, essentially what you have is the embedded RPO, as we know, is renewable purchase obligation. Now we have another concept called RCO, renewable consumption obligation, coming from two different pieces of legislation. And Mr. Rajan will probably understand the complexity of this being in two different legislations, and it has become, I think complex is the better word to use it. Let's not go to the higher order of word, but it has become very complex, in fact, in terms of implementation. We have been reaching out, of course, to the entities, to the policymakers, saying that how this can be addressed, and our Center for Energy Regulation does provide those inputs to the ministry and the regulatory institutions in how to modify those draft documents when they come. So this was, nevertheless, we have a target now, or we have a common target now. So prior to this, we had Electricity Act, which the state regulators have different kind of targets. It varies significantly. But once electricity rules came, and then, of course, when it comes through the amendment in the Energy Conservation Act, the latest electricity rule, we have a 43.33% is the RPO target by 29-30, right? 2029 to 30, from about, say, close to about 20% in 24-25, 29.91% that was there. Now, this means the electricity that you're getting here will have that 43%. Right? So at least from a PSU's perspective, also wherever their offices or establishments are located, you will get 43.33% as renewable energy as far as the one part of those scope 2 emissions are concerned. But it has to look beyond that. And given the paucity of time, I think I'll not try and take too much time. At 12:45 was the session that we were told. Is how do you work out for a PSU from a public sector or any entity's perspective? Is how do you work out? So you need to have, first of all, what we say is, a measurement somewhere, right? So your business entities must start measuring what is their individual impact, right? And then of course, you compile it at a branch level, then you at a process level, then you go to the corporate level and figure out what is your total footprint, what is your total consumption of different kind of energy, and especially electricity and others, and how much of that is renewable. So this is one part of it. First is most important is measure it, and then of course report it. And you can report it internally. You don't need to really put it out in the public domain saying, I have a target. So that's it. That's it much later, right? So you just understand where you are and just discuss about it. Then of course you have to have two important entities when they corporate, especially listed companies, the shareholders and the board. So they will have to approve any of those plans. So even if you have those plans, you need to ensure first that you have at least preparedness, institutional preparedness on the ground. Right? Without that, all of the implementation fails, whether it is any government policy, whether it's a corporate policy. Right? So you need to have institutional readiness, starting with the measurement and reporting, and then of course, quote unquote, compliance within the corporate entities perspective. Of course, in doing so, one would have to engage with the relevant knowledge partners. It could be academic institutions. It has to talk to civil society. It has to talk to probably those technical consultants who all can contribute. But I think we shouldn't take it that the contribution to address climate change is the government's prerogative or government's responsibility. They will say something only, then we'll do it, right? So we need to take a step forward that how can we contribute while still addressing that and perhaps even going forward. I'll stop here. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anuj. I don't think we have much time, but just one or two questions I want to raise. One is no one talked about solar thermal with storage, which would have storage not in batteries, but in molten salt. And that has become now relatively attractive. Some of the scenarios Irade has developed, that is becoming the major source of storage. The second point I want to point out is that 2 days ago, the IEX, the Energy India Exchange, Energy Exchange, had for 2 hours in the day a price of solar less than 1 rupee a kilowatt hour, and one slot it was less than, it was almost 2 paisa per kilowatt hour. And so there is a question that about how to absorb large amount of renewable that will require, because RPO has been one instrument we have used. But some years ago, we had done a study at Irade of some states, 3 states we looked at, what is their performance on RPO. And even the most advanced one, like Gujarat, did not meet their RPO obligations. And the reason was very simple. They said that, look, we have a long-term power purchase agreement with coal-based power plants, and we have to pay them the capacity charges in any case. And then on top of that, the purchase charge for renewables comes out to be less than the marginal cost of coal-based power. So I think it was economically prudent or viable to not have that meet the RPO. So we have to worry about setting RPOs in a reasonable way, taking into account various DISCOMs, power purchase agreements and obligations, and warn them in advance that what is going to be their RPO obligation in the future. So it's a long-term strategy we need to develop for that also. But obviously, I think it should be possible to have enough capacity to market. Now, solar power with storage has recently given a bid for only 2.5 rupees, I think, a kilowatt hour. And that's round the clock almost. So if that is possible, then of course that's a thing. Way back in 2005, at the Integrated Energy Policy report that we prepared, I shared that. The question that we had said that India would have to go to solar. And that suggested a solar mission, even though at that stage the price was 15 rupees a kilowatt hour, that we should really push solar technology and cost reduction and so on. And today, of course, solar can be available at 2.5 rupees a kilowatt hour. So that's the technology that changes. So we need to really look ahead and start something. Any other question that from or comment? Anybody else? Just a quick shot that
Bit of mic, sir. Mic, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Well, just a quick clarification, Sundaram. See, I hope I did read the reports wrongly, that the future mega coal-based power plants, which are coming up, the tariff is extremely high. What is the tariff that we are planning that are being ordered right now? Is it?
It is less than 5.75, sir. Between 5 to 5.75.
5
to 5 to 5. Less than 6. Less than 6. Still it is less than 6.
Still less than 6. Okay. So that is doable. But what about nuclear? What are the challenges
Sir,
that you are thinking?
So nuclear, sir, we have right now the present technology is PSWR by NPCL.
Mm.
That is by far the cheapest.
Mm.
That will be around to say 20 crore per megawatt.
Mm.
Per megawatt.
Mm.
Then if you go for PWR technology, Russian and all, on this EDF, that will be even 30 crores. And SMR, they say 60 crore per megawatt. So really it is difficult to sell this nuclear power. See, the
That is
PSWR,
why I was looking at the economics of this. You see.
so PSWR, the problem is NPCL is limited. They can do only say 50% of the requirement. Balance has to be from this PWR. So definitely the power tariff of nuclear will be very, very high, sir. Beyond 9 rupees, 9.5 rupees, 10 rupees, 7, 8, beyond 8 rupees. So it will be difficult to sell. I think.
Your this advanced supercritical thermal, let's come out to 18 crore plus now at Chhattisgarh. Korba wala.
No, that is AUFE, sir. That is only one-time experiment.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, I'm okay with it. See, you understand what I'm trying to tell you. See, what you're telling, I'm discovering it. See, even another tender of yours with Tata's, the 22 crores per head, which is the integrated. See, why I'm telling you these figures are there in the public domain.
Yes.
People are not discussing. I'm very happy that you are transparent now because Gurdeep is my alumni. So I ask him many times these things. In the private, we are asking. So let us be very clear. Let's come out because what? Unnecessary choice of high cost. I'm sitting in Dombali in Maharashtra. My tariff is 16 rupees. Parekh Saab is talking is 50 paisa. I was the man who challenged in Gujarat when we started. It 5 rupees bijli banega, and everybody came out of my throat. And then only one man agreed with me. And that was Maheshwar Sahu. The rest is history. So I'm telling you, this all we have seen. Parekh Saab also knows this for a long time. So I've been a heavy critic. I've not agreed to. See, you come out with the proper costing and don't talk about, see, this all the business that is happening of reverse trade. First, reverse bidding. Because this is a very big fraud. Because you are only helping the Chinese to come into it in the L1 mode. So you come up, you guys are the best. Because there is not a single Chinese technology that has entered NTPC asset class. But my private sector fellows have done it. Sab log kharida. Then I told that 50% plant load factor nahi milega. So hua na. Now Adani is placing orders literally on from our advice and all is placing back to BHL. So there are a lot of complexities. Sir. I'm saying you discuss with people like us who are not yes men, but telling you where it's going. You'll be better off because aapka mistakes nahi ho jayega. Abhi this is like running a race where 100 gigawatt we are patting our back. It was to be 2022 as per REPA's target. It was Russ report. That was the report that brought the 100 gigawatt by 2022. Achieved in 2025. Now what happened to China? We're sitting here 1.1 terawatt. What is the scale? Which race we are running? It will come up next more, but I'm saying we have to be very practical.
Yes, sir. Definitely, nuclear will be very costly.
Yeah, I'll just, because this session is being conducted so well and it's on PSUs, I was from ONGC, Director Exploration, but also in charge for the carbon management and sustainability for the ONGC group of companies. So just adding on to, of course, the financial aspect of it. What are the economics that we are looking into in terms of adapting or adopting the, the carbon reduction technologies? So we did try out to come up with a pilot project in terms of carbon capture. It was very, very cost prohibitive, even in terms of doing an EOR, the enhanced oil recovery. My cost per barrel was going way beyond $100. So, but the other aspect, we being climate conscious, and I was also a part of the NITI Aayog committee on carbon capture. So, my question in general was, why would anyone or any company adopt carbon conscious technologies? Either there has to be an incentive or there has to be taxation. In the morning session, we had, Mr. Chima from Canada. Now, Canada in 23 was imposing $90 per ton of carbon tax. Any company who is going to emit was very conscious of it, and I think I've heard that they've gone up to $102. In India, we don't have anything as to why any company would adopt. Coming to PSUs, I think it will be easier for PSUs to follow the government diktat in terms of adopting, climate technologies. But what about the unorganized sector?
Not easier to follow, but they have no option. but to
Yes,
follow
so you have to,
government
sir, we
diktat.
have to make it. And, it has been more than a year after that committee report, we submitted it. It's been a year that we are awaiting as to whether it will be the whip or the carrot. So talking about ONGC now, what we did was our ESG scores were also pretty low because of, we operating in some of the countries across the world who are foreign arm. What we did actually was we have come up with a roadmap. In case Professor Singh is interested, we actually have documented it. Also specified we are going to be net zero 2 by 38, 1 by 30, and how we are going to achieve it and what will be the investments in different aspects, be it solar, wind, geothermal, carbon capture, everything we have defined. And the other thing was reporting and measuring. So what I did was, we used to get this report of how much even greenhouse, not only CO2, but the GHG, the greenhouse gas emissions. So we used to get a figure every month from different assets which were producing, especially gas. Like they were only emitting this much or they were only wetting this much. And what we did is we did a tie-up with ISRO for the intensities. Then Total Energies, we signed an MOU with Total where they offered their unmanned drone technologies, and we also used cameras and other aspects to actually go and measure on sites. And then what I did was I suggested that in case I have to reach, because that's a commitment to this thing, of the company, that will be net zero 2 by 38. So we started actually measuring, and then we built in the 2% reduction of emissions in the KPIs. So, it made a big difference in terms, and of course we were educating the asset managers, why we should do it. In COP28, ONGC was one of the 54 companies where behind the OGTC. So, SBI, of course, it has sort of an inherited footprint of carbon, but we actually being the industry or the emissions where they are coming from, I think PSUs have become much, much more conscious about what is to be done and how it is to be done.
Thank you. Last question.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Anjani Kumar, ED Contracts Coal India Limited. I would like to have a little correction in what Professor Singh told. Actually, we have planned for net zero electricity in the first stage. We are consuming 4.8 billion unit in a year. So we have planned for 3 gigawatt of solar in first stage, and we are moving ahead in that direction also. Further, we have also planned for 9.5 gigawatt this solar, so that we can compensate scope 1, scope 2 also. So this was a little correction from my side. Thank you.
No, I have read that part, but it says net zero 3 kilowatt solar capacity. So practically speaking, this is the first time I
3 gigawatt.
3 gigawatt, yeah. So I was also not sure that what does it mean? Net zero 3 gigawatt.
Net zero electricity.
No, it says net zero 3. The annual report says that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I think we run out of time, but I find myself in a very different world today. In 1970, I was with the Department of Atomic Energy, and we did a study of economic cost of nuclear and coal That time we took the coal investment is 250 rupees a kilowatt, and nuclear is 300 rupees a kilowatt. And the numbers are here today are just mind-boggling to me. But of course, that's the way the world has gone. So thank you all. Thank you for everyone. Thank you.
Group photograph. I'll request for a group photograph of the panelists. Thank you all for your valuable contributions towards building a resilient and digital-ready energy future. As Arthur quoted, science and technology revolutionize our lives, but memory, tradition, and myth frame are our response. So as we move ahead, we explore the intersection of strategy, technology, and innovation, where India's clean energy revolution meets research and industrial transformation. So I'll request session chair, Mr. Anil Razdan, IAS, former Secretary, Power Government of India. I'll request the key speakers, Mr. Trelukan Borgan, Director Operations, Oil India Limited. Sir will be joining us through virtual mode. Mr. Tapan Kumar Pandopal, Executive Director, Sustainability, Environment and Ash Utilization, NTPC Limited. Professor A. Gopal Krishnan Iyer, President and Promoter Director, REPA, President and Chief Trustee, Inertia Foundation, Chairman and Dean, Wire, Editor-in-Chief, Founder, Publisher, Inertia. And Dr. Ujjwal Kumar, Managing Director, UP Medical Supply Corporation, Lucknow. Sir, kindly join the decks. Now, I'll hand over the platform to Razdan, sir. Sir, I don't require to remind, but I'll request you to kindly wind by 140 or 145, please.
We'll try.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think I welcome all of you.
So this is not working. You lose. ये कर रहा है.
कर रहा. That okay. Mr. Bargohain.
Good morning, sir.
I think we're extremely short on time, and I have 3 speakers, so I would rather you see, 4 speakers. So I think I've spoken enough in the morning. But, no, don't worry. I will
4 minutes. You can
some other time. No, but I think I'll coordinate, and I think we have our eminent speaker, Burgohain Saab, welcome here, and thank you very much for your presence here.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you well. Please go ahead. I think what you have to say. Little unconventional. I think I'll give a paucity of time. Let's get on the speakers to what they want.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, organizers, for giving me the opportunity to speak on today's forum on 3rd Energy Security Climate Change Conference. And in fact, sorry, because I have to be in field headquarters of Oil India Limited for some exigency and could not attend in person. However, I'd like to thank you all and would like to
give my perspective because ours is a upstream EMP, and unlike yours, most of the speakers, I have heard also Madam Rawat just now. We are from the upstream, and we have a little bit of different kind of mandate in terms of energy. So, in fact, we are regarded as the polluters in one way or the other, in the or giving this increased carbon dioxide to the atmosphere or whatever you call. But this is the place where you we cannot get rid of the oil and gas in the immediate future. In fact, maybe gas we are going to get some replacement in the future by means oil may be cannibalized by gas in some cases. But overall, in the coming 30 years, we don't see that that oil and gas will go out immediately because most probably that the other forms of energy has to mature, and in terms of technology, in terms of mobility. So on a strategic side, because India is still starving of energy. Today, if you look at it, oil we need oil at around 250 million tons per year, but we produce just around 33 million tons per year. So around, you can say that 90% we are going to import from the overseas. So in a situation, what you can do? Because if looking at our exchequer, what happens is that it is a big, huge amount of money goes out to the overseas. So for that, actually, definitely people in our earlier days definitely thought about going overseas, and for the equity oil, like we have OVL or ONGC Business Limited, and our also Oil India also we have a number of blocks overseas, and we have some interest overseas, and we are bringing the oil. So in this regard, I think from my perspective, maybe I always think that whatever strategy US took during the 20th century for bringing the oil from the overseas, they had the big behemoth companies which could spread their wings overseas. So a similar kind of, I think, in a consortium where India should form one big consortium of oil and gas exploration and development, which can bring a significant quantity. I'm talking about around up to the volume of 250 million tons what we are producing, maybe 300 million tons in coming years. By 2047, when I was listening to Prime Minister, sir, Honorable Prime Minister, in one of the conference, we are thinking about 450 to 500 million tons of oil, or maybe oil equivalent. So, so this is my take in the first place. And regarding our companies foray into other energies also, it is not that we are only working on oil and gas. We have made our forays into new energies. We are working towards renewable energy. We have a plan, very short-term plan, to go to about 1.2 gigawatt of renewables in the coming years within a very short period of time. Of course, as on today, we have only about 188 megawatts of renewables in our kitty. So in addition to that, we are also going into the critical minerals. So in terms of critical mineral blocks, we have already got 2 blocks. One for the potash in the Rajasthan area, in Jolkian, and the other another one is Arunachal, where we have the vanadium and the graphite. So with this, I think I just opened 2 things. I just initiated is that what is the strategy of our company, and ideally what can be our strategy globally. That's all, sir.
maybe
Thank you very much.
yeah,
You see, I would urge our energy companies to really develop perspective plans. What is the future role that they wish to have? Because if they are there in their own little limited domain, and if we continue to import, say, 80% or 85% of oil and gas, then what exactly should their role be? India is a growing country. Either we acquire assets abroad so that our muscular strength becomes bigger. And talking, you see, only about if 85% is going to be imported, and only about the remaining 15%, what impact on the overall economy it will have. Maybe we'll come back to you. But I think, Ujjwal, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to speak over here. My topic would be a bit different from what is going on in this session. Actually, I am heading Medical Supplies Corporation in UP, so I'll be talking about health aspect vis-a-vis climate change and all in this session, sir. As we all are aware that India's vision of Viksit Bharat, we are the world's fastest growing major economy, and our energy demands is expected to double by 2040. Ensuring affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy access for all while addressing climate change is crucial to achieve inclusive and green growth. Health perspective of it, climate vulnerability in the form of India's high susceptibility to heat waves, floods, and changing monsoon patterns affecting agriculture and livelihoods remains a major challenge to the country's growth trajectory. Having said that, we must remember that all energy and environmental policies ultimately aim to protect lives, ensuring clean air, safe water, nutritious food, and stable livelihoods. There are major health impacts of energy security and climate change in the form of air pollution related respiratory diseases, heat stress and temperature related mortality, resurgence of vector-borne and waterborne diseases. There is shift in seasonality of diseases like dengue. What we see is that dengue is recently becoming perennial, and throughout the year we can see the cases of dengue in India. So, like malaria is shifting geographically from one area to another, and in many forms. Newer diseases like tick-borne diseases like a scrub typhus is also emerging and is hitting our population in a hard manner. So what government of UP is doing to cater to all the challenges is what I'm going to speak now. The state has developed a proactive approach towards mitigating impact of climate change on human health. A state action plan for climate change and human health, SAPCCHH, has been developed, and many districts have now prepared their plan accordingly. A PMU has been established at the State Health Directorate with support of an NGO, Mamta. This is supporting in collecting various reports and implementation
Dr.
of various...
Ujjwal, I
Sir.
think let us, maybe with your expert presence here,
Sir.
let me put it that way, that in recent years,
Sir.
what are the disease forms that you think are on a higher vector?
Sir.
Say in a 10 or 20 year profile, as compared to the previous decade or 20 years? And how is energy use relatable to it? I mean, pardon me, forget your script for the time being.
Not a problem, sir.
Let's, as a doctor, I think, let me ask you that what are the disease patterns you think and how are they relatable to some of the energy uses that we have at the moment?
Disease pattern I can speak of, sir.
You see, there are two, three things
Sir.
that I have in my mind. One is you see emissions,
Sir.
hydrocarbon emissions. The other is your particulate matter presence in a huge way. So a person like me who's a layman is confused whether it is mere dust, that is particulate matter, is it hydrocarbon particulate,
Sir.
or it is something else that is coming into the environment.
Mostly
Because even you see this, you're talking about the dengue. It is part of nature, I think, to mutate and come to a level of survival, you see.
Sir.
So keep that aside for a moment, but what is it that you are noticing as a health expert? Is it energy related or is it activity related? Let me put it that way.
Sir, because of climate fluctuations, sir, I would say, because the rain cycle has shifted a month, winter is also shifting, and heat waves are increasing more and more. So because of these, the disease pattern is also changing, sir. We are seeing lot of heat stress cases nowadays. Then we are seeing more of drought-related diseases, then flood-related diseases. Then in terms of environment...
I may not agree with you there. You see, when
Sir.
I joined service, my first posting was in a desert area.
So,
it was a done thing to cover your head and cover your eyes. It was in Haryana, Rajasthan border area. I was there. Now, we say heat-related stress, but we refuse to cover our head. Of course, I've lost whatever nature protection gave me. But our ancestors would, my grandfather would not let me step out even as a child from home without covering your head or covering your back. So I think it is these issues that we need to educate people and tell them that what is the cause of rise of disease. Baki, you rightly saying about dengue and things like that, we are migrating. These are God's creatures, they're also migrating.
Sir.
We are adjusting. Some of us came from rural background. I've got adjusted to what daily life is like. If I have to live here, that organism over 2-3 generations will adapt.
Sir.
Make it their home. So what really, I mean, as medical researchers, what is your analysis, and do you have to say that it is this thing that is increasing? Is it energy use which is causing this increase? Is it climate? Or is it activity?
Sir, it is some total of all the things.
अरे नहीं, वो सिग्मा की बात मत करो. सिग्मा में करोगे तो फिर analysis तो है ही नहीं ना.
Sir.
Anyway, you think over it.
Definitely.
We'll get back to you.
Sir.
Gandupal sir, आप बताओ.
Sir. So very good morning, sir. I was not thinking that I would get this opportunity to be seated by the side of Razan sir at all, because just a few seconds he has been Secretary of Power, so we have had the opportunity to host him in different of our NTPC lands, so we can remember all those days. So being seated by the side of such an expert who has governed all these years, so this will be not a very easy thing, but I think I would let me start from where Doctor just you were asking, because this is the need of the hour and this is the talk of the town now, I believe. And being at Delhi and in NCR zone,
we are now struggling with what everybody knows, that AQI. So, as you said, sir, where do we stand? Where do we fall? My organization, where it falls. That you asked that whether it is from emission, whether it is from the activities, or from ambience, other creatures in the ambience. Because I fall in that category of creating emission. So that is our part. Definitely, we are one of the industries who is, of course, the purpose is very big, but on the way to achieve the purpose, we are one of those who are adding to the emissions. There is no denial of that. And that is why we have more responsibility to shoulder the net zero plan of Government of India. So that way we are progressing. But still, as you said, a child in Delhi or this region today, his grandfather definitely stopped him from coming out of home, because not only, sir, because of us, there are huge uncontrolled activities, which is the third part you asked, huge uncontrolled activities of construction, and the next part is that vehicular pollution. So this is one place, if we want to really want to achieve the net zero, then this huge part of transportation, which is now this much of green, only this much, now it has to come this much of green, which is not a very easy task. So that is one sector where the industries making those, they have to come up. Now, as far as NTPC is concerned, we have, being a power measure, we have, I think, threefold responsibilities we have. First and foremost is to ensure the energy security. Definitely, as if you see the GDP growth of 6.5%, or the type of peak loads are picking up more than 250 gigawatt, and the demand which has been projected to be more and more higher because of all sorts of activities and initiatives, and the improvement projects are being taken up to get to Gctc-Geec by 2047. That way, the demand is further projected to be further high, and to catch up that, we have currently the biggest option is to ensure that energy security, and this is mostly coming up from adding thermal capacity. No denial on that fact, but then we are trying our best, in fact, coming up with the best of the technologies, even if it may cost a little more, then the most efficient and least polluting in this condition, still adding to the energy, adding to the required capacity into the grid. We are in, not only in thermal, we are in big way, we are in renewables now. You all know that NTPC has come up with its extended arm of NTPC Green Energy Limited, NGL, which is now on 8+ gigawatt, but has a huge amount of projects under construction. NTPC as a whole is nearly 86 gigawatt now, and is shortly having 32 gigawatt under construction. Will be reaching to 1 lakh megawatt. We have nuclear also, we have pump storage also, and we have all sorts of renewables which can give us a green power credit. We are in all of it. But then you all know the challenges of each of these mix of these portfolios. Everybody wants that the green portfolio should go up. We also want, and that is why many such kind of initiatives we have taken, sir. We have that CO2 to methanol plant at our Vindhyachal, which is the largest power plant in the country, that's operating fine. We have a sustainable aviation fuel a project at Pudimarka in Andhra Pradesh, and then there are many others in the hydrogen bus we are running at Leh. But of course, I agree that these are in a very, very small scale now.
Sorry. Say your own organization, I would say that your target should be, what are my waste substances, whether in the form of emissions or solid waste or liquid waste.
Yes, sir.
Atmospheric, there are laws. You have to reduce that, comply with that.
Yes, sir.
As long as they're not invisible gases, radiation you are not yet into. When there are solid wastes, I think the ash mission, whether fly ash mission or bottom ash mission,
yes,
which was thought to be a problem at one stage, today it's a resource. It's a very good resource because fly ash is, number one, you see it's lighter than the other. You can use it in this pozzolana cement, which is required somewhere where, particularly in constructions where the heat of hydration is an issue. So there you use fly ash cement. And when you come to this other bottom ash, there's so much use in construction activity that what are you doing to capture all these and how much you are letting go into the environment?
Okay, sir.
Whether in solid, liquid or gas form, which can cause harm.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for keeping that track. I would just crisply talk on this as far as you said, if it is considered as a waste, but nowadays, as he has told, that it is a resource now. Now, NTPC had ash utilization percentage in FY25 was almost 99%, sir. And this year also we are above 100% now, because we have not only utilized our ash, also contributed to nation building by supplying 64% of the total requirement of national highways in this country, sir. And that has been proved. That has been proved as the most technically suitable raw material for building national highways instead of soil. That has not only used those ash, but at the same time eliminated, you can estimate how much of soil, mother soil. So that is one place where we are going very, very high, sir. And even we are exploring in all these avenues of ash utilization, like fly ash bricks, like cement utilization. Already we are doing, we have tie-ups with many cement industries now. And we are not only that, we are advocating in going to different states, sir. And wherever...
As a secretary power, I can share with you.
Yes, sir.
I'd advise your company to go into cement industry.
Yeah, I understand, sir.
In fact, the head of Ambuja Cement landed up with the minister. I was summoned. And his straight query to me was, "Aap hamari pet pe kyun laat marna chahte ho?" I said, "I have the raw material." So I do not know why NTPC has not entered into the very lucrative cement business. Just to give
sir.
There are, again, in construction industry, you see fly ash, etc. Now these are, you make those structures, the beams and all. The strength is the same, the weight is much less. You will end up using much less steel in your construction.
So that's what we are advocating in different states where steel fly ash use is not...
You have a specialized product.
Yes.
Where somewhere where the heat of hydration comes in as an issue, in particularly in hydro projects. Nathpa Jhakri project, that was an issue. So you have to use a certain kind of cement.
Yes.
So branch off into those special areas.
Right.
Just do not produce power.
Exactly.
I mean, you have to, your name should come up in various other innovative activities which are really value additions to all your things.
Yes, sir. As we are not definitely in cement business, but we are supplying fly ash to all cement industries.
Why?
Yes, that is what, that is one avenue probably we will be.
I mean, somebody will be very angry. Let him be angry. What I'm trying to say is there are certain synergetic industries
Yes.
that you need to get into.
Right, sir.
And these synergies, you must, within organizations, be able to identify and get into. Professor Iyer, go ahead.
Sir, with your permission, I don't know, sir. It's your mic. You have been a mentor also of sorts for me. I would say I want to actually address two things Razdan Saab said because it's becoming extempore. One was, I worked with Dr. Gluck. We were locked 7 months in Mumbai in our homes. I'm in the suburban Thane. So we were not allowed to literally come out. Of course, I could use my media stuff, press, nikal sakta tha. So one visit I made only to see an ex-minister, and he was a central minister, our Mr. Chavan, to Karad. That's the only visit I could make. Police did not give me permission. But those 7 months, I learned virology. So I'm just helping the doctor out there on our right. I went and studied virology, and we had a vaccine. And this is something which is only coming in this forum in the public now, although I have made videos. The current vaccines were not vaccines. They were therapeutic injections. Passed off as vaccines. Vaccines cannot be made like this. They were made not through recombinant tech, but using genetically modified organisms, which are basically GMO based. And that is what we have put. And that's big health risks we have introduced. When Monsanto could not put it into our soil, our blood got that. I avoided it, my friends. All the people who knew me, we had very little money. We went through a lot of struggle because of an NGO, but all my staff, all my people, and whomever I knew, I got them to take the Sputnik one. This is the simple background. I don't want to go beyond it. I will also tell you that I learned from Dr. Gluck what vaccines were. It's made through recombinant tech. It's a permutation combination. You have to use biosimilars, right? Biosimilars means known molecules in the industry. And then you have to put proven adjuvants, which is saponin and aluminum hydroxide that they use most of the times. So it was not done that way. So, and we went through, and instead of an emergency use authorization, we were mass vaccinated. And I'll tell you, all the countries that were involved on the 18th October 2019, much before the virus came, at Pere Hotel, New York, must be questioned. So with this, I leave it. You can come back to me. So that time, Dr. Gluck told me an interesting thing, what he asked. He says these viruses will mutate. And one big thing he told me is that, what, Professor, you're working on waste to energy. I don't call it waste to energy. I call it energy from waste. Is the most important aspect to stop the multiplying. Of course, you can't stop it fully, but you could actually decelerate these viruses so that our immunity systems works on better. So this is what Dr. Gluck had. He has 25 inventions, and his partner, I'll tell you, is a guy called Saurav Gupta, Amity School of Virology. So I hope our virologists start. I'm an engineer, sir, not a virologist, but I learned virology in those 7 months. I didn't go to a university to do it. So you can talk to me. I can tell you many virologists are my friends. So I can tell you what I know and how I can help. Everybody kept quiet. Worldwide, even a very powerful leader like Merkel could not stop it because Merkel should have funded Dr. Gluck. So this is something I told you in public, went out of the way. The second point I want to come to. So energy from waste is a big area. What I am coming to the point is we must stop this fetish for grid. This decentralized system has to work now because everything is going decentralized. I'll tell you what's happening. Today, if you want to run an economy with hydrogen also, you'll go a lot of decentralization we'll have to see, which we did in 2021, the report on compressed biogas, which is called Satat Plus. So I told the government in that report that we are capable of not 5,000 plants, but each village can deliver 5 tons per day. So then, that time, Mr. Sigdar was the ED IOCL at Panipat. That's where I visited, and he agreed. Professor, you're right. There's an interview of his. Now he's joined Reliance, sitting there. So they signed 500 CBG plants in Andhra because we made it possible from 46 rupees a kg for the compressed biogas. It has come to now 76 or something, So this rate increase was worked out. It was Tarun Kapoor who pushed me to that agenda. So Tarun said, Iyer Sahab, aapne solar mein madad ki thi. Thoda alag topic hai, is pe aiye. Maine kaha, sir, ye bhi mera hi topic hai. But I have not pushed my mind into it. So we delivered that white paper. So solar 100 gigawatt 2020 was also REPA. We did it. And I'm very happy Kirit Parikh sir was here. All these people came and we talked about 100 gigawatts. Saab to thai. So we must have targets. But our targets, we are running a race very slowly. So we have 640,000 villages, which are revenue centers. I'm only discussing revenue villages, 640,000. So if we put just 2 megawatt of solar, and which just about needs 10 acres of land, we'll deliver 1240 gigawatt in no time into the grid. So you see my own friends and my own members like Adani building that Vineet is building is already put 6 gigawatt ready for the grid, although they have a problem with the exportability of power because of they need the transmission corridor to हमेशा mismatch हुआ है. So it will come 10 gigawatt आ जाएगा खावड़ा में. And now our Reliance friends want to put 55 gigawatt. But this is just 65 gigawatt. I told you 1240 gigawatt, my friends, overnight. So we must, our policy guys must open their eyes. Same way, if we have 5 tons per day, even between 2 village clusters, I'm saying every village can produce. Aap discount kar dijiye, which Tarun agreed to me. He's now advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister. So that time he said, "अगर 3 लाख तो आप बोल रहे हो सही हो जाएगा." At least I said 50% agree कर रहे हैं. तो बनाइए ना 5 टन per day. और आपको क्या import करने की जरूरत है कोई गैस? इसके बीच में जो problem आ रहा है, the problem that is coming is, like our friend online was told, I agree with him. There's no scope for not going away from the conventional fuel. So you'll continue to build 100 gigawatt thermal power you need because your data centers, they have energy guzzlers. Unbelievable. I can tell you, I used to see data centers at 50 megawatt. Now there are 100 megawatt per data center. अभी तो बने नहीं है, बनने शुरू होंगे, कहाँ आएगा? बिजली हमको ऑलरेडी 15 रुपए मिल रही है महाराष्ट्र में, nobody cares. तो आप एक तरफ IX की बात करते हैं, but I am a critic. I supported them before. Why they are only transaction 8% of the electricity? And are they not creating trouble on one side? They discover 2 rupees and 50 paisa. Anybody will supply power at that price. So my guru was Yogendra Prasad. Prasad Sahab and Rajan Sahab was there, and we actually, all of us discussed on that day, the falling of the grid. It fell. How many days it took? 1 week. The northern grid collapsed after we discussed. It is history. So I'm happy to come back like this and tell you. So these challenges exist for you. Going back to the grid is like, it's like a heart attack going to the grid. We are producing harmonics. Nobody in my industry, no engineer wants to discuss. We are producing the 7th, 11th, everything we are putting into the grid. Every steel plant, every caustic soda production, every cement plant generate harmonics. Is there any policy at the regulatory end to stall harmonics? It was my friend Pramod Dev who at least brought in Maharashtra. He became central regulator, but he could not push. So there is a lobby. He wanted everybody to put up active harmonic filters. Industry has to put it. But industry को क्या जरूरत है? वो तो अपना जलाएगा, cement plant, rolling mill चालू कर दिया, सब कर दिया. डालो grid में यार. It is the samudra. Let it face it. तो आपका क्या control है? Frankly, it should be the industry and the government working together. How? Because this can save huge amount. We put the AHF with my friend who is no more, Pradeep Pimple, DBS Power. That company is also not there. It's been gobbled up by chloride and Emerson, and they stalled this business only. Basically, we put up that in Jindal Steel in Wasin, and that resulted in 12 crores per saving long ago. So we have to.
Why don't you bring up some papers where value addition, alternate value addition, or roadmap for, say, 2-3 industries that you take up first?
Absolutely right.
I think to get back to the doctor.
Yeah.
So, too short our time.
So just to list, sir, climate-related diseases, if you can speak of, these are like vector-borne diseases, then flood-related disease, like waterborne diseases are there. Then heat stroke related diseases, then frostbite, which is related to cold. Then if we talk about pollution, then it will be related to respiratory and cardiovascular diseases and cancers. And if we talk about our non-communicable diseases, like because of lifestyle changes like diabetes and hypertension, it is increasing a lot. It's not related to this, but
you see, my question would be that, say, UP is a very vast state,
sir,
but would you issue advisories in particular pockets, say district-wise, that what is the disease pattern here? What do you need to
we keep
aware of
sir.
That? Because why I'm trying to bring this topic is we talk of pollution. Now, pollution is a very general term.
Right, sir.
There is different kinds of pollution. It can be atmospheric, it can be water,
it can be sound, it can
be any
clear.
So,
anything, sir.
Are we at any stage where the medical fraternity is advising people in the district, say a CMO of a district,
Sir.
that my district, these are the hazards. In this city, these are the hazards.
Yes, sir.
It has to be
Yes, sir.
specific
Yes, sir.
and
It
well
is, sir.
notified. I don't see any notification.
Notification, like, sir, I would just a success story I would like to bring to your notice, sir. In Purvanchal area of UP, sir, like Maharajganj, Gorakhpur and all, AE and JES disease was very quite common, sir. When the present CM came into power, sir, he launched a campaign called as Dastak, in which every Asha and NM goes to the household and speak about that particular disease and what the cleanliness of water and cleanliness of the surroundings, which was just spoken of. The healthcare facilities were equipped with instruments and medicines, which
So
should be
energy related,
Yes.
I mean specifically
sir.
because we are sitting on energy.
right, sir.
What are the energy related diseases? Have you attempted a kind of a map to be able to map that these are the energy related health hazards in a particular pocket? I see we cannot take up for the entire waterborne vectors, things like that. See, energy related.
Area
It's a koshish kariye. Let it be
Sure, sir.
something that you
I will definitely
do, that
do
you
this.
see. At least the energy sector should be made aware that these are things which are, you can cause these things. And if there's a concentration of a particular industry or energy use somewhere,
Sir.
then these are the things we need to watch. I mean, I feel ashamed almost, what? I think the year was 2010 or 11 when the International Energy Agency drafted me in a committee on air quality. And we thought, why are they talking of air quality? We had some cities, but today I think we are taking the cake. We are sitting on the crown of air pollution. Now, and related diseases. So I'll close with that. Upadhyay ji, would you like to say something before we ask the question?
Yeah, just one thing, sir. As because you are so rightly said, so I really appreciate that. That we are being told, we are being taken to different forums in the CAQMs, in the all these forums, that the pollution created by the industry, pollution created by thermal powers, these are all understood in generic terms. As sir is suggested, if it comes directly from the medical fraternity, that these are the specifically the diseases which are caused by you, then we probably will be feeling more and more responsible and will be taking that kind of cares, which probably we are yet to take. Although we are bringing up FGDs, we are taking up low NOx burners, we are taking up all sorts of the best kind of electrostatic precipitators to bring down the emissions, and then ambient air quality management systems. We have put in different cities in near to our plants to show that we are not the people who are making the pollution. During the COVID time, those who are also showing very high, when those who are also not showing anything practically, the air pollution, the air was completely clean when our plants were running and nothing was running. So that showed, we in fact showed in many places where big power plants we have showed also. But that's not the thing that we are denying. We are definitely in that, and we have a roadmaps and net zero roadmap which we are making. We are in the making. We're not publishing right now because that's a far away thing.
Something we need some granular planning.
Yes, sir.
And decentralized strategies. One size will not fit everything. And the doctor moves from a vast state like UP, from Gorakhpur to Bundelkhand side. The disease patterns will be different and the causes are going to be different. So we need to, rather than waste time on
Categorizing
putting everybody, painting everybody with the same brush. The professor wants to say something, but I think, we owe it to the audience that एक मिनट यार, इनको सवाल कुछ पूछने दो, ये बेचारे आए हैं इतनी दूर से।
Actually, just I would like to clarify. I'm an IAS officer of 2012 batch.
वो
I'm not a
डॉक्टर
doctor.
या डॉक्टर लिखा हुआ
Yes,
आपके
sir.
वहाँ?
दूसरा डॉक्टर. I'm
I
a
think
vet.
sir is a PhD.
No, I'm a vet.
You're a
Vet,
vet?
veterinary. Yeah.
I'm a vet.
Don't worry, we are all animals. We come under animal kingdom.
But right
We
now
are
I'm
not
posted in
microbes.
medical department. Sir.
Chalo.
Yes.
So just as an information,
Yeah,
then, I
please.
was going to
Go
ask
ahead.
something. So one of the biggest polluted area in UP is Sonbhadra, and there it is largely power generation, aluminium, cement industries, and government has been doing a lot of initiatives there. But my question is to you, sir. Distributed development is fine, like CBGs, etc. But even today, if you want to have a list of functional CBG plants in India, you will not get anywhere. So, and there is, I think, more than 1,000 LOIs which have been issued. So people who are interested in finding out who are the successful people who are operating it, so that we go and ask them to operate for us also, that becomes very difficult. So the information in the public domain about who is running what kind of plant, what capacity, what feedstock, what how much capacity utilization is happening, that will bring in a lot of people, interested people into this. Right now, there is a lot of talk, but detailing is not there. And one fact also is there that many of these are not running very well. But that is only a matter of time. As people learn to operate it better, it will improve. But the information in public domain has to be.
Okay, I'll answer a very good thing, CV.
One good question. Anybody else wishes to ask before we wrap up the session? Burgoyne साहब, कुछ आपकी तरफ से कुछ है?
So I'd like to just lay before two, three things finally from my side. I have heard about other panelists saying. So one of the most important aspect will be that the embrace of technologies like AI, ML, and we have seen some good results out of the ML input in our industry. However, in the coming days, this is going to be much more bigger in the coming years, including whatever we call infrastructure, even looking at the areas where we go for exploration or production, and maybe for going for critical minerals and other areas. I think that is one part. The other part is that since we are talking about carbon dioxide, also production of other pollutants, we have been from our side, we are also working on CBG plants. 25 CBG plants we are we are going to do in coming years, and already we have started manufacturing of 2 units. In 2 places, one is in Assam, the other one is in Odisha. And however, in these lines, I think a lot of government incentives will be required. Or not all areas can give you huge CBD plants. If suppose the CBD plant is below 10, there is no government incentive. So I think some policy needs to be there in terms of CBG plants, where you make it because you are making the towns and cities clean, but that small town may not be able to suffice your high volume. Where you get high volume, like in Assam, we have one policy that if you have a 10 ton per day of production, then you got an incentive for 25%.
Burgoyne साहब, it is too late for Bihar now.
Anyway,
when
so
Assam
some
elections will come in, you make it a demand there from the local people that you see these are the things which we need.
Yes.
In fact, you see that what does the area need?
Yes.
I mean it seriously. that we have state elections and you say that people demand something. Let us move out of the old conventional assumed demands of people.
Yes.
These are the if the nation has to move forward economically and socially, these are the kind of demands which, if they are generated
Yes.
at the appropriate time,
Yes.
you see a demand from a Digboy area or something else will make no noise in Delhi. But when you're having a local elections there, these are the demands which aggregate and make it a local flavor and certainly you see which is going to benefit the masses directly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's all from my side, sir.
Thank you very much. Now I think, Professor, this lady is going to kill us.
Just one word, sir. 30 seconds. Only. See,
I believe.
Just let me tell you because very important. See, because the audience is there. एक सर बोल देते बात हाँ देखिए पंप स्टोरेज की बात हुई थी ये सीवीजी जो है उस पर मैं आपको आंसर करूंगा बाद में देयर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स देयर पंप स्टोरेज इंडिया हैज टू डू and it is although it looks like hydro which I always say but pump storage is different from hydro. The environmental issues are not there in the pump storage as much as, in fact, it's barely 2 or 3% and mostly catchment. We talked about the report was prepared. I mentored the officers in Andhra. Andhra is now delivering 24 gigawatt DPR done, order placed 24 gigawatt, the one state of India, 24 gigawatt. ये मैंने सीए को समझाया कि आप डाउटिंग थॉमसेस मत बनिए इनको मदद करिए now they are working together. I can assure you Maharashtra will also come up largest capacities in Maharashtra. Almost like 40-50 gigawatt they can do. So don't underestimate. Our target is 100 gigawatt by 2032. For hydro, it can be with hydro and pump storage together 200 gigawatt by 2032. नहीं हुआ 35 में हो जाएगा. So these are the little things and a decentralized mode of development is the only way to go forward for India also. That we have to focus as much as we focus on the grid. Thank you.
Thank you, Bashar sir. Last, the very last.
And Razan sir, being a former secretary, it was great learning for me to hear from you regarding the burning question for which whole Delhi people right now are suffering. And not only Delhi, it is a basic platform which is happening at every metros. Mr. Iyer gave a very beautiful insight which detailing about how to control it. But my major question to you, Sir Razan sir, we all have policies, we all have rules. Now, do the government presently has the wherewithal to control and contain this energy security over the country? Do we have those many resources where government can exercise their control? Mr. Iyer can give a lot of details. Whitelisting of the details will not fetch anything till the time the government contains it and promulgates it. So that is what being, because the corporate giant NTPC is here. Do we have the control like how much as part of their CSR, they control the pollution from last 10 years? The figures may be different, but do we have the checks and balances about it? Thank you, sir.
See, I believe that in a mature democracy, the controls and action lies in the people.
Yes, exactly.
Government cannot enter every home and tell people what to do. You can't even tell your own child what to do beyond a certain age. So the answer to that, in my opinion, is more and more information, awareness, and this kind of public health education or whatever you might say into the public domain. If this information is released, then people will themselves take a decision that, look here, this is what is bad for me, this is bad for my children, and I can sort of prevent expenses, illness, etc. by these things. So more and more information in the public domain is something that I'm a great votary of. And rest you leave it to the public. we get the kind of governance we deserve, whether at home or outside. And if we are not diligent enough ourselves, it begins with myself. In the morning session, I had occasion to say something which has lived with me for the last 30 years or more, and that is asking youth in China, after they quizzed us about our religion, what is your religion? They said unanimously, our religion is work. Now, if you are in that kind of a mental state of mind, who can stop you from? And if you have this information in the public domain that this is leading to this, and this has caused this, I think any sensible society will take corrective action itself.
Yes.
Thank you so much, and sorry
I'll
for
request
exceeding your time, ma'am, but
excuse me, sir.
I'll request for a photograph. Please kindly move towards.
Sir,
Thank you, panel, for inspiring us and how innovation can truly become the foundation of sustainability. And the question put up by the gentleman, I would like to add to Razdan sir's comment. Yes, public participation is important. Right now, from past 1 month also, we are observing everyone knew what are the impacts of air pollution. But you can also hear the voices of crackers.
Every sunrise.
So I think I'll add to what sir has said. Everything which is there, we need to implement. Policies are made and everything is there. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's now time for networking lunch. We will reassemble at 2:20 p.m. exactly after the lunch. The last thing, we are telecasting our conference live also for the wider audiences on our official YouTube channel and partner media. Kindly also follow us on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. Thank you.
ये भी आपसे मिल गया एक मुझे किसी और से आया
Integrated refinery petrochemical complex, commissioned in record time and cost, and seamlessly connected by a cross-country crude pipeline, featuring cutting-edge technologies and an unwavering commitment to safety. HMEL isn't just energizing India, it's shaping tomorrow's possibilities. At HMEL, life comes first. Safety is a way of life, woven into every action, every process, every decision. A culture of zero tolerance for accidents, built on comprehensive training programs and stringent safety protocols, creating an environment that's incident-free and future-safe. Young, dynamic, and fearless, HMEL is a company that believes in looking beyond today to build a legacy that lasts generations. As global demand for cleaner energy grows, the challenge to meet today's needs without compromising tomorrow's resources intensifies. HMEL has embraced this challenge head-on, weaving sustainability and innovation into every fiber of its being. From advancing low-emission fuels and biofuels to innovating eco-friendly polymers, we lead the global energy transition to a lower carbon economy by judicious and thoughtful utilization of resources, catalyzing economic progress and fostering sustainable growth and innovation. With a bold vision to be net zero by 2040, we are transforming how we power the planet cleanly and responsibly. Research and development form the backbone of HMEL's ESG strategy. Leveraging digitalization with AI, machine learning, advanced analytics, and IIoT, we continuously optimize operations and reduce our energy requirements. At the same time, we are dedicated to developing. Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation on the rise. Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation on the rise, where every step forward echoes ambition, innovation, and hope. India, a nation powered by dreams, driven by determination, growing, innovating, and leading transformation on the global stage. To drive India's rapid growth, the nation requires energy and materials that are clean, affordable, and sustainable. At the heart of India's transformation is HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, HMEL, a visionary collaboration between Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Government of India enterprise, and Mittal Energy Investment Pte Limited, a Lakshmi and Mittal enterprise, together forging a future powered by cleaner, high-value fuels and petrochemicals. Since its formation in 2007, HMEL has been a company driven by young minds, fresh ideas, and a commitment to sustainable growth, making significant strides. HMEL has boldly invested over $8 billion in refinery, petrochemical, and pipeline assets. Today, HMEL stands proud, the largest company in the state of Punjab in terms of capital investment, with an annual turnover exceeding $12 billion. HMEL has a world-class integrated refinery petrochemical complex, commissioned in record time and cost, and seamlessly connected by a cross-country crude pipeline, featuring cutting-edge technologies and an unwavering commitment to safety. HMEL isn't just energizing India, it's shaping tomorrow's possibilities. At HMEL, life comes first. Safety is a way of life, woven into every action, every process, every decision. A culture of zero tolerance for accidents, built on comprehensive training programs and stringent safety protocols, creating an environment that's incident-free and future-safe. Young, dynamic, and fearless, HMEL is a company that believes in looking beyond today to build a legacy that lasts generations. As global demand for cleaner energy grows, the challenge to meet today's needs without compromising tomorrow's resources intensifies. HMEL has embraced this challenge head-on, weaving sustainability and innovation into every fiber of its being. From advancing low-emission fuels and biofuels to innovating eco-friendly polymers, we lead the global energy transition to a lower carbon economy by judicious and thoughtful utilization of resources, catalyzing economic progress and fostering sustainable growth and innovation. With a bold vision to be net zero by 2040, we are transforming how we power the planet cleanly and responsibly. Research and development form the backbone of HMEL's ESG strategy. Leveraging digitalization with AI, machine learning, advanced analytics, and IIoT, we continuously optimize operations and reduce our energy requirements. At the same time, we are dedicated to developing near net zero emission technologies like sustainable aviation fuel and bioethanol, and expanding our green energy portfolio with renewable power and exploring opportunities in green manufacturing projects. HMEL has obtained numerous patents, having a higher commercial implementation ratio. turning breakthrough ideas into real-world impact. From being the energy lifeline of India, supplying cleaner fuels and derivatives to millions, HMEL's petrochemical plant is helping reduce India's dependence on imports. By meeting 10% of the nation's demand for polypropylene and polyethylene, HMEL stands today as one of India's formidable players in polymers, powering growth across industries. With a nationwide distribution network, HMEL ensures its products reach every corner of India, meeting diverse needs. A state-of-the-art customer services and development center in Noida, where excellence and precision meet customer-centric innovation, empowering our clients to deliver breakthrough products. Making bold strides in fuel retail, we are redefining mobility and convenience across India. Introducing integrated mobility hubs with multiple fuel offerings and next-generation convenience stores that drive the nation's progress. HMEL's 6 core values form the foundation of its excelling culture and guide its every action. One of the youngest teams in the Indian energy sector, HMEL is committed to excellence, integrity, and innovation. At HMEL, our diverse and inclusive workspace nurtures creativity, teamwork, and continuous learning, ensuring that every voice is heard and every dream is valued. By offering our employees opportunities to work with cutting-edge technologies and innovative products, we are nurturing talent and providing a platform for professional growth and leadership. Beyond business success, HMEL is deeply committed to inclusive growth, driving social and economic transformation in neighboring communities by focusing on education, healthcare, skill enhancement, livelihood opportunities, culture and sports, community infrastructure, and environmental sustainability. Through initiatives empowering rural women, facilitating youth employment, and fostering education, HMEL is creating real change, helping the next generation learn, compete, and lead. Step forward to shape a future where dreams know no bounds. A future that's brighter, cleaner, and full of possibility. Together, we can energize a tomorrow that's safer, greener, and more inclusive for all. Because every sunrise brings a new dream. And at HMEL, we are proud to fuel them, one generation at a time. HMEL, energizing a brighter tomorrow. Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation on the rise, where every step forward echoes ambition, innovation, and hope. India, a nation powered by dreams, driven by determination, growing, innovating, and leading transformation on the global stage. To drive India's rapid growth, the nation requires energy and materials that are clean, affordable, and sustainable. At the heart of India's transformation is HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, HMEL, a visionary collaboration between Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Government of India enterprise, and Mittal Energy Investment Pte Limited, a Lakshmi and Mittal enterprise, together forging a future powered by cleaner, high-value fuels and petrochemicals. Since its formation in 2007, HMEL has been a company driven by young minds, fresh ideas, and a commitment to sustainable growth. Making significant strides, HMEL has boldly invested over $8 billion in refinery, petrochemical, and pipeline assets. Today, HMEL stands proud, the largest company in the state of Punjab in terms of capital investment, with an annual turnover exceeding $12 billion. HMEL has a world-class integrated refinery petrochemical complex, commissioned in record time and cost, and seamlessly connected by a cross-country crude pipeline, featuring cutting-edge technologies and an unwavering commitment to safety. HMEL isn't just energizing India, it's shaping tomorrow's possibilities. At HMEL, life comes first. Safety is a way of life, woven into every action, every process, every decision. A culture of zero tolerance for accidents, built on comprehensive training programs and stringent safety protocols, creating an environment that's incident-free and future-safe. Young, dynamic, and fearless, HMEL is a company that believes in looking beyond today to build a legacy that lasts generations. As global demand for cleaner energy grows, the challenge to meet today's needs without compromising tomorrow's resources intensifies. HMEL has embraced this challenge head-on, weaving sustainability and innovation into every fiber of its being. From advancing low-emission fuels and biofuels to innovating eco-friendly polymers, we lead the global energy transition to a lower carbon economy by judicious and thoughtful utilization of resources, catalyzing economic progress and fostering sustainable growth and innovation. With a bold vision to be net zero by 2040, we are transforming how we power the planet cleanly and responsibly. Research and development form the backbone of HMEL's ESG strategy. Leveraging digitalization with AI, machine learning, advanced analytics, and IIoT, we continuously optimize operations and reduce our energy requirements. At the same time, we are dedicated to developing near net zero emission technologies like sustainable aviation fuel and bioethanol, and expanding our green energy portfolio with renewable power and exploring opportunities in green manufacturing projects. HMEL has obtained numerous patents, having a higher commercial implementation ratio, turning breakthrough ideas into real-world impact. From being the energy lifeline of India, supplying cleaner fuels and derivatives to millions, HMEL's petrochemical plant is helping reduce India's dependence on imports. By meeting 10% of the nation's demand for polypropylene and polyethylene, HMEL stands today as one of India's formidable players in polymers, powering growth across industries. With a nationwide distribution network, HMEL ensures its products reach every corner of India, meeting diverse needs. A state-of-the-art customer services and development center in Noida, where excellence and precision meet customer-centric innovation, empowering our clients to deliver breakthrough products. Making bold strides in fuel retail, we are redefining mobility and convenience across India. Introducing integrated mobility hubs with multiple fuel offerings and next-generation convenience stores that drive the nation's progress. HMEL's 6 core values form the foundation of its excelling culture and guide its every action. One of the youngest teams in the Indian energy sector, HMEL is committed to excellence, integrity, and innovation. At HMEL, our diverse and inclusive workspace nurtures creativity, teamwork, and continuous learning, ensuring that every voice is heard and every dream is valued. By offering our employees opportunities to work with cutting-edge technologies and innovative products, we are nurturing talent and providing a platform for professional growth and leadership. Beyond business success, HMEL is deeply committed to inclusive growth, driving social and economic transformation in neighboring communities by focusing on education, healthcare, skill enhancement, livelihood opportunities, culture and sports, community infrastructure, and environmental sustainability. Through initiatives empowering rural women, facilitating youth employment, and fostering education, HMEL is creating real change, helping the next generation learn, compete, and step forward to shape a future where dreams know no bounds. A future that's brighter, cleaner, and full of possibility. Together, we can energize a tomorrow that's safer, greener, and more inclusive for all. Because every sunrise brings a new day. And at HMEL, we are proud to fuel them, one generation at a time. HMEL, energizing a brighter tomorrow. Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation on the rise, where every step forward echoes ambition, innovation, and hope. India, a nation powered by dreams, driven by determination, growing, innovating, and leading transformation on the global stage. To drive India's rapid growth, the nation requires energy and materials that are clean, affordable, and sustainable. At the heart of India's transformation is HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, HMEL, a visionary collaboration between Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Government of India enterprise, and Mittal Energy Investment Pte Limited, a Lakshmi and Mittal enterprise, together forging a future powered by cleaner, high-value fuels and petrochemicals. Since its formation in 2007, HMEL has been a company driven by young minds, fresh ideas, and a commitment to sustainable growth, making significant strides. HMEL has boldly invested over $8 billion in refinery, petrochemical, and pipeline assets. Today, HMEL stands proud, the largest company in the state of Punjab in terms of capital investment, with an annual turnover exceeding $12 billion. HMEL has a world-class integrated refinery petrochemical complex, commissioned in record time and cost, and seamlessly connected by a cross-country crude pipeline, featuring cutting-edge technologies and an unwavering commitment to safety. HMEL isn't just energizing India, it's shaping tomorrow's possibilities. At HMEL, life comes first. Safety is a way of life, woven into every action, every process, every decision. A culture of zero tolerance for accidents, built on comprehensive training programs and stringent safety protocols, creating an environment that's incident-free and future-safe. Young, dynamic, and fearless, HMEL is a company that believes in looking beyond today to build a legacy that lasts generations. As global demand for cleaner energy grows, the challenge to meet today's needs without compromising tomorrow's resources intensifies. HMEL has embraced this challenge head-on, weaving sustainability and innovation into every fiber of its being. From advancing low-emission fuels and biofuels to innovating eco-friendly polymers, we lead the global energy transition to a lower carbon economy by judicious and thoughtful utilization of resources, catalyzing economic progress and fostering sustainable growth and innovation. With a bold vision to be net zero by 2040, we are transforming how we power the planet cleanly and responsibly. Research and development form the backbone of HMEL's ESG strategy. Leveraging digitalization with AI, machine learning, advanced analytics, and IIoT, we continuously optimize operations and reduce our energy requirements. At the same time, we are dedicated to developing near net zero emission technologies like sustainable aviation fuel and bioethanol, and expanding our clean energy portfolio with renewable power and exploring opportunities in green manufacturing projects. HMEL has obtained numerous patents, having a higher commercial implementation ratio, turning breakthrough ideas into real-world impact. From being the energy lifeline of India, supplying cleaner fuels and derivatives to millions, HMEL's petrochemical plant is helping reduce India's dependence on imports. By meeting 10% of the nation's demand for polypropylene and polyethylene, HMEL stands today as one of India's formidable players in polymers, powering growth across industries. With a nationwide distribution network, HMEL ensures its products reach every corner of India, meeting diverse needs. A state-of-the-art customer services and development center in Noida, where excellence and precision meet customer-centric innovation, empowering our clients to deliver breakthrough products. Making bold strides in fuel retail, we are redefining mobility and convenience across India. Introducing integrated mobility hubs with multiple fuel offerings and next-generation convenience stores that drive the nation's progress. HMEL's 6 core values form the foundation of its excelling culture and guide its every action. One of the youngest teams in the Indian energy sector, HMEL is committed to excellence, integrity, and innovation. At HMEL, our diverse and inclusive workspace nurtures creativity, teamwork, and continuous learning, ensuring that every voice is heard and every dream is valued. By offering our employees opportunities to work with cutting-edge technologies and innovative projects, we are nurturing talent and providing a platform for professional growth and leadership. Beyond business success, HMEL is deeply committed to inclusive growth, driving social and economic transformation in neighboring communities by focusing on education, healthcare, skill enhancement, livelihood opportunities, culture and sports, community infrastructure, and environmental sustainability. Through initiatives empowering rural women, facilitating youth employment, and fostering education, HMEL is creating real change, helping the next generation learn, compete, and lead. Step forward to shape a future where dreams know no bounds. A future that's brighter, cleaner, and full of possibility. Together, we can energize a tomorrow that's safer, greener, and more inclusive for you. Because every sunrise brings a new dream. And at HMEL, we are proud to fuel them, one generation at a time. HMEL, energizing a brighter tomorrow. Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation on the rise, where every step forward echoes ambition, innovation, and hope. India, a nation powered by dreams, driven by determination, growing, innovating, and leading transformation on the global stage. To drive India's rapid growth, the nation requires energy and materials that are clean, affordable, and sustainable. At the heart of India's transformation is HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, HMEL, a visionary collaboration between Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Government of India enterprise, and Mittal Energy Investment Pte Limited, a Lakshmi and Mittal enterprise, together forging a future powered by cleaner, high-value fuels and petrochemicals. Since its formation in 2007, HMEL has been a company driven by young minds, fresh ideas, and a commitment to sustainable growth. Making significant strides, HMEL has boldly invested over $8 billion in refining, petrochemical, and pipeline assets. Today, HMEL stands proud, the largest company in the state of Punjab in terms of capital investment, with an annual turnover exceeding $12 billion. HMEL has a world-class integrated refinery petrochemical complex, commissioned in record time and cost, and seamlessly connected by a cross-country crude pipeline, featuring cutting-edge technologies and an unwavering commitment to safety. HMEL isn't just energizing India, it's shaping tomorrow's possibilities. At HMEL, life comes first. Safety is a way of life, woven into every action, every process, every decision. A culture of zero tolerance for accidents, built on comprehensive training programs and stringent safety protocols, creating an environment that's incident-free and future-safe. Young, dynamic, and fearless, HMEL is a company that believes in looking beyond today to build a legacy that lasts generations. As global demand for cleaner energy grows, the challenge to meet today's needs without compromising tomorrow's resources intensifies. HMEL has embraced this challenge head-on, weaving sustainability and innovation into every fiber of its being. From advancing low-emission fuels and biofuels to innovating eco-friendly polymers, we lead the global energy transition to a lower carbon economy by judicious and thoughtful utilization of resources, catalyzing economic progress and fostering sustainable growth and innovation. With a bold vision to be net zero by 2040, we are transforming how we power the planet cleanly and responsibly. Research and development form the backbone of HMEL's ESG strategy. Leveraging digitalization with AI, machine learning, advanced analytics, and IIoT, we continuously optimize operations and reduce our energy requirements. At the same time, we are dedicated to developing near net zero emission technologies like sustainable aviation fuel and bioethanol, and expanding our clean energy portfolio with renewable power and exploring opportunities in green manufacturing projects. HMEL has obtained numerous patents, having a higher commercial implementation ratio, turning breakthrough ideas into real-world impact. From being the energy lifeline of India, supplying cleaner fuels and derivatives to millions, HMEL's petrochemical plant is helping reduce India's dependence on imports. By meeting 10% of the nation's demand for polypropylene and polyethylene, HMEL stands today as one of India's formidable players in polymers, powering growth across industries. With a nationwide distribution network, HMEL ensures its products reach every corner of India, meeting diverse needs. A state-of-the-art customer centric innovation, empowering our clients to deliver breakthrough products. Making bold strides in fuel retail, we are redefining mobility and convenience across India. Introducing integrated mobility hubs with multiple fuel offerings and next-generation convenience stores that drive the nation's progress. HMEL's 6 core values form the foundation of its excelling culture and guide its every action. One of the youngest teams in the Indian energy sector, HMEL is committed to excellence, integrity, and innovation. At HMEL, our diverse and inclusive workspace nurtures creativity, teamwork, and continuous learning, ensuring that every voice is heard and every dream is valued. By offering our employees opportunities to work with cutting-edge technologies and innovative projects, we are nurturing talent and providing a platform for professional growth and leadership. Beyond business success, HMEL is deeply committed to inclusive growth, driving social and economic transformation in neighboring communities by focusing on education, healthcare, skill enhancement, livelihood opportunities, culture and sports, community infrastructure, and environmental sustainability. Through initiatives empowering rural women, facilitating youth employment, and fostering education, HMEL is creating real change, helping the next generation learn, compete, and lead. Step forward to shape a future where dreams know no bounds. A future that's brighter, cleaner, and full of possibility. Together, we can energize a tomorrow that's safer, greener, and more inclusive for all. Because every sunrise brings a new dream. And at HMEL, we are proud to fuel them, one generation at a time. HMEL, energizing a brighter tomorrow. Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation on the rise, where every step forward echoes ambition, innovation, and hope. India, a nation powered by dreams, driven by determination, growing, innovating, and leading transformation on the global stage. To drive India's rapid growth, the nation requires energy and materials that are clean, affordable, and sustainable. At the heart of India's transformation is HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, HMEL, a visionary collaboration between Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Government of India enterprise, and Mittal Energy Investment Pte Limited, a Lakshmi and Mittal enterprise, together forging a future powered by cleaner, high-value fuels and petrochemicals. Since its formation in 2007, HMEL has been a company driven by young minds, fresh ideas, and a commitment to sustainable growth. Making significant strides, HMEL has boldly invested over $8 billion in refinery, petrochemical, and pipeline assets. Today, HMEL stands proud, the largest company in the state of Punjab in terms of capital investment, with an annual turnover exceeding $12 billion. HMEL has a world-class integrated refinery petrochemical complex, commissioned in record time and cost, and seamlessly connected by a cross-country crude pipeline, featuring cutting-edge technologies and an unwavering commitment to safety. HMEL isn't just energizing India, it's shaping tomorrow's possibilities. At HMEL, life comes first. Safety is a way of life, woven into every action, every process, every decision. A culture of zero tolerance for accidents, built on comprehensive training programs and stringent safety protocols, creating an environment that's incident-free and future-safe. Young, dynamic, and fearless, HMEL is a company that believes in looking beyond today to build a legacy that lasts generations. As global demand for cleaner energy grows, the challenge to meet today's needs without compromising tomorrow's resources intensifies. HMEL has embraced this challenge head-on, weaving sustainability and innovation into every fiber of its being. From advancing low-emission fuels and biofuels to innovating eco-friendly polymers, we lead the global energy transition to a lower carbon economy by judicious and thoughtful utilization of resources, catalyzing economic progress and fostering sustainable growth and innovation. With a bold vision to be net zero by 2040, we are transforming how we power the planet cleanly and responsibly. Research and development form the backbone of HMEL's ESG strategy. Leveraging digitalization with AI, machine learning, advanced analytics, and IIoT, we continuously optimize operations and reduce our energy requirements. At the same time, we are dedicated to developing near net zero emission technologies like sustainable aviation fuel and bioethanol, and expanding our clean energy portfolio with renewable power and exploring opportunities in green manufacturing projects. HMEL has obtained numerous patents, having a higher commercial implementation ratio, turning breakthrough ideas into real-world impact. From being the energy lifeline of India, supplying cleaner fuels and derivatives to millions, HMEL's petrochemical plant is helping reduce India's dependence on imports. By meeting 10% of the nation's demand for polypropylene and polyethylene, HMEL stands today as one of India's formidable players in polymers, powering growth across industries. With a nationwide distribution network, HMEL ensures its products reach every corner of India, meeting diverse needs. A state-of-the-art customer services and development center in Noida, where excellence and precision meet customer-centric innovation. empowering our clients to deliver breakthrough products. Making bold strides in fuel retail, we are redefining mobility and convenience across India. Introducing integrated mobility hubs with multiple fuel offerings and next-generation convenience stores that drive the nation's progress. HMEL's 6 core values form the foundation of its excelling culture and guide its every action. One of the youngest teams in the Indian energy sector, HMEL is committed to excellence, integrity, and innovation. At HMEL, our diverse and inclusive workspace nurtures creativity, teamwork, and continuous learning, ensuring that every voice is heard and every dream is valued. By offering our employees opportunities to work with cutting-edge technologies and innovative products, we are nurturing talent and providing a platform for professional growth and leadership. Beyond business success, HMEL is deeply committed to inclusive growth, driving social and economic transformation in neighboring communities by focusing on education, healthcare, skill enhancement, livelihood opportunities, culture and sports, community infrastructure, and environmental sustainability. Through initiatives empowering rural women, facilitating youth employment, and fostering education, HMEL is creating real change, helping the next generation learn, compete, and lead. Step forward to shape a future where dreams know no bounds. A future that's brighter, cleaner, and full of possibility. Together, we can energize a tomorrow that's safer, greener, and more inclusive for all. Because every sunrise brings a new dream. And at HMEL, we are proud to fuel them, one generation at a time. HMEL, energizing a brighter tomorrow. Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation on the rise, where every step forward echoes ambition, innovation, and hope. India, a nation powered by dreams, driven by determination, growing, innovating, and leading transformation on the global stage. To drive India's rapid growth, the nation requires energy and materials that are clean, affordable, and sustainable. At the heart of India's transformation is HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, HMEL, a visionary collaboration between Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Government of India enterprise, and Mittal Energy Investment Pte. Limited, a Lakshmi and Mittal enterprise. Together, forging a future powered by cleaner, high-value fuels and petrochemicals. Since its formation in 2007, HMEL has been a company driven by young minds, fresh ideas, and a commitment to sustainable growth. Making significant strides, HMEL has boldly invested over $8 billion in refinery, petrochemical, and pipeline assets. Today, HMEL stands proud, the largest company in the state of Punjab in terms of capital investment, with an annual turnover exceeding $12 billion. HMEL has a world-class integrated refinery petrochemical complex, commissioned in record time and cost, and seamlessly connected by a cross-country crude pipeline, featuring cutting-edge technologies and an unwavering commitment to safety. HMEL isn't just energizing India, it's shaping tomorrow's possibilities. At HMEL, life comes first. Safety is a way of life, woven into every action, every process, every decision. A culture of zero tolerance for accidents, built on comprehensive training programs and stringent safety protocols, creating an environment that's incident-free and future-safe. Young, dynamic, and fearless, HMEL is a company that believes in looking beyond today to build a legacy that lasts generations. As global demand for cleaner energy grows, The challenge to meet today's needs without compromising tomorrow's resources intensifies. HMEL has embraced this challenge head-on, weaving sustainability and innovation into every fiber of its being. From advancing low-emission fuels and biofuels to innovating eco-friendly polymers, we lead the global energy transition to a lower carbon economy by judicious and thoughtful utilization of resources, catalyzing economic progress and fostering sustainable growth and innovation. With a bold vision to be net zero by 2040, we are transforming how we power the planet cleanly and responsibly. Research and development form the backbone of HMEL's ESG strategy. Leveraging digitalization with AI, machine learning, advanced analytics, and IIoT, we continuously optimize operations and reduce our energy requirements. At the same time, we are dedicated to developing near net zero emission technologies like sustainable aviation fuel and bioethanol, and expanding our clean energy portfolio with renewable power and exploring opportunities in green manufacturing projects. HMEL has obtained numerous patents, having a higher commercial implementation ratio, turning breakthrough ideas into real-world impact. From being the energy lifeline of India, supplying cleaner fuels and derivatives to millions, HMEL's petrochemical plant is helping reduce India's dependence on imports. By meeting 10% of the nation's demand for polypropylene and polyethylene, HMEL stands today as one of India's formidable players in polymers, powering growth across industries. With a nationwide distribution network, HMEL ensures its products reach every corner of India, meeting diverse needs. A state-of-the-art customer services and development center in Noida, where excellence and precision meet customer-centric innovation, empowering our clients to deliver breakthrough products. Making bold strides in fuel retail, we are redefining mobility and convenience across India. Introducing integrated mobility hubs with multiple fuel offerings and next-generation convenience stores that drive the nation's progress. HMEL's 6 core values form the foundation of its excelling culture and guide its every action. One of the youngest teams in the Indian energy sector, HMEL is committed to excellence, integrity, and innovation. At HMEL, our diverse and inclusive workspace nurtures creativity, teamwork, and continuous learning, ensuring that every voice is heard and every dream is valued. By offering our employees opportunities to work with cutting-edge technologies and innovative products, we are nurturing talent and providing a platform for professional growth and leadership. Beyond business success, HMEL is deeply committed to inclusive growth, driving social and economic transformation in neighboring communities by focusing on education, healthcare, skill enhancement, livelihood opportunities, culture and sports, community infrastructure, and environmental sustainability. Through initiatives empowering rural women, facilitating youth employment, fostering education, HMEL is creating real change, helping the next generation learn, compete, and lead. Step forward to shape a future where dreams know no bounds. A future that's brighter, cleaner, and full of possibility. Together, we can energize a tomorrow that's safer, greener, and more inclusive for all. Because every sunrise brings a new dawn. And at HMEL, we are proud to fuel them, one generation at a time. HMEL, energizing a brighter tomorrow. Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation on the rise, where every step forward echoes ambition, innovation, and hope. India, a nation powered by dreams, driven by determination, growing, innovating, and leading transformation on the global stage. Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation on the rise, where every step forward echoes ambition, innovation, and hope. India, a nation powered by dreams, driven by determination, growing, innovating, and leading transformation on the global stage. To drive India's rapid growth, the nation requires energy and materials that are clean, affordable, and sustainable. At the heart of India's transformation is HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, HMEL, a visionary collaboration between Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Government of India enterprise, and Mittal Energy Investment Pte Limited, a Lakshmi and Mittal enterprise. Together, forging a future powered by cleaner, high-value fuels and petrochemicals. Since its formation in 2007, HMEL has been a company driven by young minds, fresh ideas, and a commitment to sustainable growth. Making significant strides, HMEL has boldly invested over $8 billion in refining, petrochemical, and pipeline assets. Today, HMEL stands proud, the largest company in the state of Punjab in terms of capital investment, with an annual turnover exceeding $12 billion. HMEL has a world-class integrated refinery petrochemical complex, commissioned in record time and cost, and seamlessly connected by a cross-country crude pipeline, featuring cutting-edge technologies and an unwavering commitment to safety. HMEL isn't just energizing India, it's shaping tomorrow's possibilities. At HMEL, life comes first. Safety is a way of life, woven into every action, every process, every decision. A culture of zero tolerance for accidents, built on comprehensive training programs and stringent safety protocols, creating an environment that's incident-free and future-safe. Young, dynamic, and fearless, HMEL is a company that believes in looking beyond today to build a legacy that lasts generations. As global demand for cleaner energy grows, the challenge to meet today's needs without compromising tomorrow's resources intensifies. HMEL has embraced this challenge head-on, weaving sustainability and innovation into every fiber of its being, from advancing low-emission fuels and biofuels to innovate. Every sunrise, every sun. The story of a nation on the rise, where every step forward echoes ambition, innovation, and hope. India, a nation powered by dreams, driven by determination, growing, innovating, and leading transformation on the global stage. To drive India's rapid growth, the nation requires energy and materials that are clean, affordable, and sustainable. At the heart of India's transformation is HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, HMEL, a visionary collaboration between Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Government of India enterprise, and Mittal Energy Investment Pte Limited, a Lakshmi and Mittal enterprise, together forging a future powered by cleaner, high-value fuels and petrochemicals. Since its formation in 2007, HMEL has been a company driven by young minds, fresh ideas, and a commitment to sustainable growth. Making significant strides, HMEL has boldly invested over $8 billion in refinery, petrochemical, and pipeline assets. Today, HMEL stands proud, the largest company in the state of Punjab in terms of capital investment, with an annual turnover exceeding $12 billion. HMEL has a world-class integrated refinery petrochemical complex, commissioned in record time and cost, and seamlessly connected by a cross-country crude pipeline, featuring cutting-edge technologies and an unwavering commitment to safety. HMEL isn't just energizing India, it's shaping tomorrow's possibilities. At HMEL, life comes first. Safety is a way of life, woven into every action, every process, every decision. A culture of zero tolerance for accidents, built on comprehensive training programs and stringent safety protocols, creating an environment that's incident-free and future-safe. Young, dynamic, and fearless, HMEL is a company that believes in looking beyond today to build a legacy that lasts generations. As global demand for cleaner energy grows, the challenge to meet today's needs without compromising tomorrow's resources intensifies. HMEL has embraced this challenge head-on, weaving sustainability and innovation into every fiber of its being. From advancing low-emission fuels and biofuels to innovating eco-friendly polymers, we lead the global energy transition to a lower carbon economy by judicious and thoughtful utilization of resources, catalyzing economic progress and fostering sustainable growth and innovation. With a bold vision to be net zero by 2040, we are transforming how we power the planet cleanly and responsibly. Research and development form the backbone of HMEL's ESG strategy. Leveraging digitalization with AI, machine learning, advanced analytics, and IIoT, we continuously optimize operations and reduce our energy requirements. At the same time, we are dedicated to developing near net zero emission technologies like sustainable aviation fuel and bioethanol, and expanding our green energy portfolio with renewable power and exploring opportunities in green manufacturing projects. HMEL has obtained numerous patents, having a higher commercial implementation ratio, turning breakthrough ideas into real-world impact. From being the energy lifeline of India, supplying cleaner fuels and derivatives to millions, HMEL's petrochemical plant is helping reduce India's dependence on imports. By meeting 10% of the nation's demand for polypropylene and polyethylene, HMEL stands today as one of India's formidable players in polymers, powering growth across industries. With a nationwide distribution network, HMEL ensures its products reach every corner of India, meeting diverse needs. A state-of-the-art customer services and development center in Noida, where excellence and precision meet customer-centric innovation, empowering our clients to deliver breakthrough products. Making bold strides in fuel retail, we are redefining mobility and convenience across India, introducing integrated mobility hubs with multiple fuel offerings and next-generation convenience stores that drive the nation's progress. HMEL's 6 core values form the foundation of its excelling culture and guide its every action. One of the youngest teams in the Indian energy sector, HMEL is committed to excellence, integrity, and innovation. At HMEL, our diverse and inclusive workspace nurtures creativity, teamwork, and continuous learning, ensuring that every voice is heard and every dream is valued. By offering our employees opportunities to work with cutting-edge technologies and innovative products, we are nurturing talent and providing a platform for professional growth and leadership. Beyond business success, HMEL is deeply committed to inclusive growth, driving social and economic transformation in neighboring communities by focusing on education, healthcare, skill enhancement, livelihood opportunities, culture and sports, community infrastructure, and environmental sustainability. Through initiatives empowering rural women, facilitating youth employment, and fostering education, HMEL is creating real change, helping the next generation learn, compete, and step forward to shape a future where dreams know no bounds. A future that's brighter, cleaner, and full of possibility. Together, we can energize a tomorrow that's safer, greener, and more inclusive for all. Because every sunrise brings a new dawn. And at HMEL, we are proud
Good
to fuel
afternoon,
them
everyone.
one generation at a
I
time.
welcome you after the lunch session. Since morning, we have been discussing about global cooperation on renewable energy, climate finance, and equity. The sessions explored multilateral mechanism, technology partnership, and One Earth, One Family, One Future vision articulated by our Honorable Minister during G20 presidency. The discussions till now also address the emerging climate conflict nexus, emphasizing how environmental degradation, food insecurity, and fossil dependence can elaborate and intensify instability, and why global partnerships for clean and sustainable energy are essential to safeguard peace and human security. The Stone Age did not end
Every
for
sunrise
lack of
brings with it
stones, and the oil age will end long before we run out of oil. Truly said by Sheikh Ahmed. So now we will begin our special dialogue on National Green Hydrogen Mission, focusing on India's ambition to become a global hub for hydrogen innovation. And for the same, I would like to invite Mr. Nishant Balsan-Gumugam, CEO and Director, Green Hydrogen India, and Mr. Gajendra Singh, Executive Vice President, Corporate Affairs, JSW Energy Limited. I would like to request both the speakers to put forward their viewpoint in 8 to 10 minutes maximum. And after that, we will be moving towards in conversation session between the speakers. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good evening. Good evening, everyone, and things on. Good. Audible? Yeah? Okay. Okay. Good evening, and welcome to this conversation on green hydrogen. My other panelist is Mr. Gajendra from JSW Energy. So perhaps, sir, I'll let you begin this, with your welcome remarks, and then I will step in. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishant. It's a pleasure to be here. Hydrogen is the subject, perhaps the whole ecosystem yet to come, actually. So in terms of a pride aspect, what I will start with a little bit about what JSW does, and specifically in the energy verticals. So to set the tone,
specifically hydrogen, we are the first one in the country who has set up hydrogen at a scale which is, I will say, not very, 28 megawatt is the plant size, which we say with the capacity 3,600 almost per million ton per day. But it's a highest commercial scale production so far in the country. And in terms of, I mean, I will go more details in the nitty-gritty, and just to set the welcome tone here, we will talk about the hydrogen, we will talk about how the industry integration to be done. We will discuss about what is the aspect we look from the government side, the policy enablers and supports we needed, and what hydrogen can play in an RE sector, and how hydrogen can, you know, it being a fuel of future energy, and ammonia, which is a new energy currency, how hydrogen integrate with this derivatives. So these are some aspects which we expect to discuss, and perhaps I'm also here to learn, and mutually we will engage in a conversation rather than in a speech, and we'll try to unfold multiple aspects. And also I would be very keen to share what JSW Energy has done, because we are a little bit ahead of the curve when it comes to the hydrogen in the country. So I would like to share the experiences, what JSW Energy is doing, and what we have a future plan in roads like to come.
Well, Mr. Gajendra, thank you for setting that story.
Every sunrise brings with it endless possibilities. A new chapter in the extraordinary story of a nation.
Okay, so the front two rows are all aware, and few people at the back. It's a buzzword. All of us have heard about green hydrogen, but can anybody tell me how much green hydrogen is being produced in the country today? Is it more than 1 million tons? Is it more than 100,000 tons? Is it more than 10,000 tons? It is less than 10,000 tons, and that's where we are. So hydrogen itself is going to be a key enabler, like Mr. Gajendra was saying, in the new energy systems that we're looking at. But keeping in line with the theme of the conference for climate change, there is no net zero without hydrogen. So that is the premise for these conversations, and for hydrogen having a role in these talks about climate change. India, we are not the leaders when it comes to green hydrogen, but we are second. And this is a unique opportunity for us in a century to actually be in the forefront of energy transition. We are only second to China, right? Today, due to the robust power ecosystem that Indian policies have built over the last 15 years, the natural advantages we have due to the abundant supply of solar, wind, the skilled labor we have in the country, all of these factors have contributed towards what today we call the National Green Hydrogen Mission. The government set a target of 5 million tons in 2023, and today there are more than 10 million tons of green hydrogen projects announced. All the big corporates in India are throwing millions and billions into billions into this. It is providing a great opportunity for India to export energy for the first time in our history. We've always been an importer of energy. So with that being said, this was supposed to be a conversation between, Mr. Gajendra and myself. So it's such a pleasure to have you with me for this conversation. You've been looking at, I think in your corporate career itself, you've seen energy over the last several decades. Right? Before I go into some of the questions we discussed prior, I want you to tell me, did you ever expect something like this? If I asked you about hydrogen in 2015, would you have told me that in 2025 hydrogen will become such a key element, or did this just slowly creep in over the last few years into corporate strategies?
No, I will say at that time, 2015, because even today ecosystems are not there and a lot of R&D need to be done. So the buzzword has started 3-4 years ago. So it will not, if you go in probably that bag, it's not that the buzzword and everybody was talking about it, but then it came out gradually and came out very strongly. And now we are in a position that India can take a leadership in export of clean energy thanks to hydrogen and its ability to derivatives through ammonia and all. We can. If I look at the decarbonization strategy of any organization, and especially hard to abate sectors, they are all banking on this future fuel of hydrogen only.
Indeed.
So I can't say 2015, but 2025.
No. Yes.
It's definitely buzzword and also a solution for the lot of problems.
Wonderful.
And it's an enabler. I will talk about.
Yes.
Hydrogen has become an enabler for many industries.
So now, you clearly mentioned that in 2015, nobody was talking about hydrogen in corporate strategies, but in the last 5 years, everybody has. India's ambitions by 2030 for renewable energy is, to have 500 gigawatts of, wind and solar and other renewable sources. What role will hydrogen play in this, renewable energy ecosystem?
It's a very good question because 2030 we are targeting 500 gigawatt. So at that time and the kind of a scale hydrogen is looking at, perhaps we need 125 gigawatt of the RE power. RE power dedicated to the hydrogen only. So because at
you said how many gigawatts of RE power?
125 gigawatt RE power dedicated for the hydrogen because of the scale we are talking about.
Exactly.
With talking to the multiple hard to abate sectors and supply. So 125 gigawatt, and when the government is targeting 500 gigawatt by 2030, they also want that the energy mix of the country should be more than 60% by the RE power. Because all the future supplies, government is looking towards the RE. Whether, nuclear may be one future upcoming areas, but apart from that, whether it's hydro, whether it's the wind, whether it's the solar. And by the way, we are the wind champion has been, we'd like to say, because the last 12 months, 1/3 capacity of the wind added in the country was by the JSW Energy.
Oh, wonderful.
So we have been primarily a wind company. If you look at my portfolio, we are quite a diverse, it's the largest private sector power producer for private sector. And when I say 13.2 gigawatt is my production, our 7.2 gigawatt is RE. So 57% of my entire production is renewable energy, which we take a very pride in, sharing this data because almost less than 6 gigawatt is coming from thermal energy. And wind has been champion for GSW. Solar 2.2 gigawatt we have added by acquiring O2 Power and some of the internal capacities. And we have 1.6 gigawatt hydro. So, and we are also looking to more hydro opportunities as well. So we are very focused on the clean energy side. Coming to answer your question on the RE space. So how this hydrogen enabling is 1.25 gigawatt when I talk about to produce the hydrogen, you need to round the clocks. And if you're not using RE resources, then your hydrogen is not green. We're talking green hydrogen. Otherwise, it will be blue, pink, gray, all the colors. So we are talking about green. So 125 gigawatt RTC RE requirement. So practically our RE requirement is 250 gigawatt or something more, because with put the battery storage and all, then only you will have the round the clock RE. Otherwise, your hydrogen is not green. So first of all, you need a green hydrogen. And then this become an enabler because this kind of a massive capacity, you also have to put alongside with your plant. So like if I talk about my plant, we have a wind farms and there is no grid. We don't access the grid. We supply directly to our plant. So with this kind of a capacity in gigawatt we are talking about, they are not going to offload the grid. Most of the capacities which will come in RE will be closer to their production units of the hydrogen and will supply off the grid. So hydrogen in a way also helping stabilizing the grid, because if those capacity come to the grid, it's very difficult to stabilize the grid. So that's also one aspect of it. And more than that, we are expecting that green hydrogen allowing targeting 61% of the energy mix. We also see that green hydrogen is linking the power generation companies to the heavy industries and transport industries. Because hydrogen manufacturing is somehow links to the 80% of the cost is power only. So, and it also enabling, I mean, I will touch with the further interactions, but it also enabling new industries in the country, which we talk about.
This is very interesting, and you've already mentioned all the other renewable energy sources, and that's a clear sign that hydrogen calls for this integration on the upstream side. Now, on the downstream side, which is where these consumption points are going to happen, we are going to start talking about so many more sectors, and I think you as a group, the JSW group, has opportunities on both sides of the table. So if you could, share with us what are your strategies to integrate hydrogen into your various businesses that are carbon fuel or carbon intensive, and how are you looking to decarbonize those operations?
Perfect. This is an absolute question I was waiting actually, because production is one thing and utilization is another thing, and this is the this another side of the coin which is very important, and the problem we are facing right now is there is a consumption. I mean, you are talking about 10,000, less than 10,000 this hydrogen production data, but we also have a forecast that by 2020. Probably 5 years ago, some report I was going through, and there were discussion that perhaps India has the demand of hydrogen by at that time 6 million ton per year. 6 million ton per year. But I don't know who are the takers. There is really push needed for off takers because hydrogen is a costly right now. So government is working hard, and we all have to work hard, and there has been several enablers, whether it's a policy side, whether it's R&D side, a lot of things to be done. But the cost right now is $3 to $4 per kg, has to be $1 per kg. Currently, we are trying, even we can reach to $2 per kg, but even struggling for that. So at this cost, there is no taker. So where is the taker come from? So there is the viability gap funding perhaps needed. This mandatory blending requirement has to be done, whether it's for the steel sector, for the refinery, for the fertilizers, those mandates has to be done. Now, if I talk about hard to abate sectors, and especially I'm coming from JSW Steel also. So what we have done is we are the RE generation company. Then we had set up the hydrogen plant, and then we have set up 3-kilometer long pipeline, which is again country's largest pipeline, first time hydrogen pipeline, and supplying to the hydrogen to our steel plant in a DRI unit, directly reduced iron unit. So that's how the consumption story is there. But if it is not there, it's not very easy to supply and convert it. So that ecosystem need to be done, because there is, I talk about to promote the hydrogen, government has to do 3 things. One is this, clusters need to be developed. There has to be energy corridors, and then affordable storage mechanism, which is not there right now. How to store? Only way is to convert into ammonia and then transport. So demand creation by the government, which I talk about this blending mechanism. Some other frontiers are coming on their own, which is very good thing. Like if I talk about IMO, International Maritime Organization. So they have mandated 5 to 10% of the fuel blending used by the maritime transportation organizations by 2030. Similarly, if you say sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, they have also mandated 5 to 10%, and then eventually going almost 50% by 2040. So everybody has a roadmap. India is also not far behind. EU has mandated SAF blending 2% from this year, 2025. And India is not far behind. India is mandating 1% to 5% in a staggered manner from 2027 till 2030. So those requirements are coming. So there is a demand creation is one aspect. Off-takers need to be subsidized with the long-term agreement with viability gap funding. So multiple approaches needed to promote the hydrogen, but it required infrastructure to be created, R&D efforts to be made, demand creation to be done. And in times to come, we have to also have global technology partners, companies like Linde, Siemens, Cummins. We have to have hand-holding and technology transfer relationship with them to make cost go further down. I will talk about electrolyzers. We in our plant, we have set up the stake called 1250 nm. 1250 nm because, and I have seen hydrogen plant, people are making even 200 nm. 1250 is the largest stack stabilizer first time made in the country by the GSW. While we are proud we are the largest 1250, people are doing 200. China is doing already 1500. Sorry, this 1250 practically 6.2 megawatt. China is making stake, the one single one is 15 megawatt. So probably 3 to 4, almost 3.5 times bigger than. So we have to achieve those to, because ultimately making hydrogen is separating water and hydrogen and then electrolyzing and then put a separator. So water efficiency has to be there. Technologies to use more efficient way, the water is there. And cost of electrolyzers, especially localization with the technology transfer I talked about. Because I heard only one Indian manufacturer is in this process and they are also struggling because it's difficult to compete with China. So China's electrolyzers are cheaper and everybody's importing them. So localization of this and for that government has done, I mean, you talk about this National Green Hydrogen Mission, and in 2023, this less than 19,700 something crore were earmarked. Out of that, if I remember, 440 crore, 4,444 crore is only for the electrolyzers. So put together, the rest was 13,000 crore is for hydrogen manufacturing, 17,000 crore was earmarked, and the rest were for some other ancillaries. So government has done its bit, and I would also not to loud here with the state government, especially 4 states, I will say Tamil Nadu, Odisha, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. These 4 states accounts for the 92% of the government subsidy. And in the tune of subsidy, I mean, this National Green Mission talk about less than 20,000 crore. These 4 states and their subsidy has topped to almost 62 billion US dollar. We're talking about 5 lakhs crore. So it's not that the government is not serious. A lot of efforts are being done and a lot of things has moved. And that's how you will see that. So we begin, when this PLI scheme came, this scheme called SITE, Strategic Intervention for Green Hydrogen Transitions, run by SECI. So the 10 companies who got this PLI, GSW also was one amongst them, and we got the capacity of 6,500 million ton per annum. And we have commensurate our operations this month only with capacity of 3,600 per annum. But we have a large plan to go. We'll talk about it later.
Wonderful. Now, Mr. Gajendra, I think you've touched upon quite a few things, but let's, there were quite a few topics in your intervention now, but let's go to policies. Today, we are talking green hydrogen because of policies. EU created the biggest opportunity by putting mandates. India had a mission, but I'm sure as much as you're doing your own pilots, I'm sure you want to make a lot more hydrogen. But who's going to buy it? if the mandates don't happen in the country, right? So what are your thoughts on that? Because today, the single biggest reason for hydrogen not being translated into projects and binding offtakes is price. And when price is a determining factor, mandates need to be there. You mentioned that. So today, the 5 million metric tons that is being targeted by the government by 2030, we are not seeing that in the project pipeline. We are seeing less than 600,000 tons in the most optimistic calculation that I can make for 2030. So we are not even 20% of the target. Now, can you tell me?
How much is it? 6,000?
600,000. Yes, between all the green ammonia, 740, which is 170,000. And there are a few international binding offtakes, which is not public. I've included them now as well. They don't actually go above 400, but I've given another 200,000 tons because of some advanced conversations that I know of some people having. Even with all of that, it's only 700,000 tons by 2030, right? Yeah. So now my question is, do you think the government should put in mandates? Because domestically, we have in the refinery space, we are not even meeting the 20% or the 200,000 tons that they wanted to target, etc. So what are your thoughts on this?
Okay. So let me answer your question. Government should have mandate. Answer is yes. Well, why? We'll come to that. CBM, good thing we touched about. So CBM has put the fast track, the existential export risk that has created by CBAM has fast tracked the sustainability goal into the mandatory commercial necessity. And that's it has actually fast tracked the adoption of the hydrogen in the country, especially by the hard to abate sector. So in steel also by the capacity which we have created and going to self-consume for the production of the green steel, we expect this to be almost 50,000 reducing the carbon emission by 50,000 million ton of this annual carbon emission reduction. It's the goal we are going to achieve. So that's about the JSW. So the CBAM mechanism has fast track, and specifically I see hydrogen is enabling to the multiple organizations and multiple sectors, and three core sector I talked about: energy, refinery. Since you said mandatory need to be done, especially when it is not able to be done, so that reason is coming only because of the costing side. Yes. And for costing, enabler has to be done by two sides. The back one is that the purchaser. For that, perhaps the viability gap funding, again, I touched about, the off-takers has to be supported with a long-term contract. Mm-hmm. And PLI scheme need to be continue and need to be increased. Probably the support need to be increased and the scheme need to continue. So that's the one way. And we talk about R&D, we talk about the global partnership that has to be done. So with this way, end of the day, we have to reduce the carbon footprint, and the concept of hydrogen valley I was earlier mentioning. So what we have done is this global model framework of hydrogen valley, which we have adopted so far, because given the infrastructure we have in this country where the pipeline doesn't exist and the off-takers are not so much. So what is the best is that you create an RE generation facility, you set up a plant which is closer to the consumption, and then you have somebody who is off-taking like JSW Steel. So this is a valley situation where I'm a JSW, I have my windmill, I have my hydrogen plant, and I have my steel plant. And also I'm generating green oxygen along with it as a back product. And also I'm, in this plant, which I talked about the capacity, I'm generating almost 720,000, million oxygen, green oxygen I'm going to, utilize in my steel operations. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So that also, and if I talk about my future plan, just to summarize quickly, this is the phase one of JSW, which we have done. The next phase, we are targeting 80 to 90,000. So like I said, 3,600 million ton per annum we have generated. Now we are going to target by 2030, 85 to 90,000 million ton per annum capacity hydrogen plant to be set up. And if I add this with the derivatives like ammonia, then my capacity will be almost 1.4 million ton per annum. This is my future goal for hydrogen.
Thanks very much for highlighting all of that. I think you are looking at a very integrated ecosystem, and finally touched upon valleys, which I think will be an industrial necessity moving into a cleaner world, or a net zero India. So with that, thank you all for being a great audience. It was lovely having all of you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for illuminating the path to a hydrogen-powered future. I truly appreciate the depth of research and clarity you brought to the discussion.
Every sunrise
From
brings with it
countries and giving us so much of in-depth knowledge about green hydrogen, hurdles, and implementation. I'll request for photograph, please. Yes. As now we move on to the next panel group that will shape the economic and strategic backbone of India. So for this, we have esteemed session chair, Dr. Sunita Narayan, Director General, Center for Science and Environment. And the key speakers, Ms. Pramila Jaspal, former Director, Finance, ONGC Limited. Mr. Ritesh Saxena, Head Operations, IndusLand Bank. He will be joining us online. Ma'am, please join the decks. Mr. Sudeep Sural, Senior Executive Vice President, HDFC Bank. Ma'am, please come. So, three chairs. So please come. But one more chair in the center. Okay, you can have this. One more chair. He's on. Thank you. Hi, Sudeep. Hi. Nice to see you. Sunita ma'am.
Yes.
Want
me to take off?
Yes, and I will request to kindly wind by 4:10 or 4:15 maximum.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you,
I
ma'am.
will definitely, but I have two very good and a very interesting panel. So let me introduce the issues as also a follow-up of the last panel. Because what you heard from the last panel was some fascinating developments happening in India, where industry is taking the lead. We are beginning to see decarbonization happening. We are beginning to see more and more of the portfolio becoming green. There are many drivers for it. More importantly, it is happening because we know that in India, the risk of climate change is huge for us. We are extremely vulnerable to it. And it is good to see how Indian industry is stepping up and is making the transition happen. And if we do so, we will do so at costs, which will be an example to the rest of the world. But the reason why our panel, I think, is important to follow up is the question of finance and the issue of where the money is going to come to make this transition happen at the scale it needs to happen. To introduce, let me also say that we heard from Gajendra ji that the whole question of CBAM coming in as becoming one impetus for industry to take on more and more a faster roadmap for decarbonization. Now, one of the proposals that my organization, CSC, gave to the government on CBAM is that we should actually not pass the tax to Europe of the CBAM money to Europe. We should keep the tax within our boundary. We should come up with a fund called the Decarbonization Fund for hard-to-abate sectors. And that fund should be used to essentially make sure that the investment happens at the scale it must happen. And the reason I'm stressing this is, Anilji is here. He will remember we were both part very much at that time when the carbon cess had come up, the coal cess had come. And when I had gone to then Prime Minister asking for the coal cess, the idea was that the money should go into the thermal power sector to clean it up, not go into a general finance budget to pay for everything other than decarbonization. So I think we have a new opportunity here. But the fact is, money is tough and money is needed. And I have two very important speakers with me to discuss, therefore, what do you see as the opportunity moving ahead? There's a lot of buzz about green bond. There's a lot of buzz about carbon markets, about, the public-private financing. Give us a reality check, both of you first. What's actually that you see in the market that is happening, where the risk to your capital is low, because that's obviously going to drive the money or not? And what do you see as becoming some good ways in which we can see finance and the money move to where we need it to move? Because right now, world over, we are seeing global markets and global money is moving into brown business rather than the green business, in spite of all the talk about it. So I think that's really what my beginning question is. Formula ji, I will come to you first and then Sudeep ji. Please. I think it's on.
Yeah, it's on.
It's on.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a privilege that I am attending this session as a speaker and before such honorable audience. And of course, Mr. Anil Razdan, who was earlier, I have somehow directly or indirectly worked with him when I was in DGH, and then in the ministry, I was in the contact cell. So I was remembering Mr. Razdan very much. Sir, in fact, a lot of policies, like I remember when you were in the Ministry of Petroleum, so a lot of policies, so that had come in that way. We started with the NELP, then we went to, the pre-NELP, then of course, then the NELP, new exploration licensing policy, and then further improvements on that, because as the contracts went on, increasing and implementing, so there were its own inherent problems were there. So in order to take care of those problems, so we had to go further to the model of revenue sharing instead of the profit petroleum. Now, that was the era of that is still the era of the conventional, you can say, exploration or conventional exploitation. I'm not talking only about the Ministry of Petroleum, but we have the similar policies in the coal, we have the similar policies in the power, which is more regulated kind of an commodity. But the main difference now, the green finance is such a topic that it has become more like a misnomer. But definitely the regulatory bodies like the SEBI, so they have already started to make it more stringent from time to time. We started with 2017 when the SEBI had issued and in 22, so they had issued the guidelines that we can go ahead with the green bonds. But at the same time, most important was that how we can, how much the companies are really going for that, how much they are exploiting those, in innovative way of, you can say, the financing, and to what extent, they are using those funds for the green purposes that we are wanting. Because this has been the history that every son, or for that matter, the particular institutions, when they take the finance, whether it is on a project financing basis or on the portfolio basis or on the company financing basis. So they try to, allocate it to the different, different projects and different, sometimes, they are not very much concerned about, on what account this particular financing was taken. When I was Director of Finance ONGC, we saw, there were a lot many. Now the things have become very stringent from that. The regulatory bodies, the SEBI, so they are very much concerned about them. So these requirements of the, reporting requirements have become very tight. And with the, introduction of this NEFRA, it is a national financial reporting body, which is over and above the statutory auditors, statutory body of the CAG. So they have become more, our auditors, the statutory auditors, they have become more vigilant. And, there are so many reporting guidelines in our audit report also, annual report also, that the auditors have to certify that the funds which have been taken for a particular purpose, whether they are being used for that. And if, for example, the funds are not being used for that purpose, the companies have to specify. And if at all they, there is a mismatch between what the statutory auditors say and the companies say, so then the NEFRA comes in picture. And those statutory auditors or the independent auditors, they're all penalized. This is the fact now. So from that angle, I think the things are very stringent. And I feel that of course, now the question is that what funds like we have to take. If, for example, this conventional financing, there we take into account, this thing throat was little bad. We are more worried about
a little bit on, I think this session is particularly, and the people in the hall would particularly like to know how some of the funds, what are the routes in which green projects can get financed? What do you see as some of the more innovative financing methods coming up for that? I think that's really what would be interesting for this audience.
So that's what the conventional financing and the green finance.
Yes.
So in conventional finance, the financial institutions or the companies, they look for risk and return. But in case of the green finance, I think all the companies, so they have to look after the financial, the environmental, the social impacts of those finances. So this is the main difference between the green finance and the conventional finance. Now here the question is that what are the innovative ways of generating those funds? So one is that we can have this kind of a green fund. That I think, ma'am, as you rightly put, that there are organizations, there are institutions who have already instituted those green funds. Those green funds, how they can come into, how every company can use those funds. So there has to be some green fund kind of a situation with the government and with the financial institutions, and how the companies can use those green funds, get it allocated to them. So the regulatory body has
aviation fuel and bioethanol.
Regulatory body, like we have in every setup, we have the regulatory bodies in here. It is a high time, of course, apart from the MNRE, so they are there. But we must have the regulatory body who have the control of those funds.
Let me get back to you. Let me get Sudeep ji in now. So Sudeep, in your view as a banker, how do you see this ecosystem emerging? Because there's a lot of talk, but we, I think, are all wanting, what we would like to know from you is, where do you see is the sort of, where are the green shoots in this?
Right. So, so let me just make a overall point to say that, capital flows will go where projects are viable.
Yes.
Right. Capital flows really don't go into areas where projects are unviable. Now you can either make a project viable through its inherent credit worthiness and the strength of the project. If it is not there, then you can have external mechanisms to make the project viable. VGF is one such mechanism. There could be a credit enhancement, that could be another mechanism, right? So having made that point, now let's look at, you asked about green shoots, right? So let's look at two areas where I think we have really, I would say, come a long way in the last 2 years, right? The first area that comes to mind is electric vehicles, right? When I got up today morning, I don't know how many of you noticed that you can actually breathe that the AQI is above 700.
Absolutely.
Right?
I tell you.
Right? And all the air purifiers at home were shooting above 500. So you can just imagine what the situation is.
Bilkul.
If you look at the adoption of electric vehicles over the last 2 years, electric three-wheelers today, out of every 100 every 100 three-wheelers being sold, 33, 1/3 is actually electric, right? And I'm really not talking about the e-rickshaws which are plying in North Delhi.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, the
Bajaj and
L5s, right? Now, when you look at electric two-wheelers, that's really not, made too much of a splash. It's only about 5%, 6%. Passenger cars are even lower, right? Now, the thing is that if you do the math around electric vehicles, the total cost of ownership is significantly lower compared to ICE vehicles. But still the adoption is a problem, right? And obviously the reason is that the upfront cost is significantly higher compared to ICE vehicles, and therefore the EMI is higher, right? When we look at financing of electric vehicles, the thing which comes in the way is that once there is a default, in a post-default scenario, how do you actually sell the vehicle and recoup whatever you can of the financing done? So this is called loss given default, right? And when you look at ICE vehicles, so if you were to go and sell a four-wheeler today, the market is so deep. You have secondary market, right? But it is not there, or very little of it is there in electric vehicles, right? So therefore, that is one of the reasons why financiers will typically take a lower loan to value and have a higher interest rate, right? But there could be a way around it through a blended finance mechanism where we could have the OEM actually guaranteeing a certain part, at the end of every year, what is the guaranteed value that I'm going to give. So that is something that is possible, right? The second area in terms of green shoots, which has been a phenomenal, I would say, a progress, especially in the last 1 to 2 years, is in the area of renewable energy. And if you look at it, the kind of bidding that is in renewables, we have shifted from plain vanilla wind and solar to complex renewables, where we are talking about FDRE projects, fixed dispatchable renewable energy. We are talking about solar plus storage, right? And if you look at the PPA transition, almost about 10 gigawatts of PPAs have been signed in the last 1 year, right? Of complex renewables, right? So while the discoms are willing to purchase round-the-clock renewable through FDRE, and the price is significantly better compared to new coal, the opportunity for us is CNI, right? So when you look at today, what is happening is a large metro like DMRC has floated a bid for solar plus storage bid, right? And why is it floated a bid? Because obviously the economics are much better than the grid power that it is taking, right? Sure. So that is the opportunity, in front of us in terms of CNI. So if the discoms can do it, then why can't, some of the larger consumers, especially let's say industries, which consume a lot of power, shift a little bit of their power away from grid. It makes economic sense. And of course, it ticks the box as far as sustainability is concerned, right? So the issue really is that if you want this to be scalable, discoms are charging open access charges. So you'll have cross subsidy surcharge, you'll have additional surcharge, you have various other transmission costs, etc. Those will have to come down, right? Today, if you look at a state like Maharashtra, all these charges will account for almost 3 rupees a unit. So if you are if you're making renewable energy, round the clock renewable energy at, let's say, 5 rupees, and you add those 3 rupees, so then it becomes almost near to the grid. So it doesn't make any sense to shift, right? But if the discoms can bring this down, especially the cross subsidy surcharge and additional surcharge. Why I say this is because if you want the project not to be classified as a captive, then all these surcharges will come into play, right? And for a small guy, it's very difficult for the small guy to take a 26% equity stake to qualify as captive, right? So, renewable energy, round the clock renewable energy is finally making sense. It is economical. The grid power cost will only keep going up because the gap per unit for a discom has not changed much.
But Sudeepji, if I may, and maybe bring both of you in on this, because this, I think, is a fascinating discussion. I mean, there are two issues here. One is the cost of capital, cost of financing. And in fact, the market will tell you, and I'm sure many of you in the room will agree that today, even the round-the-clock projects are definitely cheaper than a greenfield coal project.
Right.
Financing is still difficult for it. The cost of financing is still high. Many PPAs have been signed, but they are not getting financial closure, and the projects are still not being commissioned. So we still don't have a round-the-clock project actually being commissioned in India. So, we know where we need to go. We just have to find a financial model which will work. And my other point to both of you is that as we are talking about renewable energy here and the financing of it is how does renewable energy grow in the future if discoms don't grow in the future? Because from everything you're saying, it'll only weaken the finances of discoms. And so I'm absolutely with you to say, yes, we need to reduce all these surcharges. We need to get the CNI group moving ahead. But every time an institutional customer moves out of the discoms, there's that much less revenue coming to the discom. And the discom is today making money more from the CNI rather than from its smaller base of customers. So how does this financing model work in the future? Because I am concerned because renewable energy is absolutely going to be a key part of India's decarbonization. And it's wonderful to see the amount of emphasis the government of India is putting on the road to 500 gigawatts and the policies and the framing that is happening. But without the right financial policies, right. I mean, we've just done a review across the world, and you're not seeing renewable projects happen, say in Africa, because the cost of financing is 20%. Here it is 12%, so we are better off. But what can we do to make it even better? How do we make some of these projects even more viable, given the fact there is so much market uncertainty? So maybe, Pamela ji, can I bring you in here and then you fascinating conversation, please.
Ma'am, what I personally feel is that when a new thing is to be embedded into the system, then definitely some other systems they are at loss or their revenue comes down. So that has to be definitely through the policy mechanism. And one of the policy mechanism is like we take the example of the fertilizers. Now it is a regulated commodity. Now some part has to be borne by, as ma'am, you rightly said that the cess is there. Now that cess part, it should go to the right source. It should not go to the Consolidated Fund of India. On that fund has to be used for these kind of purposes. So the discoms, wherever because they are getting the maximum revenues out of the C&I, so that revenue has to be shared with by the government with them. So somewhere, like we have to take the examples how our other industries have, gone through their transition phases and how they have been built up. We have to learn the lessons from there. So that is what some gap or something, some pool account has to be there where, something comes in by the government, and that is wherever some, you can say, some losses are there or some revenue loss is there, so it gets compensated through that pool, and that is what I feel. So
I think we shouldn't get into this. There are a lot of people here who are energy experts. They will give us a lesson in this, how much the government of India is already investing into the DISCOM and improving the health of DISCOMs through a pooled fund. I think that is an issue that is already being addressed, and yet we have only deeper and deeper trouble. I think for me, the question is to move ahead. And the question is, how can we get a green future going, knowing the fact that today the DISCOMs are still the storage and the backup system for our energy. We cannot completely destroy the DISCOM, the distribution agencies, yet we know that we cannot let them become a barrier and an obstacle and pull us down. So what is the financing model that will actually help us to be able to do this and at scale? And how do you see the cost of financing coming down? Do you see any way in which, and I'm speaking on behalf of JSW here, can we get JSW financing at a lower cost of interest so that they can move ahead on the mission that they have? Because that's really what is a national mission. We have to move green and we have to do it at speed. I don't think any industry in this country is today reluctant to do it. For them, the issue is how much can I get in terms of financing, how fast, and at what rate. And so you're the right person for this. How will you help us to bring down the rate? What are the mechanisms that are emerging in your world that will help us to bring down the rate? What do you see happening?
Yeah, so very quickly on your initial 2 points, you mentioned that renewable energy, we are not seeing commissioning and the financing. One really can't leapfrog right away into 80% round the clock renewable, right? So one has to go about it in a step-by-step manner. So the first step, the lowest hanging fruit is solar plus storage.
So
if you do solar plus storage, you will get about 10 hours, 12 hours, 50%, 40 to 50%, right? And you replace a part of that with the
Still
grid,
at 5.5 rupees.
right? Now let's come to the DISCOMs. And then of course you see, because if you add wind has a lot of variability.
Yeah.
The standard deviations are very high. And therefore, it becomes very complex modeling, etc. Now let's come to the issue of DISCOMs. We did a study of the top 15 states in the country, right? In the last 3 years, AT&C losses, aggregate technical and commercial losses, have come down for all the states barring one probably. Just look at the starkness of the statistics.
Wow.
All the states come down.
Wow.
But the gap per unit, that is the average revenue realized minus the average cost of supply, has actually not come down. What does it
Repeat this
indicate?
again. So the cost of what you are supplying to the cost of the power that you are buying has not come down.
Has not come down. In many DISCOMs, it has actually increased.
Wow.
Right. So what is the reason for it? Obviously, the reason is that the DISCOMs are not taking tariff hikes. Right. You have there is a appellate tribunal ruling which says that tariffs have to be reflective of costs. Right. I still remember, I think it was, I think my colleague can probably correct me, November 8, 2018 or 2017, right? Are the costs really reflective of tariffs? I'm afraid not, right? Therefore, what is the result? DISCOMs are taking more and more debt, right? So they are on a treadmill because with every extra rupee of debt that they take, there is an interest cost associated, and therefore the gap again goes up. Right?
Makes sense.
So if we all believe that, CNI, I mean, round the clock renewable is something that can help a 500 crore small, medium-sized steel company to replace a part of its 8-9 rupees grid tariff with less than 5 rupee tariff, what comes in the way is the open access charges.
And the fixed charges.
Right? So what is the solution, right? what can be done about it? Obviously, the solution is that for the larger and the better states to, take tariff hikes, ensure that, the excess, what should I say, cross subsidization which happens across consumer categories really, doesn't get exacerbated too much, right?
Because
Otherwise,
today what's happening is actually, I mean, I speak from an air pollution perspective. You began with that.
Right.
I mean, one of the key reasons why Delhi, you cannot breathe today in Delhi, cars are one part of it. But the other part is the amount of dirty fuel that we are using in our industrial applications. Now, the fact is industry has no option because price of gas is too high.
right.
Natural gas is taxed 4 times before it is supplied.
Yes.
And therefore, if you look at the difference between coal and gas, there is no way it makes industry competitive if they use gas. And on the other hand, they argue with us, they can't electrify. They don't get reliable electricity.
True.
And nor do they get it at a cost, which makes it competitive for them to have industrial applications. So this cross-subsidization model is actually leading to industries more and more into captive
Right.
power and more into dirty captive power using the cheapest of fuels, which in this case is coal.
Right.
And that then adds to our health burden. So somehow this break we must be able to devise. I mean, the good thing of this is that you're going to get more and more CNI customers moving out.
Right.
Because they find, like you said,
Absolutely.
they will find it viable to take a 9 rupees versus a 5.5 rupee that they have to pay for renewable power.
Right.
And that's where the cost of financing again kicks in. That can you make that cheaper so that
So
you
on-
can get that happen?
So on the cost of financing, let me just say that, the projects in India don't take off because of lack of financing. They don't take off because the cost of financing is higher. Because why? Because, the cost of financing is decided in a very institutionalized manner, right? The better the credit rating, the lower the cost of financing, right? So if you have today a category rated project or an infrastructure, see, typically, like we were talking about green hydrogen, it's made up of 2 parts. 80% of it, like you said, is renewable energy, right? Which is a 25-year asset. And then you have an electrolyzer, which is just a 7, 8, 10-year life asset. You're trying to merge the two, right? So if you want really to improve the cost of financing, your credit rating has to go up from single A to a double A category, right? I used to be in CRISIL. I was in CRISIL for about 15 years. When you move up from a A plus to a double A minus, what kind of a kicker will you get in your interest cost? 50 bips, right? Not more than that. You move up another notch to a double A, another 25 bips, right? But the people at the triple B level really are languishing because their cost of funds is very high, right? So they will be, let's say, at 11%, while the double A guys will be at 9%. There will be a 2% difference, right? Now, what we can do is that you can actually have a structured bond issuance. Let's say you are a A category, you can have a structured bond issuance, right? Which credit enhances. Maybe you can get an external credit enhancement, a partial credit guarantee that takes it up by 2 notches. It will come down. Your cost of financing will come down by 50 bips. But let me assure you that that is not really the problem that we are facing today because there is enough and more capital, domestic capital, right? If Indian companies are trying to put their ESG, quote unquote ESG ratings in order, it will attract a lot of global capital flow, both on the equity side as well as on the debt side, right? But to me, that's not really a constraining factor. What is the constraining factor? It is really the weakest link in the value chain, right? Which in this case are, distribution companies. The constraining factors are land, absolutely. Like constraining factors, like he said, is the price of green hydrogen today is upwards of $4. You want it to come down at least by a couple of dollars, right? For that to happen, you need a VGF. State governments need to come out with VGFs, right? The problem is obviously if you lock into a green hydrogen plant at $3 also, that entire life is 25 years. So you're locking into a $3, right? So you have to do it step by step. पहले छोटे से करना है, फिर धीरे-धीरे उसको बढ़ाना है.
Scalability.
Chali, we have last 10 minutes. I promise we will end by 4:10. So, of the list that we have, the sub-themes we have, would the question of ESG disclosure and taxonomy, do you want to add a little bit to that? Do you feel there is that architecture is right? Do you feel it needs to improve? What can make it I mean, to me, the question is, does the ESG disclosure help in improving the quality of the project or in improving the availability of finance? That is the two things I want to know. And my concern as somebody outside the sector is, I find it's a black box. And I'm not clear whether that environment of the ESG disclosure is actually helping the country move towards a better tomorrow or not. And that's really what I thought I would ask the two of you to help us to see what, in your view, can we do to make it what it should be, a tool to improve and to also, in what fascinates me about ESG disclosure is, it's a way to identify the best in class. Okay? Because ultimately life is not about the worst in class. The life is about the best in class. Why is it? We just did a report on the thermal power sector. And what we did very simply was to look at each sector, subsector in thermal power by the capacity as well as the technology. And then we've looked at which is the best in class when it comes to carbon emissions. And in fact, one of your plants is one of our best in class. And the question to us was, and the formula we have provided is to say, why doesn't government at least mandate that every plant has to meet the best in class? That itself will improve it'll pull the whole sector up. Now, for that, you need public disclosure. For that, you need environmental standards. For that, you need the system to work so that there is a sense of confidence that if you can use data for improving performance. And that, to me, I mean, I think it's a fascinating area. So what in both your ways would you suggest to us in the last segment of this to improve the ESG architecture to be able to move towards more effective systems?
Ma'am, I would say here that the ESG disclosures, or you can say the governance of those disclosures or the meeting of those disclosures will definitely help in, you can say, our financing the projects. But the thing is that it may not go to the extent like what we are expecting, the way the regulatory authorities, they are treating it, as rightly said by Sudeep ji, if a particular credit rating of a company is such and such, 1 degree, 1 unit, or it is AA, so then the difference is only to the extent of 0.5. That's what we have seen also. So maximum difference that it is going to make is 2%. That is what on the cost of financing. But definitely it will improve upon the, you can say, the value, because the capital market is definitely recognizing the ESG disclosures. When any company goes for, you can say, their investment needs. So the first question these credit rating agencies, the investors, they ask is, because they want to invest in those companies, and they ask is that how much is your, rating, as well as how the company is, following those ESG disclosures. And from time to time, it has improved a lot. And right from 2017, and like I have told about this NAFRA body also, and then the SEBI requirements also, And now, of course, the companies, especially the listed companies, so they have to, specially specify the disclosures, the BRSS, SRR disclosures on some 7 accounts. The human capital, the environment capital, and all those factors are there. So it is very, very specific, and the companies, they try to now how to, put a value against those, so that there should be some standards, and those standards will definitely improve the, those ESG markets.
So Dipji, do you agree और कि ये पेपर वर्क हो गया है, एक और पेपर वर्क हो गया है जो कंपनियां फाइल करती हैं, कोई पढ़ता तो है नहीं, और उसके बाद क्या फायदा?
No,
I mean, it's a tool. I'm asking this because I find all these are very important tools. The performance benchmarking is a tool. Understanding where you stand, the standards that you meet, these are incredibly powerful tools. How do we make sure that we can move these tools towards becoming rewards, incentives and disincentives? Because ultimately for a company, what matters is not just the stick, but also the carrot it gets.
Absolutely.
So how can you make sure that the ESG becomes the ultimate carrot to say, if I'm going to be rated well, I am going to get I'm going to get a lower interest rate.
Right. So, I think to my mind, the first step when SEBI asked the top listed companies to do the BRSR,
yes,
that was the first step in meaningful disclosures in the public domain. Uske pehle, there was no disclosure, right? So the first step was taken. First step is disclosure, right? You start disclosing to the public in a transparent way, in a meaningful way. The second step is actually you start measuring not only, so you've started disclosing, but then every 6 months you have to keep measuring your scope 1, scope 2, etc., which means that you have to go into your ecosystem of suppliers as well. Now, when you want to do that, a lot of those guys are actually smaller and medium enterprises who are supplying to the larger guys. So let's take the example of top 500 listed entities in India. You start with the BRSR. Now you've got to measure what the suppliers are actually giving you, right? It's a relatively difficult thing to do, hugely, right? The third step after that is actually meaningful goal setting for that top 100, top 500 company, that I want to aspire to that level, right? And then you start, for example, one of the ways to do it is more, do more renewable energy rather than take power from the grid, right? Your emissions automatically go down, right? You start measuring, okay, if I have a corporate office, how much do I actually consume? Can I shift into a green
cement
building?
company can use more cement slag and fly ash and reduce its
Yeah.
carbon intensity, or a steel company
Right.
can use more recycled, move
Yes.
out of your
Yeah.
DRI, go into.
Absolutely.
So there are lots of different
Absolutely.
approaches.
Yes.
But
Now,
there's a
yes,
pathway.
there's a pathway
that is needed.
That is needed. Now, when you do that, when you start doing all this, you will hit certain roadblocks. For example, for a steel company today to use green hydrogen or to use renewable energy and make green steel, for it to make sense, the green steel has to be at a premium to the gray steel.
We, at least from our point of view, we have been asking for GST concession
Right.
for all products which are called, we have actually given a formula for what would you call a green cement or a green steel. But then we would argue that the standards have to be much more ambitious than what have been set in the steel roadmap going forward. I think the problem is that we're not, I mean, and this I think is where the bottom line is. I don't think the industry lacks courage today. I think what the industry has is imagination and courage. We need to make sure that we can catch the bull by the horns and we can actually make that leap ahead. And it is to some extent a leap of faith, but it will require people like you, both of you, to help so that we can make this happen. So thank you very much, everyone. I think we've had a fascinating discussion.
Thank you, ma'am.
Not enough answers, but clearly what we have heard today is that there are opportunities moving ahead in getting the pathway right so that we can get financing to flow for it as well. Thank you very much. I absolutely, I always do and would be happy. Yes, please. But I think you have another session, but 5 minutes. I'll stick it to.
Yes,
What
ma'am,
I
sure.
suggest is आप questions पूछ लीजिए, आप लोग notes ले लीजिए, and then you can answer them at one time. Yes. Yes.
What one could understand from the way my friend Sudeep was saying is that the problem largely is with the discoms and how do they look at their financing. Because if that gets settled, then a lot of things flow. The key problem with them is fixed cost. The key problem is fixed cost. How can you handle that? It's a technology issue. If the thermal power plants can get the technology, and unfortunately we are not working on it very much, on and off
Very interesting.
technology that you can come on and off in a short period, you sort out a lot of your problems on fixed cost.
Very good point. Very good point.
And if that is sorted out, a lot of issues will get streamlined. Right. This is a kind of
Very good
observation, not a
point.
question. Basically.
No, but it's a fascinating issue. I think that is an area where we should work because the more flexibilization we're going to have. I mean, today, India's problem is actually oversupply of renewables and not being able to fit in renewables within an ecosystem which is managed by the thermal power sector. I mean, the PPAs that are being signed, the state distribution agencies are today caught because they have to pay the fixed charges, plus they have to pay for the new power that they're getting on renewables. If you add the two, then that becomes unviable for them. So if we can find a way to improve and more, and this is not just India's problem. If you look at China, China is having the same issue with rebalancing the grid with a new commodity, which is intermittent power versus a fixed power coming from coal or others. So that whole question, and you're absolutely right, if we focused on what can be done to ramp down and ramp up quickly enough, reduce the cost there, it would really be. So I think good point.
I would just put the word of caution here that I think this has been tried.
Okay.
And I think 15, 20 years ago, even it was like, oh, we have a solution.
Huh.
But I don't think we have a solution.
Huh.
There is no solution.
Anil ji, I don't think.
You see, base load, it's a problem with base load. power.
Bilkul.
Base load power. Nuclear, you certainly can't do it. So far. As far as coal thermal is concerned, again,
That is very doubtful without damaging the plant.
The technical minimum that has to be.
The technical minimum, you can't, it's not a fluctuating
just
thing. You
turn on.
can't do that.
But-
Let us be clear about that. But a question that I had in mind was that at times we want to have these green shoots coming. My point is that I think in our democratic setup, we tend to distribute the resources too thinly, which is not enough, you see, for even that 5 shoots to come up. We distributed over 15, 20, which is not enough. So cut your cloth, your coat according to your cloth, but you can't have a coat without a sleeve. And similarly, that's what I mean to say, कि जो आपने करना है, वो do 10 projects instead of 25, but ensure that they complete in good time.
Right.
And penalties for that.
But
now, as far as government spending is concerned, sorry to say, I think the point that you raised very appropriately, that for coal cess that was introduced, it was just allowed to be diverted to GST shortfall.
I know.
2 successive, I think, budget session, post-budget session things, I posed this very question to, embarrassing questions to the finance minister. Luckily, I had retired by that time, so I couldn't be retired earlier. But there was no answer. And there was not a single CAG report on that issue. The CAG has been sleeping on it.
But Anilji, the reverse part of it is that in 2015, the government of India came up with standards to improve the coal power plants for NOx, SOx, and PM. Okay. 2017, they were to come into force. If we had the coal cess and the money from the coal cess, that money from the coal cess could have gone back to the coal thermal power plants for the upgrading that is needed for an FGD or for any other system, so that emissions would have been lower. I mean, that's the only reason I'm saying it, jo hua to hua. I am saying today, at least if there is an opportunity in CBAM, if you're getting money in CBAM, do not give it back to the Europeans. Use it as a dedicated fund in India to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sector. Everything that steel needs, cement needs, aluminium needs, put it into those sectors so that we can actually see the improvement. You can argue with the Europeans, your CBAM has been designed to reduce emissions globally. We are reducing emissions using these funds. There can be no moral justification.
In India today is not a problem. I pay, say, 15 lakhs of taxes. If there was a scheme where I could save maybe 1 or 2 lakhs of it, I would be very happy to part with my money and give it for any such cause. Earlier, there used to be bonds.
So it is happening. I mean, I'm sure you know that Ola and Ather have come out with IPOs, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
If you participated in those IPOs, your money would have gone into...
I am not talking. I can participate. What I'm talking of is ESG funding directly by the small investors.
So if I may answer this on behalf of Sudeep ji and Pamila ji, I think you heard from the panel that the money is not a problem. There is money. But the problem is really getting the ecosystem right so that there is confidence in the investor that the risks are lower. I mean, you talk about Ether and Ola. I can also give you the example of Blue Smart. Okay. I mean, so we need a better regulatory environment so that the investor has more confidence that the loans that they're giving out, the money they're investing, there's going to be surveillance and there is going to be regulatory oversight.
For the investor,
so if I can speak
for the
on
investor, what matters is the return.
Exactly.
If you give good returns, I would
But
invest.
the returns unfortunately come more. I think what you can hear is a lot of interest in this session. But thank you very much. I think my only last point to Anilji will be, and to all of you, I think the question really, I think that's why this conference is so important. What this country needs now is not, we don't have a lack of financing. We don't even have a lack of intention. What we need is a much more clearer prioritization on why are we doing what we are doing. And I think that's where the next phase has to be. I don't understand why we are doing hydrogen or green hydrogen. I understand green hydrogen for hard-to-abate sectors. I don't understand green hydrogen on a general basis. I think it is important to prioritize, to make it clearer, because that's going to be, we're a poorer country, lack of resources, we need much clearer direction. But thank you very much for hearing this panel, and a big hand to both the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you. A group photograph, please. I'll request the panelists for a group photograph, please. A hearty thanks to the panel. That was truly an enlightening discussion, a perfect blend of insight, experience, and inspiration. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Nice try.
Thank you. I hope ma'am remembers me, but no. Ma'am, I'm from academia. I'm a regular visitor to CSC. And I have been following ma'am when I was doing my master's. So thank you. Now we will move on to the next panel that is related to India's hydrocarbon sector that is evolving to reduce emissions and increase efficiency. This panel focuses on biofuels, CCUs, and diversified feed blocks. So this session will be chaired by Ms. Shushma Rawat, former Director, Exploration, ONG Limited, Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya, Executive Director, HSE Oil India Limited, Mr. O.P. Sinha, Director, Exploration, ONG Limited via online mode, Mr. Ajay Sardana, President and Head of Corporate Affairs, Naira Energy via virtual mode. I'll request Ms. Shushma Rawat to take over the session. Thank you. Mr. Arindam, are you there? Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya. Sir is there. Sir, please. Ma'am, two speakers, Mr. O.P. Sinha and Mr. Ajay Sardana, they will be joining us via virtual mode. Thank you.
So, namaskar and a very good afternoon. I hope that the conversation, the focus that we are able to carry on from this morning onwards, we'll be able to continue. And it's a little strange for me in the sense of having two people offline. So, but I hope we'll be able to, carry forward online of what the topic is about. And it's been an interesting, I would say, sessions so far in terms of querying, in terms of questioning, in terms of speaking about what is to be done. And the much talked about energy security, which we all are aware of. I come from the so-called sector of oil and gas. I know not as gray or black as the coal sector, but then we are a necessary aspect to energize India, I would say. I don't apologize for being in an oil and gas sector because I know it is very, very much required. And especially with the aim of India becoming the 5 trillion economy, India becoming the manufacturing hub in a decade to come. Our targets are eyes set at 2047. I think oil and gas is going to be a healthy, maintain a healthy presence in the energy mix along with coal. And for a country like India, which is a multi-tiered, multi-economy, multi-faceted country, we have the world's biggest, companies, as well as very small, micro, rural level industries going on. I think all kinds of energy would be required. So oil and gas definitely not disappearing. They are just transforming. And another good aspect, the way I look at oil and gas is that gas is the transformation fuel, the way I see it. I know we don't do much about gas, a lot of emphasis on oil. And even if we do away with the transportation sector, the requirement of oil, a lot of talk about EVs generating. I mean, EVs being there, used, the usage for petrochem, it is not going to go down. In fact, the volumes that we are importing of oil, I think a fraction or a part of it does get refined and get exported. So it is not entirely being consumed by India. In fact, it is generating a different kind of a revenue. And petchems, if you look at our lifestyles, I think petchems will be there forever, because it is almost permeated into every aspect of our lifestyles. So with me, we'll be having, the director exploration from ONGC, where we will talk about basically more about what we do about carbon capture. Then we have from the HSC sector of Oil India Limited, Mr. Bhattacharya, Mr. Sardana, and that is from Nayara Energy, and Mr. Bhattacharya from Oil India. So I hope we have enough time to deliberate upon these aspects. Carbon capture, I would say, has been the buzzword for the last 4 or 5 years in India. There have been different committees being formed in India, Niti Aayog doing the overall, study, as well as reporting of the way it can be done in India. And I had been one of the members of that committee for a year on carbon capture, its utilization, as well as sequestration. Then later on, even the Department of Science and Technology, there's another high-level committee which is there. So in terms of carbon capture, we have had different academias, different institutes working hard on it, how it can be done. The easier part about carbon capture and its utilization and sequestration is identifying where it can be done. And we have these reports ready. We had sort of a hub and cluster model adopted in terms of where it can be captured from and where it needs to be put into the subsurface. This we'll take later on in a part of discussion with the companies and their heads. But even now, I do see a lack of the ecosystem, especially where the transportation of CO2 is concerned and the way we sequester it. I had talks with different companies in terms of how do we go about it, even Linde, private companies, and the regulatories. One thing which also is there that I've also already said it, that there are no fixed taxes involved in terms of the emissions that I'm doing, or in terms of the money that I spend in carrying out these green projects. So carbon capture, and then of course, a lot of talk about biofuels. India, fortunately, we have been successful in attaining a certain percentage of biofuel blending, ethanol blending, as well as the entire industry that has come up for the manufacturing of ethanol into our, the fuel sector, especially in terms of transportation. Then for the hydrogen, I think the entire session, and it was really interesting because it raised more questions than answers as to how we go about it. Hydrogen, and during my tenure as the director of exploration, being on advisory committees of so many institutions and academia, I don't think there is a single institution or university which is not doing research on hydrogen, green hydrogen. You go and talk to the only thing they will tell you about what is new they are doing is something on hydrogen. But yes, again, the costs, again, and at the end of the day, it is the finance, the affordability of any energy source or any energy resource for the entire project to be viable. I think that is what decides what kind of energy we are using, whether it is coal or whether we are using hydrogen or whether we are, the cost prohibitive nuclear energy. The costs mentioned are unbelievable. I mean, I don't know. They were quoting a very high number for the cost per megawatt of energy. So I think I can start from Mr. Bhattacharya over here from RNO. And though, of course, Oil India has been there for a very long time, diversified into upstream as well as downstream. A part of it is midstream. I would just like to ask you, since there have been reports that Oil India has done hydrogen generation and green energy. So could you please elaborate as to how the organization, especially like Oil India, is coming into these newer and greener fields? I think you can share this. It's got a, yeah.
In the scope of new energy, we have ventured into the CBG space right now. So I can, sorry. We have ventured into the CBG space as part of MOPNG's drive. So we have agreed to set up 25 CBG plants. And these plants would be from, say, 2 tons per day up to a maximum 15 tons per day of CBG. Since CBG is basically, as we all know, is natural gas. But the source is cleaner than the traditional natural gas that we use from the ground. So these have been planned all over the country. And in fact, we have already started work on 2 of them. One is in Assam, and the second one is in Orissa. So these are, one of them is a smaller plant, and the other one, the Orissa one, is a bigger one, which is around 10 tons per day. Our problem is that we are facing is from the feedstock side. See, CBG requires a certain amount of feedstock, and that feedstock, these 2 plants are designed on municipal solid waste. Now, believe it or not, we do not get the good quality municipal solid waste to generate the biogas. So until and unless we get that feedstock, the capacity would remain idle. Even if I set up a 10 tons per day capacity plant, I would get only about, say, 2 or 3, because the feedstock lineup is not there. This happens because the municipal solid waste is actually dealt by municipal corporations, and they are not used to this concept of supplying to a plant which can generate something useful out of it.
So that part is for the local administration to ensure, you want to say, or so what is the organization's input in it, in ensuring that that the feed is available? Because after all, when you are going to projectize, you will take all of this into consideration.
Exactly.
Yeah. So do we want to say that we will not be going ahead with it, or you need some extra persuasion.
Just let me explain. In the case of Assam, the feedstock in one place, we had set it up in Tinsukia, in the northeastern part where it's near our field headquarters. The MSW from one place is not enough to run this 2 TPD plant. We have to get feedstocks from nearby areas. So what the company does as a strategy will be to arrange for all these garbages to come into one place. That is number one. Number two, we are still negotiating. They want a sort of a royalty on this one. But if we have to pay royalty on a garbage, the plant becomes not economical because we are operating on very, very thin margins. It's not like oil and gas.
I know it's not a perfect world, but I'll come to you later on, and I'll just be, in case Mr. Sinha is there online, Direct Exploration ONGC, I would like to ask him, because there was a certain problem that we had when we were doing the CCUS project with Indian Oil. So, Mr. Sinha, would you like to speak a little bit about the CCUS project that ONGC had conceptualized about 4 years back, and what is the current status of it, and how do you think we can increase the pace of carrying out carbon capture and its rate?
Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am. And
I think you.
Am I audible, ma'am?
You're inaudible, sir. Can you switch on the mic?
Am I audible, ma'am?
आपकी तरफ से you'll have to.
I think my mic is on. Hello. Okay, I will reconnect. Just give me a minute.
I think there is some technical issue here. हाँ, वो इसीलिए मैंने उनको अनम्यूट करने के लिए बोला था. Yeah. Okay, so while Mr. Sinha connects, can we go to Mr. Sardana? He's also online, right? Are you able to hear us, sir? Nayara Energy connected है? नहीं है connected. Okay. So Aditya ji, you can just look into it whether. Okay. So anyway, talking about carbon capture, we can await, but the thing which. The thing which Mr. Bhattacharya said and which triggered off was regarding the remark which he made about the insured feed. That has been a pain point with a lot of projects, especially where feedstock is required, even initially in terms of bio.
ONGC was also doing something on this CBG
Yeah,
space.
we have committed 25 CBG plants, and I think the time I left, we were already, I think tie-ups had been done for 10, and for the query, for that matter, we have come up with a separate subsidiary called ONGC Green Limited, which is going to look after solar and all the other renewables. Other than that, there was what I was talking about Oil India is there was a talk about hydrogen being taken up by Oil India, green hydrogen or,
Hydrogen plants we had taken up it's a very first project that we had. It was a very small project. It was on a pilot scale in Assam. That had around 100 kilos per maybe day. which can be ramped up to 300 kilos a second. That is not on a commercial scale. Like the panel before us just said, hydrogen is a very costly fuel.
Yeah.
So till we find a meaningful use for that thing at cost, we cannot just go forward and establish a fund, because I do not have any consumers for that hydrogen. I know hydrogen is being used in certain areas like medicine and all these things, but to set up a plant, that money would go, it's not a meaningful investment.
So I don't know whether I can ask you, there is a lot of talk about digital oil fields. So okay. So anyway, digital oil fields is yet another, to be done thing for the oil and gas sectors in terms of, reducing carbon emissions. And I'll just talk about my experience within the oil and gas industry, especially ONGC, because there was a talk about ESG, scores being taken to get finance, which could come at a lower interest rate. The thought which ran across my mind, and there have been reportings, though there are very few, of green coating, a lot of projects. So I was just wondering, what this country really requires right now at the moment when we're talking about renewables, when we're talking about solar, about hydrogen, is a proper regulatory body with very solid policies coming up. The concept of carbon credits, the green credits, how the companies are going to earn it, what will be the cost of each credit that a company generates or acquires, because there is a range, I checked out, there's a range from 10 rupees to almost 250 rupees per credit. Now, who's going to decide that which credit will value how much? So I think that also needs to be looked into, and hydrogen coming up in a big way, but I think hydrogen will come more in terms of a collaborative project with the international players who already have mastered it. There are countries which are very keen, and again, the plus point for India as a country, as a nation, is the huge population and the consumer. So yes, sir. So we were just talking about it. So Sinaji,
good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible now, ma'am? There was.
Sure. You can tell about the CCUS within GC and just update us on that.
Yeah, I hope I am audible, ma'am, now.
Yes, sir. You are.
Actually, I am sorry for the glitch for the link. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And I am glad that I got this opportunity to interact with you. Ma'am, as you are aware that about 3-4 years back, as you mentioned, a project on carbon capture for EOR purpose was conceived. That was a big project where carbon was to be captured from one of the refineries near Baroda, and it was aimed to inject it in one of the fields in Gujarat, that is Gandhar. And but the economics that we worked on that was not becoming viable because of mainly two reasons. One is that there was a cost which was there for getting the CO2 from source. And number two, there was a huge 75-80 kilometers of pipeline which had to be laid for this taking the CO2 from source to sink. So these two big elements they impacted the project economics. And that time we had made sensitivity analysis of various scenarios that what if the project gets some sort of incentive, either in terms of viability gap funding or at the end of the carbon cost, or if the pipeline is considered as an infrastructure where the entire cost of pipeline is not loaded on the on this project. So this the economics worked out to be somewhere in the range of $70-80 per barrel to plus $100 per barrel. So in that scenario, it was very difficult to take ahead, and any company will not go ahead with that kind of economics. And it was a very, very big project, more than 5,000 crore type of thing. So later we conceptualized a small scale project where we can demonstrate. Certainly, the carbon capture for sequestration purpose has gone beyond R&D. So we wanted to demonstrate that this can be done. So a small pilot project has been conceptualized, and now we will be going ahead with this small scale demonstration project, I call it. It's not a pilot, it's not an R&D project, it's a demonstration project where CO2, there are two sources, either some chemical plant near the Dahej, or it can be ONGC's Hazira plant. So we can transport the CO2 from either of these two places in one of the blocks of Gandhar. So the scale of operation will be about 80 to 100 tons of CO2 per day. That is manageable through transportation by tankers. So CO2 is a very, very interesting fluid, I will say, because it can be compressed to superliquid form in relatively easier pressure and temperature regimes. So this is, ma'am, the status. The approvals are in place, and this demonstration project is going to start very in the once the project execution is taken for tendering. So instead of going for a big project where almost we intended to inject 1,500 tons of CO2 per day. So before that, this pilot of 80 to 100 tons is going to start in, I cannot comment on the timelines, but the internal approvals are there. And in few months' time, this will be safe. And this will be, ma'am, first, this is not for EOR purpose. This is just to demonstrate that yes, we can capture CO2, inject it, and store it safely for times to come. And this will give us, ma'am, learning for how to store and how to monitor CO2, because we are storing in a depleted reservoir. So we have to consistently monitor this so that we get confidence in safely sequestering CO2 before we can take up a larger project. So this is the status, ma'am, as of now.
Yeah, I'll come back to Sinasa, and now Naira Energy, they also joined online with us. So Mr. Sardana, I hope I'm audible and we are connected. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yes, I can hear and see you clearly.
Yeah, fine. Good afternoon. I just wanted to ask you regarding Nayara's any strategies to do, hydrogen blending into gas. There's a lot of talk in the private sector going on about it. And after a successful ethanol blending into petrol, this is the new frontier, I think, for the refineries and the distribution companies. And also, in case there is any global collaboration that Nayara is going forward with in these sectors or in these aspects.
Currently, we are focusing on the ethanol blending only. 20% what government is mandated, we are doing. So as of now, we don't have any collaboration which I can share with you. But of course, our R&D team will be working on that. And as my speakers said that for this type of project, some funding from the government or some scheme, if it comes, that should boost the morale of the industry and some financial viability statement, etc. if it is there. So currently, I think industry is focusing mainly on stabilizing the ethanol blending, and our plan is mainly to move into downstream, say petrochemicals. We have come up with our 500,000 ton of petrochemical polypropylene plant. So focus is currently on the downstream and expanding our network, petrol pump network, to 10,000 in India. So yeah.
So for Petrochem, are there any global collaborations that you're looking forward to, or
Petrochemicals, though, is basically we have our plant already there, so it's not a collaboration. It's our own expansion, which is happening. Of course, technology comes from various players, but no such collaboration or JV is there.
Okay, so I mean, no plans to increase it, or
No, we have plans. We have planned to increase our petrochemicals production. We have $8 billion expansion plans, which is there already. So we are working with the government for those support and other things. So of course, the plans are there for further expansions.
And since I was talking with Oil India, and of course that was of CBG, but you're also doing blending of ethanol. So any disruptions in the supply, in the feed for the biorefineries or for ethanol blending that you have seen in the past, or do you foresee any such kind of disruptions, or everything has been streamlined for Nayara Industries?
No, everything is not streamlined. There are some issues in between, keep on coming, but teams resolve it. So I would not say everything is like speed breaker free road. There are some issues which come, but then the teams are there to engage. That is the normal process if any new thing you do. But I would say by and large, the things are more or less streamlined, and going forward, it will be still better.
So, being a user, what would be the suggestions that you would like to, give in order to improve the whole ecosystem, or in order to improve the processes which help out your industry?
Basically, as I said, that more and more global collaborations, some fund from the government boost R&D in this field, so that the industry has some incentive to look for various further investments, because return on investment should justify, so then only the board approvals will be granted. So these, as my earlier speaker also was telling, that there should be some incentives or some plan scheme from the government, like how can they support the industry initiative. So these will be the things which, if done jointly with this, so that can be helpful.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sardana. Coming back to you, Mr. Bhattacharya, is there anything else regarding renewables which you would like to talk about, which Oil India is undertaking? Or even in terms of the global cooperation they are seeking for some of the new energy portfolio increase?
I'd just like to take up what Mr. Sardana just said about hydrogen blending.
Yeah.
So we are doing hydrogen blending at about 3 to 5%.
Okay.
In a natural gas pipeline, just to understand how the pipeline will behave over time, to do an aging analysis.
Okay.
This is going on, and it's a successful year. The results that we have had so far speaks very positively.
Yes.
That we can inject hydrogen into our existing pipelines. Because
existing pipeline at what percentage? Because
3 to 5. Right now we are going for 3 to 5. If it's successful at 5, we can ramp it up to say maybe 8.
Okay.
Because there's a limit which you can inject.
So this is you're doing here Duliajan.
It's in actually Moran. It's slightly.
It's in from Moran.
Yes. Okay. And that hydrogen is from that pilot plant that we are taking.
How many years will it take?
Sorry, can you?
See, how many years will it take at this rate of escalation? You're at 3%, then you go 5, then you 10.
So what?
They say beyond that, your present
infrastructure
directions will not allow you to
increase the hydrogen content. So to what end will that be? Because you're not going to send blended gas. The idea is that you want to send hydrogen, isn't it? Blended gas is not the objective. If we
this-
spend 15, 20 years just doing that, and I'm
So
afraid,
this blending that we are talking about, that I'm talking about,
yeah,
is in the PNG system, the pipe natural gas system. The hydrogen as such, the pure hydrogen will be used in some other spheres. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the injection of hydrogen into the PNG system in a safe and usable manner. So that has a limit beyond which we cannot go. So that limit we are trying to find out whether the
but
existing
I think
pipelines.
it's in UK, they had, hadn't they tried frank hydrogen for combustion? In fact, where the flame, I think, was colorless. So if even if here you see, you want to ultimately go to hydrogen combustion, and that is the aim, then why not lay down an experimental pipeline, which they had done, I think, in the UK, in that test facility, and come to that definite conclusion that what are the materials that you need, what are the corrosion. It has to be 100%, you see, the end product that you want, and there has to be a time range for all this. Otherwise, all this investment that you are doing will be at a very, very low return.
And I understand that part. So let me tell you, sir, the cost of hydrogen doesn't allow you to do a 100% PNG.
Then is
on
it worth
100%.
doing it?
That's what we are trying to find out. Because we have to dose it gradually till we reach an economical level. Beyond that, it's not economical. Because the cost of hydrogen right now is prohibitive. Natural gas is far cheaper than that.
Of course.
Because people will not be able to pay for that.
And you talk, you see, of bio. See, material, this thing of having lower content of utilization, utilizable material, that is the first requirement that you need for any plant, that your raw material should have that much utilizable, let's say, decomposable matter or whatever you might decide to call it, to put it in very diplomatic terms. In Delhi, in North Delhi, a certain conversion plant was tried. I think it was in the late 70s or mid 70s. It was with Norwegian collaboration, precisely near that Wazirabad bridge. But it was abandoned. And the reason after about 5-10 years given was that it did not have adequate punch in it. Let me put it that way. Adequate punch in it to produce that much viable quantity of gas. But on the other hand, there are certain such waste to energy conversion plants. So I think probably in Indore and maybe in other locations where you have to see commodity, you have to ensure that the raw material that you are getting is going to yield that product that you're looking for. There's no point in, you see, taking a diluted product. It's better to spend some time and money on adequate waste segregation and proper segregation, and then bringing it to the site.
So just a small clarity. When I said blending, I meant blending of hydrogen into natural gas.
Yes.
But I think what you're talking about is the blending of CBG into hydrogen.
No.
CBG
I'm talking of two different things. One is that hydrogen bit was over. The other, you mentioned that you see why you're having a problem, because your waste that you are getting, municipal solid waste,
feedstock.
Your feedstock is not of adequate, let me use the word, potency.
So there are two things. One is the potency, one is the quantity of garbage coming in.
Quantity. So that is where your DPR has gone wrong. The DPR should have factored in the actual available thing, or what needs to be done, sir. Why implement a project with inadequate assumptions or assumptions?
So just like I think here, it's not only the technology, it's there are other problems associated which I cannot just say right now, but there are problems
I'll
in the
be very frank.
linkages.
We're an adult audience. I asked a gentleman who was handling this thing. I was a very young officer. 80s, that time, what happened to that Norwegian plant? He's, pardon me for the use of my language, he said, young man, the shit was not good enough for production of the requirement. I mean, in other words, the waste, you see, material, the concentration was not good enough for production of that ultimate end products that you're looking for. Now, if it has, you see, if it has a lot of agriculture waste, for example, or some other solids in it,
so
which are of non-energy, until you do that segregation at the collection point and then the distribution, it is not worth going through the end process.
So what happens is there are two
That's what you
streams.
do in a refinery.
Yes.
Sir, I'll put it. I mean, with not blaming anyone, actually, because I've been seeing the industry not only for this, but for everything. It's like a bad relay team. You know, one doesn't know how to hand the baton over to the next runner. That is the story which I'm seeing over and over again in all the aspects. I'll just share a narrative or a story or learning which I had. We had a lot of talk about CCUS. Everybody talks right from top to bottom CCUS. Well, number one, being an oil and gas, core company, my job is not CCUS. I'm here to discover oil. I'm here to produce oil at the minimum cost. My discoveries have to be bigger. My capex should be going into that. Anyway, a lot of talk about carbon capture. Yes, we have committed to COP. Like I said, I was director in charge for carbon management and sustainability. And then we heard a lot of talk about, if anybody follows CCUS, carbon capture, Northern Lights. I don't know how many of you have heard about that. And we had a MOU with Equinor for carbon capture. So we did, and there are a lot of studies actually required, environmental studies required before you actually venture into CCUS, because you have to ensure that the carbon dioxide which you are injecting will not escape or contaminate your water, subsurface drinking water. So you have a lot of ticks to do. I had extensive talks with Linde and others. They said, we will not do your project unless you give us these ticks on our table. And then I went to Oslo for World Petroleum Congress. Curious enough to travel to Bergen, which is about 2 hours flight from there, because I had heard, and of course I interacted with Equinor. They used to talk a lot about Northern Lights. And then I went to Bergen and actually visited where the sequestration has been planned. And I was amazed. It's being looked after by a separate company. And they said that there are 42 companies involved, including Equinor. There was Shell, there was Total, and almost, so I just came to my mind. I said, Norway is a country of 5.6 million people. I said, how are you going to ensure your feed over a period of time? Initially, you might be having a lot of carbon dioxide. So then I came to know that it is not only for Norway, or it is not only Equinor's project. It involves literally the entire EU. They said we have CO2 being sent from Germany, from Spain. We have a subsea pipeline which is being designed from Teesside in UK. The CO2 is going to be pumped here. So there are countries involved, and it is a single project. Over here, we are each and every company is expected to do its own CCUS.
I can just share with you, since you're all my colleagues, that the CCUS, the devil behind it is me. Initially, you see, when I moved from petroleum to power, we were under heavy pressure that we should implement CCS. In fact, Dr. Sonde accompanied me. He was in NTPC that time. He really had been with atomic energy with me for a while. He said that, look here, we are not yet ready with storage. We didn't want to risk storage in a highly populated country like ours. So I said, we are not interested in you are wanting to sweep your problem under the carpet by CCS. So at the international fora, I had to fight for almost a year and a half that we want you work for CCUS. Utilization at the end of it, ultimately. In fact, Australia protested that if you don't believe in storage, why are you in this forum? No. So utilization and storage is the ultimate aim. And if you can bring out that utilization, the only thing that I could over the years imagine happening is that we can probably some carbon films or some material like that, you see, because carbon is a basic substance that you can be used anywhere. But we bought time. We bought 10, 15 years to get out of that.
And another thing which is
that muck, that otherwise the pressure that you store it. Now, where do you want to store it? In fact, I raised the question on them that if under the seabed you're putting, and tomorrow the carbon escapes or under other water bodies, you will be creating a problem.
Yes.
And you'll be carbonizing the water aquifers. I said in India, we cannot afford to take that risk and carbonize our water aquifers, which may be close to the caverns.
Yes.
So there's a little story behind all this. And I thought since your generation must know that, yes, this is the way forward, but we had to buy time at that time.
So, but the U in the CCUS for oil and gas company would be in the UR and IOR space, right?
See, on that aspect also, like I was in Calgary.
I'll request you to
2 minutes. There are two differing views. They say if you utilize CO2 for EOR, we will not be giving you carbon credits for that. Okay, so it is only if you're just purely sequestering it, fine. Otherwise, okay, because you are going to earn money when you are, recovering your oil. So there are different views, but for India, there has to be a very specific national-centric policy for CCUS. The other thing is it is a very cost-intensive thing. I would rather put my money for strategic reasons into finding new oil and gas rather than put my money into CCUS. I'm being very honest about it. And geopolitically, because I have seen the way the world runs. So at the end of the day, if you have the money and if you have the requirement, why is everybody after India now? Because we are the biggest consumers. So at least we can have a say in the pricing, in the policies and all. And I think India on exploration front needs a lot of funds, a lot of oil. And there was talk about strategic storage by General Singh. And I fully agree with, we've not even started in that direction, I would say. And what he was saying is very correct. At the time.
Absolutely correct. Because that time, in fact, you see, when we started the strategic storage thing, as I mentioned to him, I was the promoter director.
Yeah.
First one there. And that time we were looking at Korea.
Yes.
And those caverns, you see from there, that how do we proceed and can do something. And I think, which is that place in Karnataka where I think we ultimately...
Near Vizag.
Vizag. Mangalore. That's what I'm saying. In Vizag, you have the LPG.
Yes.
I think the other cavern is there, which we suggested there. Yes, Bangalore. It's called, I think the name is Padur. 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 My memory is still not too bad. It means. So Padur was the place where I think we were planning the first one. We need to do this. It's an absolute strategic requirement. We have to do this, but I think time
Thank
is
you.
running out.
Yes, yes.
And this-
Sushma, kindly conclude.
So I would thank all the contributors and speakers on the panel.
Thank you, ma'am.
And to the wonderful audience. I
I'll
hope
request
you're
the
able to do
photograph.
this.
Kindly take the photograph of panelists, please. Thank you, the
Two
panelists,
people,
for discussions
Just
like
two
these.
online. So
Truly,
Why
how do we
would
take
we
a
have
photograph?
truly ignite the spark of progress. Thank you for lightening this day. Yes, ma'am, please, please.
नहीं नहीं
हाँ जी.
online वाले जो है
Online वाले ma'am, they must have
Okay.
taken through
No, no,
online
just
mode.
on the lighter side.
अच्छा सर, वो तो ऑलरेडी गूगल मीट पे रिकॉर्डेड है सर. देख सर यूट्यूब पर ना.
On the
Yes sir,
lighter
yes
side,
sir.
On the lighter side, it's okay.
Sir is just trying to calm us. कि wait करो बेटा. Yes sir. Now we will be moving to the last session of the day. Strategic resources for energy security, coal, minerals and supply chains. And this session is expected to explore critical mineral security and clean coal technologies as foundations for energy resilience. For this panel, we have session chair as Mr. Alok Parthi, IAS, former Secretary of Coal, Government of India. And the key speakers will be Mr. K.R. Jyotilal, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Finance, Government of Kerala. He will be joining us via virtual mode. Mr. Subhash Chandra, IFOS, former CEO, National Campa, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, and Joint Secretary, Mining. Dr. Anjali Kumar, Executive Director, Contracts, Coal India Limited. Mr. Anil Kumar, Executive Director, Technical Engineers, India Limited. Kindly take the decks, please. And I'll request Alok sir to kindly conduct the session. Sir, I'll request you to kindly wind up by 5:35 or 5:40. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He will be joining us by online mode. Yes, sir. He will be joining.
So this last session of the day is essentially on talk of critical minerals, clean coal technology. Now we have, as Comparer said, 4 speakers. 3 of them are here: Subhash Chandra ji, Anjani Kumar, and Mr. Anil Kumar. Jyotilal is supposed to join us online. Well, we've heard a lot about various subjects ranging from hydrogen and then oil and petrochemicals and various other subjects. Of course, we had this wonderful speech from the general who talked about the aspects of security linked with geopolitics and things like that, energy security. Here we are probably from that euphoric kind of thing down to more mundane things as to what do we need internally to ensure that the energy that we need in this country is available, is affordable, and it's as green as possible. So without going into myself talking much on it, I'll do that while concluding. I'd request the speakers to present their talks. We have Mr. Subhash Chandra, retired from IFS on the Ministry of Environment. So he has a lot of experience from the environment side. So I'd like to hear from you what you have to say about particularly practices in mining, because that's critical. And how do you see the supply chain diversification? Yeah, that's on.
Thank you, sir. In fact, I am asked to speak on this conservation regime which we have, especially not only for the forest, but also for the minerals and other natural resources. In fact, as a forester, our role is to balance the development and ecology and environment. This minerals and metal sector is basically the foundation of national economy, as we all know. And our economic progress depends on how efficiently we have our mining. At the same time, we have resources, mineral resources, which are critical for our economic usage. We, in our mining industry, we have mostly focused on the major minerals like coal, steel, coal, iron, and other aluminum, limestone, etc. Major minerals which are looked after by the central government. And minor minerals, after this change in the MMDR Act in 2015, they are the responsibility of the states. But during that time, it was also started that we have to go for scientific and responsible mining. And ministry that time initiated the star rating of mines to bring the sustainability into the mining practices. The star rating is dependent on how efficiently the mining is done. It is energy efficient, it is scientific, it is waste minimization. At the same time, bringing environmental concerns into the operation, so that the reducing the mining footprints on the environment. As the chair has said, that critical minerals, criticality depend on the economic requirement, its availability in the country, dependence on the imports, the global geopolitical situation, supply chain demands, and where critical minerals are basically the minerals where India is not very self-sufficient. So we have to depend on a lot of countries. There are rare earth minerals, there are nickel, cobalt, molybdenum, palladium, and these minerals basically, some of them are available in our along with the major minerals, but usually because we do not take care during processing, so some of these minerals are lost during mining processes. So we should try to get it required wherever it is possible.
I think recently, if I may not, you've been grading states in terms of mining preparedness or something like that. I saw some, what is that? You could tell us, because that gives some idea, if you are aware of it.
Greening?
No, it is grading of states, mining preparedness. How prepared are they to take on mining? It's a new concept, maybe.
In fact, when this auction process came in 2016,
yes.
So the central government, with the help of expert agency, which at the time SBI CAPS were there, and other Indian Bureau of Mines, Geological Survey of India, they all were supporting states in carrying the mineral auction. And auctions were quite during new process, but it was quite successful. A lot of industries participated. But there were some issues in starting of the mines because environmental and forest clearance were required at this stage. So at that time, state governments were basically guided how to go about. They should guide the mining industry to take the clearances as early as possible. And the Ministry of Environment Forest, which I was associated in the later stage, we started with Parivesh portal, where this online portal was developed, where the environment and forest clearances, including wildlife clearances, they all were brought on the digital portal, so that it becomes easier to monitor where the application was there, and if there is any deficiency, how it can be addressed. So a lot of digital process platforms were created through Parivesh, and at the same time, capacity building was taken up with the stakeholders, not only mining industry, but whosoever was willing to work in this sector, in exploration as well as mining lease operation.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra. Is Mr. Lal online? Is he online, or can go to the next speaker? We have Mr. Anjani Kumar from Coal India. The issue was raised in the morning session on on a news item, or probably it's on the website, saying that that Coal India has adopted a strategy for reaching net zero. But I was a little surprised, because what I had heard was it is not really net zero, but it's within a mine. How do they kind of economize on not spending fuel like diesel or petrol, or using direct line from the grid, but rather use green energy for all the operations that are there in the mine? So that, I think, I'll leave Mr. Anjani Kumar to talk about. He's basically be talking about how this change is being made in the mining sector, particularly in Coal India.
Thank you, sir. सबसे पहले विथ योर काइंड परमिशन, हमारे एक प्रोफेसर थे रामलू, IIT ISM धनबाद में, उनका एक सेइंग था, उसको कोट करना चाहेंगे सर। उस समय जो भी स्टूडेंट थे, दे जनरली बीटेक करने के बाद भाग जाते थे एमएस करने, ताकि दे कैन नॉट ज्वाइन माइनिंग। तो ही यूज्ड टू टेल, इवन इफ यू वांट टू लीव माइनिंग, माइनिंग कैन नॉट लीव यू, क्योंकि जो बाहर जाते थे वो करते थे आईटी इन माइनिंग, अगेन कमिंग टू माइनिंग सेक्टर। तो उसको उसी बेसिस पे मैं कहना चाह रहा हूं सर, इवन इफ यू वांट टू लीव कोल, कोल कैन नॉट लीव यू in one form or other. You are having 380 billion tons of reserve, just comparable to China. China 3 बिलियन टन प्रोडक्शन कर रहा है और मैं कर रहा हूं 1 बिलियन टन। खैर, सो बीइंग कोल इंडियनाइट, हमें जो केयर लेना है वो 3 डायमेंशंस। पहला डायमेंशन है सर, जो मैं जिस प्रोसेस से प्रोडक्शन कर रहा हूं, डिस्पैच कर रहा हूं, दैट हैज टू बी एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली। दूसरा, डिफरेंट यूजेस ऑफ कोल which are environment friendly. And third, taking care of environment as such, जो हमारा so called waste हो रहा है, mining water and others, OB, how can we use them gainfully? तो कोल इंडिया इस 3 डायरेक्शन में काम कर रही है सर। सबसे पहला, जैसा सर बता रहे थे मॉर्निंग में, जो मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग आया, कोल इंडिया का नेट जीरो, it is actually net zero electricity. We are using 4.8 billion unit of electricity in a year. We have planned to produce solar electricity to that tune, so that we can compensate, so that we can become net zero electricity. So for that, we have target of 3 gigawatt. We are moving ahead in that direction. Further to that, we are also targeting for 9.5 gigawatt of solar outside Coal India. Second, we are implementing environment-friendly production techniques like actually 96% of coal comes from open cast. Out of that, we produce almost more than 60% through surface miner, which is blast free. We do not use blasting technique in that. Next, coming to dispatch. The normal mode of dispatch was through road. We are converting to first mile connectivity projects, and we have planned for more than 900 million ton by 28-29. Almost all the coal produced by Coal India shall be transported through first mile connectivity. So as per study, that will save almost 1 million ton of production of CO2 in a year. Now third, we are moving towards CBM. We have already started a project in BCCL, Jharia Coalfield. They are in development stage. Then we are diversifying into coal gasification, जो कि सुबह से चर्चा हो रही थी. We have taken up 3 projects, one each in Odisha, then West Bengal and Maharashtra. In Odisha, we have taken up projects with BHEL, in West Bengal with GAIL, and in Maharashtra with BPCL. Then coming to introduction of electric vehicle, जैसा चर्चा कर रहे थे, सर, being ED contract, हम ये study कर रहे हैं कि how all the dumpers being utilized in open cast can be converted into electric vehicle. So cost almost comparable है. Now we are going to finalize. So ये condition हम डाल सकते हैं कि initially 25% of the dumper shall be EV. Similarly, we are taking energy efficiency measures. Then other measures are also taken, like greening initiative, plantation we are taking up. Thank you. So many measures we are taking in this direction.
Okay. I think it's a very brief introduction of what Coal India is doing to make it as green as possible. Converting to electric dumpers will take some time, but I think it's a very good step. It will take some time because the current dumpers cannot be dumped. So they will be used for some time. Now, yeah, Mr. Anil Kumar, but I would like to know if Mr. Jyoti Lal has been able to join online or no. I don't think so. So he hasn't come online, then we'll request Mr. Anil Kumar, who's from Engineers India, to let us know what is happening in terms of new technologies that is there with regard to the use of coal in various other forms.
Yeah, thank you, sir. As Sushma Madam was saying in the last session, we, Engineers India Limited, ONGC, IOC, they primarily deal in oil and gas. So our major business is from oil and gas. But having said that, we have also worked a lot in the coal area, coal gasification. And we have recently started looking at the critical mineral also. So insofar as, I was looking up at the theme yesterday. So the next energy would actually be coming from the critical minerals, which government is also emphasizing quite a lot. So I was just trying to draw the parallels as to what we did in the oil and gas industry, which we can possibly do in the critical area of the critical minerals, as well as in the area of coal, so that we are able to, secure our energy in the coming years. So first and foremost was the indigenization of technologies. So at Engineers India Limited, we have actually indigenized most of the refinery, about
90% of the refinery is now done indigenously, including all the procurement, the fabrication, even the supply of technologies. So that is one area that we can extend to the critical minerals as well as to the area of coal. Now, the other thing was in the supply chain. Like if we are to look at securing the supply of critical minerals, we must diversify our import resources as we've done in the crude oil. Like apart from ONGC, we are importing crude from as many as 40 countries now. So that diversification is required. And a little while ago, sir was talking about strategic reserves. We need to plan something on the lines of the strategic reserves that we have done for crude in Padur and Mangalore, and as well as for LPG in Mangalore. So some work on those lines needs to be done on the critical mineral section. And now also invest in the manufacturing capacity in the refining of these critical minerals. Now, insofar as the recent works that we've been doing in the area of coal, we've looked at the coal to liquid option, just since the reserves are so much of coal, and next wave of energy, or in fact the coal usage would continue to be there. So coal to liquid is one aspect which we are looking at. We already have a pilot plant in our Gurgaon complex wherein we do experimentation on the coal to liquid processes and the design of the equipment. And then we're also looking at developing solvents for capture of carbon dioxide from various flue gases. So that's still on the lab scale. And we're also collaborating with a number of institutes, including IIT Roorkee, Kanpur, on the usage aspect of carbon dioxide in terms of converting that captured carbon dioxide into value-added chemicals. So those are the new areas that we are currently targeting in coal gasification and the critical minerals. We are just trying to enter into a collaboration with some of the CSIR labs so that we are able to get into the area and look at how we can secure the energy for future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anil Kumar. Do we have the Mr. Jyotilal online or we don't? He's not online. Okay. I think we heard the three speakers talk about various issues relating to the subject. Anil Kumar covered various new initiatives being taken by Engineers India. The Subhash Chandra talked about the environment issues, and my friend Anjani talked about green mining as to how mining can really be made greener. One subject which got left out in this entire discussion is clean coal technologies, which is critical as far as the environment issues are concerned. Now, world over, there is a talk. If you, in fact, the organization which is pushing it very much is called Future Coal. It has been saying that coal is not going to go away so soon. So the alternative is to use abated coal, improved coal, with better technologies. And of course, with that, they also associate the sequestration and utilization of carbon dioxide. This is an area which still requires a lot of research and perhaps a lot of investment. And somebody very correctly said that there is need for a policy. That policy should be such that it will facilitate investments in this area. One basic thing about clean coal, of course, is cleaning the coal itself. That, unfortunately, we have moved a little backward. In an environment where there is scarcity and there is no real punishment for increasing the cost of transportation, or for that reason emitting more carbon dioxide. There is no punishment for that. Well, there is no I would say urge or internal desire to get better coal. It just doesn't happen. In fact, when this issue of cleaning coal was there, the power sector particularly said that we don't need clean coal. We are happy with what we have. Now, when we start looking at that, for example, I would say that today, with the dirty coal that we are using, our specific consumption could be as high as 700 to 800 grams for production of 1 unit of power. Particularly in many of the plants of NTPC and some of the older plants, it is ranging in that area. If better coal is used, just take the example of China. They're using supercritical technology to generate power, and they are using better coal. The specific consumption has come down to almost 300 grams per unit. That's almost 2.5 times. Now you can imagine that what would be the cost of transportation if we are using better coal. If you take, let's say, coal produced in India is having about 35, 40, maybe even 50% ash. If you reduce the ash by 15 to 20%, you would be not only improving the quality of coal, going up from maybe 3,800 kilocals to maybe about 4,500 kilocals. Your specific consumption will come down from 600 to maybe 450 to 500. It would be a tremendous improvement. And that would result in lesser gas emissions, and that would result in lesser cost of transportation. Now, if both these things are taken, transportation itself is a source of emission, if you look at it that way. If you're using, of course, luckily we have gone on to electric. If that electric movement is on the basis of the energy that is coming through the grid, then of course we are burning coal to get it. So it's cyclical. But if we can even reduce that, means the extent of carbon burning for movement of coal would certainly come down. So it's an whole-out approach that is required when it comes to coal. Established fact is that we may reduce the use of coal, but probably never stop it. So we have to see how best it can be used. The technologies and the methods are known. We need policy interventions. We need to rather incentivize its better uses. As Ma'am said that, we are this 400 rupee compulsory tax on coal. And if you look at 400 rupees, it's producing 1 billion tons. It's a good amount of money. But this is now being merged with the general taxation. Had it been kept separately for improving environment, in the sense that whether you invest it into coal cleaning, or you invest into even giving it to the power plants for moving into maybe more efficient plants. We have this today normal plant. In the old plants, I don't know, but my feeling is it's about not more than 35% thermal efficiency. Normal plant, that is old plants. But if you look into critical and supercritical, it jumps up. 45%, 50, and then ICGs, CAC, I suppose in Japan they've gone beyond 50 even. So if you have a 50% efficient thermal efficiency in a plant, you can imagine how much less coal you would be using. So these are measures that need to be taken and need to be pushed, but it requires costs. You need a lot of money for changeover. We have initiated this in a small way, I would say, in this country, by saying that we abandon the old plants and the new ones should be of supercritical boilers. Ultra supercritical, not only supercritical, ultra supercritical. But again, the point is that how do you use these ultra supercritical plants? You need good coal. You may not be able to get that efficiency with the with 45%, 50% ash coal. You may not be able to get it. Huh? It's a boiler design. And sometimes, I don't know, Sarah has been in power sector for long, but sometimes when you think back, you sometimes feel that maybe it was better to improve the quality of coal rather than to increase the size of the boiler and say, okay, you can burn bad coal. You go back to see. Makes sense. Huh? Makes sense. So I think we tracked on to the path of modifying the boiler and putting in 5 to 7% additional capital to make a bigger boiler and use the bad coal. The result has been larger emissions. But going back, yes, you can always do corrective action. It will take time. So I think while we talked about critical minerals, now this is also an area which is extremely important with the particularly for transport, when you have the batteries and the other things. I think the critical minerals are used even in nuclear and those areas, apart from the fuel that is used in the. I was told almost, I think, a decade ago in a conference where the Russians were extracting these minerals, critical minerals, from washery waste. And I'm told that this can also be probably extracted from overburdens, provided you have the technology and you have the will to do it. And maybe if you are so particular about it, maybe a policy which will also enable some kind of incentive. So these are issues that are there with us on the issue of critical minerals and the coal technologies, clean coal technologies, the way we should move forward. We've been talking about it. Movement is slow, but it is moving. That's all I would like to say. Anything else? Any of my speakers? Any questions? The plan is open. Yes.
So Subhash Chandraji is besides you. I did a full critical mineral summit in Hyderabad, and we are doing a white paper. This will be our 5th white paper. We did the hydro, we did many areas. But coal is something which is close to my heart, although I'm the president of renewable energy. That's the beauty. Renewable energy promotion. But what I'm saying is, right, the gentleman told about 1 billion. Right, we must use our coal and not do the same blunders. We must go towards coal bed methane. Paisa jitna bhi lage, farak nahi padta. One thing I've seen in my life, investment in plant machinery, that's what we discussed, right? 3 things we have to do. Right? If you want to make nickel as a critical mineral, 1,000-ton plant, 2,000-ton plant. You can't talk small. And you have to do it. That war or steel, you have to get it. After coal bed methane, we know the technology. Only, I tell you, the last part that is left. I think Coal India and Gctc, all people, and even call them. Let's make a consortium to find how to reduce the cost. So that CBM comes out. And CBM to hydrogen is the next part of my book. 17 returns on hydrogen. Okay. So it is part of that book because the blue is as green in hydrogen. And that's a stupidity that we are talking. Water peene ke liye nahi hai. And you're going to tell people to convert, take it and do it. I tell you, first revolution will start there. It's waiting. So let us go to blue hydrogen, produce as much as possible. And that one of the routes is this, to do the CCUS. Because CCS ki aapki national mission aapki. This was my question. We have all things there, but we must move in the right direction.
But agree. Anybody would like to respond?
In fact, I would just mention because we can, because being in fact being situated in a tropical belt, it is for our advantage that we also try to have bio-based resources in the energy use. because a lot of degraded lands can be brought under energy plantation, we can say plantation which are fast growing, and they can be used for biomass based energy generation, even charcoal, bamboo charcoal, billets, that can be supplemented with the power plants and other wherever it is possible to reduce our and this is renewable, perfectly renewable. We can also try in this process, we can also improve our degraded land's quality, because the land degradation is quite high, especially in the agriculture area where the that land restoration can be also done through this rights.
Happy that you raised the issue.
Sir,
CBM.
just one point, sir. What he said is right. We are doing that in CBG, that route. Already that policy is come in 2021. We prepared the white paper. What I want to say is, don't put coal as non-green. The moment you do CCUS, what effectively it happens is carbon is not released in the environment. So the moment you are able to bring carbonless thing, we have to be agnostic. We need volume of energy in this country. If we don't go practical like this, we will remain behind China. We have very compartmentalized views on things. As a renewable association president, I am telling you this. I would support carbon capture and coal bed methane or coal gasification process, and we come to volumes. That's how solar mein volume aayi. It all has come. I have seen this policy making happen. Government agreed to my views. If Gujarat had not put that solar park, which was my idea, to Pandit Saab, we would have never seen low cost 5 rupees power and 2 rupees for power. Rajan Saab is evidence to that. So I feel volume pe baat kariye.
Volume.
And why we are not agnostic to energy? Why we not have hybrid energy? What is our problem?
Well, I think CBM की बात करी आपने. Of course, I do not know what the current situation, but I think it has taken a long time for the government to decide who is going to bring it out. This has been a major issue. Who is going to bring it out? So, definitely. So I think, can we now conclude this session? I'm not. Thank you very much, Anil Kumar, Anjani ji, and Mr. Subhash Chandra ji, for this
I'll request.
session.
Thank you.
Yeah,
ma'am.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's not exactly a question, but what comes to my mind when we talk about EVs, that are we just changing our masters from a oil geopolitics to a mineral geopolitics, and it's really going to be very critical for India. That much I can ensure, because the way the critical mineral world is being governed majorly by a single nation. And it is not only from the product from the country itself, but I think half of Africa, a lot of South America. And this is what nobody is paying attention to. Oil and gas, we somehow over the century have understood.
We are not strategists, we are reactors.
Exactly. And
Yes.
I mean, there has been a lot of learning for, of course, being from oil and gas sector, but then being a geologist also. And last month, I was just sharing with Mr. Razan here, I was in Jeddah for their mineral conference, and I was just wondering, we're not even aware of what is happening in the rest of the world. Honestly.
It's not only in this sector, many other sectors also.
Yes.
So,
unfortunately,
you see, we have a fixation.
That,
you see, we'll only go for always to UK. I mean, earlier UK, now US, then Falana countries.
Yes.
In fact, while I was in atomic energy, Mongolia offered us uranium mining. I goaded the then CMD of Uranium Corporation of India, Jadu Guda. I would name him. Please send your team there. Please send your team. They're offering us the mines. after a few months of pestering, he came back to me. He said, "Alji, wahan bahut thand hai, wahan sirf aloo milte hain khane ko."
So there are many other
You
issues.
see, we have this kind
mindset.
of mindset.
You can't.
We've got to, you see, and what critical minerals, the more one is reading, one comes to know that it is the technology that you are extracting something which we
Yes.
consider as waste. It is coming out of a normal mining process.
Exactly.
What we think is waste actually contains those metals.
So, just to, I mean, first I'd like to respond to Madam. EVs, you rightly, the concern is very apt, appropriate. This is a critical area and we need to be very cautious on that. But having said that, we did a study for ministry in terms of how the gasoline demand is going to go up in the coming years. Until about 2050, we have a good, healthy demand for gasoline. So EVs will not be replacing the conventional IC engines in a time to come. So that's something which is positive insofar as India is concerned, that we will continue to have dependence on oil till about 2050. So that remains.
For a gathering like this, and what comes home to me is we need to improve our entire transport system. Today I was coming from Noida, and one person to a car doesn't make sense.
Correct.
Filling the highways, the way we travel, it's it's consciousness to consumerism, the way we consume energy. I can talk about green and all, and then my lifestyle is all anti-green. No, honestly, yes. And our next generation, they imbibe us, right? They said, "Aapne to kabhi nahi dhyan diya," and you're teaching us how to do this. Somewhere that consciousness at a national level has to come.
But to an extent, we're doing a lot of things in the gasoline insofar as blending is concerned.
No, that is there, but at the rate which we are growing, and we need to grow, it needs to be more than that. Another thing which I learned over there was a minister of mines from Uzbekistan, and this is he said, we discovered that from the ash which was left over, and he said 800 metric tons of ash was left during the Soviet era. They are extracting gold, silver, critical minerals from the ashes at an economic level. And he says now that has turned as a gold mine to us. So what we need to do is a rethink of, what we have and how we are going to reuse it or retread it. Right? So
I travel in local trains. They put those photos in social media. President of Renewable Energy Commission has currently changed. I'm sitting in this conference. What she said is exactly what we have.
yeah, it has to be small bits, the overall agreed. Yes. India to हमेशा जरूरत रहेगी हर चीज की हमें.
What you said only flows by setting up examples.
Yes.
It doesn't flow by propaganda, doesn't flow by anything.
Yeah.
But today, you go to Instagram, you go to WhatsApp, you will find something just the opposite.
Yes.
So that's very much not under your control. So you have to create.
Absolutely right. I think there is need for realization, greater transparency.
Yes.
I mean, when Alok and myself, we were younger officers, I was a director at the Government of India, sometimes walk to office. And today we want to be very happy if 2 staff cars are standing outside or something from some organization. You see, it's that we want that jalous
Right, sir.
behind us. That is, I mean, we need to, in fact, if you ask me, we need, if we really are serious about global warming in that sense, there has to be carbon accounting and a carbon submission that it will require some engineering, that how much carbon have I utilized today in transport, in my uh, cooking, lighting, etc., etc. Somewhere, begin
Yes.
somewhere.
Yes, yes.
If
I'll-
you can, but I think you're perfectly
I'll
fine.
add to
Thank
Sir's
you.
thing.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
we have practicals for carbon footprinting at individual level in academics also.
Really?
And we have designed assignments related to that. But I'll also add to this, as Alok sir pictured, even the student who is traveling by metro, they would prefer to come by car. And when I'm traveling along with them in the metro, they will say, "Ma'am, why are you traveling in metro?" And sometimes I'm myself get shocked. Why a student of UG asking me the reason for traveling in metro? Right? I am teaching the whole academic year, and at the end, this kind of question is coming from the youth.
See, when I was a student in Delhi,
Yes.
throughout, I mean, I can share with this audience, the younger audience, in the 60s, it would, some of my colleagues, I used to, of course, living near the university, so I would often walk across or take a bus. They would be standing in a queue
For the bus.
in Sensitive College to get a 9 rupee a month bus pass. Made. 9 rupees a month. And no shame. They were children of civil servants and others. Today you catch any of our progeny standing there in a queue and to get a 9 ka 90 rupee kar dijiye.
Yes, sir.
No,
At my
you're
time,
right.
we are used to travel by DTC bus. We used to
call
have
university specials
90 rupees
those
for
days.
3 months. Ka.
So one more thing on Mongolia. Actually, we are working on a refinery in Mongolia. And you're very right that the weather conditions there are very harsh. But it is doable. Like the work from November till February, we cannot do any work in the field during those 4 months. So the planning has to be to meet the project schedules. You have to plan your work in the balance 8 months. So it's very harsh climate, but it's doable.
Thank you. I think.
Thank you
with-
very much. I think we can close the session now.
Yes. With all this discussion, I'll put the dialogue today proves that when great minds come together, solutions are born. I'll request the panelists to have a group photograph, please. A famous quote by Marshall: "We are not passengers on spaceship Earth, we are the crew." So with this, as we conclude day one, we reflect on the remarkable insights shared from the global diplomacy to domestic innovation. Together, they form the blueprint of a greener, stronger, and self-reliant India. We extend our gratitude to all distinguished guest speakers, delegates, and organizers for making today's session a resounding success. Please join us for networking high tea, and we look forward to welcome you all again tomorrow for another day of knowledge, collaboration, and vision. Thank you and good evening.